1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow! 110-85, Denver heading into the fourth quarter.
You know what's really interesting about Jokic is that he's so good that he doesn't get the credit he deserves on a nightly basis. And we talk about this all the time, like, hey, let's make sure we talk about Jokic because we can't take this stuff for granted. But we do. We do take it for granted. It's hard not to because what he does every single night, triple doubles in 3 quarters, the way he just controls a game is normal. And you don't get surprised or impressed by what's normal, even if what's normal is impressive. But then you have games like last night that even for the standard that we hold Jokic to, because we've seen it over and over again, is remarkable. You know, I was at the arena last night. I was doing a little bit of post-game on Altitude TV and 9 News. And I'm in the suite. I'm watching that final few seconds unfold. And there's a guy who is a big listener to the show. Parker was in there. So Jokic lets it fly. And this dude, Parker, says, it's in, immediately when he let it go. And there was enough time with that ball in the air, Nelly, where I said, no, it's not. Maybe it is. Oh, my God. That's how long the ball was in the air that I had 3 different emotions by the time it even hit the rim. And I guess what I'm getting at here is, like, that shot is going to be the highlight reel shot. That's the one that mattered the least to me with how he played yesterday. That's a lucky heave at the end of the clock. Now, where Jokic gets credit, and this is, it actually does tell a pretty good story of the unselfishness of Nikola Jokic, because what is he doing right now at a rate that he's never done in his career? Shoot the 3 ball at a high percentage where he might be 50% after last night. But what does that shot do? That shot counts as 0 for 1 on your 3-pointers for the night. And most guys do what? They wait until the clock or the buzzer sounds, and then they make it look like they're about to heave up an attempt. Because they don't want an 0 for 1 in their stat sheet. And Jokic doesn't care. He lets it fly anyway.
Yeah, that's what we do.
So, to that extent, it perfectly tells the story of who Jokic is. But
sorry to cut you off there, but which Parker were you watching the game with? Was it this one? Is this what you said when the ball went in?
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
No, not somebody from Parker. Name was Parker.
That was Parker Kelly.
Oh, that was Parker Kelly. That's right.
So you did not
It was
butter
not Parker
Parker's
Kelly.
butt
No.
and call him a biscuit when Jokic made that shot.
This Parker, he told me he worked in construction, and that's why he listens to us all day. And I love our construction people out there. God bless you guys working out in this cold. But here's the thing about Jokic. And this is why I want to spend a good portion of today just talking about this guy, because we don't. We really don't. We know the greatness that he has. We discuss it at times. But how many times do we leave a game in which Jokic has like 32, 17, and 11, and we're like, hey, you know what a great game last night, Strother? Hey, you know what a great game last night, Peyton Watson with some energy off the bench? And we just kind of breeze over the fact that he's putting up historic numbers at a level that quite literally nobody's seen since maybe Wilt Chamberlain, where it felt like he was a cheat code. But Jokic last night finished the third. Hang on, before you roll this clip, because I want to see this again, I want to tell you something. At the end of the third quarter, where it looked like Jokic might have that triple-double without playing a minute in the fourth thing happen again, he had 22, 21, and 15. 22 points, 21 rebounds, and 15 assists in the third quarter. That was in 29 minutes. Like, that's the kind of stuff that is just so unbelievable. And you're playing a good Kings team who's hot. They're tired from a back-to-back. They got in late last night. Like, they looked a little bit sluggish in that game. Found something late. But there's something to what Jokic so casually brings to the table. Where if he didn't have that shot last night, Nelly, how many specific highlights do you remember? If not for this, and you can go ahead and roll it if you're watching on Twitch, this is the end of the shot clock, or end of the third quarter heave. I mean, he's from the opposite free throw line, doesn't even hit backboard, barely catches rim. But again,
just so casual.
And he walks off like, yeah. And he said that after the game with Katie. He said, I knew it was going in. He's kidding, but it's just, you know how I knew it was going to be a good night, Nelly? So I'm in the elevator getting up to the club level. And this is through that little parking garage entrance where friends and family go in, right? And so I walk in the elevator down there, hit the button, and right before the doors close, one other person walks in with me. Do you know who it was? Strahinja, his older brother. And you know what I said to him? Hello, sir. You want to know why? That man is a grizzly bear.
Is he the one that has the Chuck Liddell
Yes.
haircut? Oh, my goodness.
Nelly, let me tell you something. I know that they were shown on TV in the last game. He's the largest human being I've ever seen in my life. He looks like the mountain from Game of Thrones. Because I want you to consider something here. He is so big of a human being, so large. And he's also 6'10". Do you know how hard it is to be 6'10" and look big at the same time? They always say it about taller people. Taller people, hey, it's really hard for them to fill out and get like ripped because they're so long. This guy's 6'10" and huge. He walked off the elevator. Nelly, here's what happened. It was just me and him. He walked off on the first level. I got off on the second. So once he walked off the elevator did this. Like, it hopped for a second when he walked off. And I knew that Jokic was going to have a good night after that. I'm like, if I saw Strahinja, then it's over.
And to your point earlier, there's a good Malonism for you. To your point, Brett, it's amazing how Jokic has these triple doubles, and he does them so quietly and unflashily. Maybe I just made a new word, but he's not flashy about it. No. Because if any other NBA superstar, any other All-Star game starter had a run of 5 games in a row with 5 consecutive triple doubles, it would be on every corner of the NBA internet 24/7. If LeBron James, if SGA, if Jason Tatum had 5 triple doubles in a row, that's the only thing you would be hearing on any sports show till the end of time. But since Jokic is doing it, everyone's going, "Oh, he really 5?
This is like he's literally." We've said this a lot, like, oh, he's averaging a triple-double. Like, he's been close to averaging a triple-double. You know, back in 2022, he had 9.8 assists per game. So we just round up. It's close. When I tell you he's averaging a triple-double, it's 30, 13, and 10. He's got it right now while shooting 56% from the field and 48% from 3. Like, this is one of the most unprecedented things that the sport's ever seen. And now you add on top of it this, Nelly. They're winning basketball games at a really high rate. They were kind of back and forth early in the year. They've won 12 of their last 15 games. And Still kind of unable to catch ground because Memphis, who's a game ahead of them, has won 4 straight as well. But bottom line is, there's other guys who played well in that game. I thought Porter had a really good game, especially on the offensive glass. Westbrook, again, just a monster at pretty much everything. Just like the Tasmanian devil out there. Christian Brown with another 20-point performance. And all of that's great. But I really don't think our brains compute what happens on a nightly basis with that guy because it's so casual. He is so good at the fundamental parts of the sport. And everybody talks about his hands being like the best quality. And they're probably right. He certainly has the best hands in the league. I don't know if anybody's had better hands than him in the history of the league. So that's one thing. Here's the other. He's as smart as anybody who's ever played the sport. And so when you put those two things together, like if you remember, they're late, Sacramento's trying to make a comeback. And Russell Westbrook has an open 3. He passes it up. He drives to the lane and pretty wildly throws it to Jokic. It was off target, and it was quick. And Jokic is surrounded by 3 different people in the paint. And Jokic somehow taps it so it doesn't go to the defense, finds a way to corral it, and as he does that, he's spinning, and without even looking at the rim, throws up a hook shot and makes the shot, and that's what basically iced the game in the fourth quarter. Like, that kind of stuff is not highlight reel, but he's the only person who can do it. Nobody else can do it like that. Maybe somebody can get their hands on it, but by the time they assess where they're at on the floor, get their feet set, get their bearings straight, they got 3 guys on top of them. And maybe it's a turnover at that point. But when I say like he does the fundamental things at such a high level, it's the same as watching like a how about this for a baseball reference? You guys all remember Adam Dunn, right? Adam Dunn, big, bulky human being, got up to the plate. He was going to go 1 for 4 with a home run and 3 strikeouts. But that home run was going to end up on SportsCenter because it was going to be 500 feet. And Jokic is Ichiro. He's a 6'11", 7-foot tall, 300-pound Ichiro Suzuki because he does everything to the fundamentals of the game at such a high level that it almost goes unnoticed and unappreciated. And when I say unappreciated, in the context of his career, of course, he's getting the love now. There was a point early in his career where he wasn't. Everybody recognizes it now at the moment, like they do with Ichiro. But it's rare to find moments in his career that end up on SportsCenter because nothing looks that way because he's doing things that players are supposed to be doing. It's just fundamentals.
Before I had this gig with you doing the morning shows and my bedtime was a little later, I used to run the control board during a lot of Avalanche and a lot of Nuggets games. And anytime a highlight that sounds good happens, right, I just grab it, throw it in the folder. Anytime Kaz gets excited, throw it in the folder. I can't tell you how many times we would be in the fourth quarter and Kaz would go, Jamal Murray for 3. Got it! That's a triple-double for Joker. That's assist number 10. And I would go, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I've been following literally every second of this game, sitting in this exact spot where I am now, and I had no idea Jokic was on triple-double watch. Ichiro is the perfect comp. He shows up to work, he brings his lunch pail, he does the things that he needs to do, and then he goes home to his horses.
The simple, unimpressive things that make you good. The things that nobody really wants to do because they're, quote, boring. He does to the 100 percentile level. Texture says, it's the most ethical, clean basketball I've ever seen. It's a great way to put it. It's a marvel to watch this guy every single night. I don't care. I know that this is a thing that people love to start to argue about and like, who's your top 10 in this sport and especially basketball? is, God, do we love our comparison shopping between this guy from this era and this guy from this era in basketball. It's why on ESPN last week, Shannon and Stephen A. are talking about Jordan LeBron. Like, that's never going to die. When I tell you guys this, I mean it with all sincerity. He's the best offensive basketball player I've ever seen. And I'm somebody, I don't like LeBron. I've said in my life that I can remember, LeBron is the best at doing any one thing I've ever seen. Like, he's better than Daniel Day-Lewis as an actor. He's better than Adele's a singer. Like, whatever you take, your job, your profession, and person you think is best at it, Jokic is better at his job than anybody else is better at theirs, especially on the offensive side. In the world, to me, I've never seen anything like it because it is efficiency personified every night he hits the floor. And so when I tell you he is the greatest offensive basketball player that I think has ever existed, it's not an exaggeration, and it's biased, I suppose, because I'm here, but I try and keep myself in check for the not having a bias towards certain things.
And Brett, how many All-Stars are on his roster with him? Say
None.
it. 0. Exactly. So he's doing it with 0 All-Star help. And actually, another thing that I know, I don't want to use the phrase getting lost in the fray, but one storyline that deserves a little bit more love, which Jokic has said himself, Coach has said more himself, is Westbrook.
Sure.
The fact that he is no longer Russell Westbrook, because I remember when the Nuggets were targeting him, you beat the drum that he is maybe the worst volume three-point shooter that you'd ever seen, which is fair. His nickname was literally West Brick.
Yeah.
If you look at the box scores from these last 4 games, where the Nuggets are on a 4-game winning streak, let's see. Last night, Westbrook attempted 4 threes, made 2.
Oh, Nelly. He is on pace for his highest three-point percentage of his career. He's 36 years old.
Yeah, and I mean, against the Sixers, they dropped 144 points in the Sixers. Tell me how many three-pointers he made.
He being Westbrook?
Yes.
I can't remember.
1. He tried for 2.
Yeah.
So it's great that they're actually leaning more into the two-man game and doing what he does best, which is being physical and getting to the basket and getting more of these layups and mid-range jumpers, and they're not trying to force him to be a volume shooter anymore. And it's really cool to see that he's really coming into his own as a starter.
But I don't want to take away from Westbrook because Westbrook has always been a great player. But it proves, I think, even more how great Jokic is.
Oh, absolutely.
Like when Westbrook sits here and he plays at this level, like think about the impact he's had on the floor every single night. You know, I mentioned this in the post game on Altitude TV yesterday. The Nuggets for this Jokic run have been a team that actually operates pretty slowly. They get in the half court and they try and pick you apart through that. I had Dan Hyatt look this up yesterday. The Nuggets were the 5th worst team in the league last year in pace. This year, they're the 5th best in pace. Now, other factors to it. A lot of that could be, shots being made on the other side and high-scoring games and all of that. Like, true. But it, I think, is a testament to what Westbrook has brought to the table, which is a high pace, get down the floor and find the open guy type of offense. Because one thing that's driven me nuts, for all the people that early in his career pointed out that Jokic looked like he wasn't conditioned very well, I go, well, then why is he beating everybody down the floor when there's a defensive rebound? And guess what happens now when Westbrook's on the floor with him? When he beats that guy down the floor after a defensive rebound, Westbrook has pushed the pace so quickly that he finds Jokic for an easy bucket. Like, it's a perfect marriage. So a lot more to get to with this. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
You had to play in the fourth quarter tonight, but it led to your 5th straight triple-double, a massive one. When did you feel like you had to take over for your team?
I mean, I don't know, did I take it over? I was just playing the game, and CP on the bench told me you had a really good first quarter, so I think I'm just playing the game the right way.
One of your buckets tonight was from right about where we're standing, right over there, a 66-foot make. What were you thinking when you let that one go?
I knew it was going in, so...
It was also announced today, Nikola, 7-time All-Star. I bet a lot of these Nuggets fans in here voted for you to make it there. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for sending me and making me not having rest. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Congrats on the win. Appreciate the time.
Jokic in the postgame with Katie Wingy. Yeah, we can get to the All-Star stuff later. I mean, there's been cases in the past for a couple of Nuggets players to be on that. There isn't this year. It's fine. But I wonder if Westbrook started the entire year, would he? Because I think there could be an argument for it. Here's the thing. Jokic, this from Jake Coyne. Over his last 8 games, Nikola Jokic became the first player in NBA history to have an 8-game span with an 8-0 record, 200-plus points scored, 100-plus rebounds pulled down, 75 assists or more dished out, in 20 or more steals. He does everything.
It's pretty good.
I mean, literally everything. And again, there's just some nights with Jokic where you're just totally enamored with the style of play that he has. Now, how about this? If you've been married long enough, you'll probably understand what I'm talking about here. We love our spouse, your husband, your wife, whoever it is. Love them. And you would die for them. But aren't there just some days where you're like, gosh, I love you extra today? You ever have that with your dog or something? Like, there's just some days you look at your dog, you're like, oh, God, I love that dog so much. And then there's other days where the dog's just in the house. And you love your dog, but you don't feel, whatever that feeling is, you don't have that. Like, that was a day yesterday where I looked, Jokic was my dog, and I looked at my dog, and I go, God, it's just something about you today. I love you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just because there's so much that you're used to in performances like that for him that some nights are just extra. They are. And here's the great news. I spent the first 20 minutes talking about how great Jokic was, and I could do this for an entire hour, but I'm going to move on to some other stuff in a second. The good news is the Nuggets they're back. Like, they look like a viable championship contending team again. And they seem to have figured some things out, which I think I don't think complicate, but clarify what the goals should be for the next week and a half. The deadline's on the 6th. So, there were rumors about, how long was it, Nelly? Month and a half ago, about MPJ and trades for Brandon Ingram or Zach LaVine or whatever the hell those were. And I said at the time, I think that's incredibly foolish. I still believe that now, but those things are completely off the table now. Like, there is zero reason for you to look to trade any significant piece of this team. If you can find a way to move a Saric or a Zeke Naji, then maybe take that and see what you can get out of it. Because those guys aren't playing. And the nice thing about where the Nuggets are at right now, they have a 9-man rotation. That feels pretty normal in the league. You know who else had a 9-man rotation? Well, honestly, for the Kings, it was more like 8. They had 8 guys, and that's coming off a back-to-back and getting in late yesterday. The one thing that did make me nervous, so as you guys know, I'm an Omaha person, born and raised in Omaha. Omaha has Creighton University there. And I said my number one college basketball player I've watched in my life was Doug McDermott. He was remarkable. And to watch Doug McDermott come out there in that fourth quarter and in the span of like 2 minutes hit 5 threes was terrifying. Because the game felt over. And then he's running off a screen, floating opposite foot, not squared up, and I mean just draining these things to make it a game late. They put up almost 40 points in the fourth quarter.
They don't call him Dougie McBuckets for nothing, man.
I mean, seriously. And a guy up next to me said, he reminds me a lot of Corver. I go, oh, that's weird, because he also went to Creighton. Both of them did.
White guys who can shoot, go to Creighton.
Exactly right. That's what that school's for.
Actually, Kaz, the voice of the Nuggets, is also from Nebraska.
Yes.
So anytime Dougie McBuckets gets on the floor, there's a little special place in his heart for him too. But take
As
that
is
L on
Trey
the way
Alexander.
out, Dougie.
Trey
Yeah.
Alexander, too. Now that I'm thinking about it. Point is, game got close late, but Nuggets able to close things out because they... All right, last thing I'll say about Jokic, but it's just another prime example.
I don't buy that, but last thing you'll say about Jokic, go for it.
Before I move on to something else. Jokic has the opportunity to get a 20-20-20 game, which has only been done a couple of times in NBA history. I think Westbrook actually has one of those. He was sitting at 17 assists, I think, by the time the fourth quarter started. Or maybe it was 16 assists. And it was like, God, he's going to do it. And then the game got late and in crunch time. And for all the people that say Jokic chases numbers, that game got close. And Jokic, when he got the basketball, did not pass. There was one situation specifically late in that game where I don't know what the Kings were thinking. They weren't doubling him in the paint. And Jokic goes, if you're not going to do that, then I will very easily score. And he did. But he's not looking to get some sort of accolade through numbers. He's never been about that, ever. Because when the game's on the line, if the best thing that he can do to help win is to make a shot, he'll make the shot. If the best thing he can do to help win is to dish the ball out to somebody wide open on the three-point line, he's going to do that. So, anyway, I do want to move on to a couple other things. Again, I could do this all morning, but saw this story from SI. It's just sort of off-season conjecture. It's not like there's rumors that this is going to happen. It's just like, what would be a good fit? And Chad Jensen of SI said that the Broncos getting Chris Godwin would be a good fit in free agency. And I honestly love the move. Chris Godwin has come off another really major injury. You don't know how many of these really good years that he has left. Because Godwin has been an incredibly productive player for a long time. He's 28 years old. He'll turn 29 in a month. So he's getting right on that sort of edge for wide receivers where they start to drop off a little bit, and he suffered some injuries. But Godwin has been an epitome of consistency. You know, he gets like 90 catches a year for 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns. That's kind of what his career has been. You put somebody like that opposite of Cortland Sutton, that's a pretty decent combo for Bo Nix to have it wide out. It's what's funny about this offseason for the Broncos. We're very focused, and we should be, on getting a running back in the backfield that you trust, getting a tight end in that offense that can make an impact. And I still think that they need to improve the wide receiver room a bit. Like, they were okay. It was still pretty outside of Sutton, pretty inconsistent. Like, Mims came on towards the end, but you're going to be running a lot of offensive sets with 3 wide receivers out on the field. And guys like Vele and some others within that offense, good players, but I think you can improve and have them for depth pieces or rotate them in to give some guys some breaks. Godwin, I think, would be a really good fit. Like, I wouldn't just go out and be like, hey, wide receivers are good. Don't need any more of those. You always need more. Always. Should always be looking to add to that room. And I think Chris Godwin would be perfect because, first of all, he would be pretty cheap coming off that injury and with the age that he's at. And second of all, he would just be somebody that I think would be willing to go out there and grind. Like, he feels a lot like a Peyton guy. I have no idea what Chris Godwin even sounds like. The dude just wants to ball. And guys like that on the team, they're invaluable. If you could have 53 of them, you'd want 53 of them. Now, injury history, is that a concern? Sure, a little bit. But the whole thing with him is, if he does end up getting hurt, you still have depth behind that in guys that you trust with the ones that I've mentioned, with your Mims and Vele's and Troy Franklins and guys like that.
I need some in the beginning of the game, too, then, like, getting crazy.
I don't know what Chris Godwin sounds like. I'm pretty sure he's never said that.
He's not Calvin Ridley, huh?
There's another thing, by the way, in the NFL yesterday that I'm just... Sometimes, you know what? I'm going to save it. But to me, it's important to take a look from a larger view. And I'll put it this way. Much in the same way I was talking about Jokic yesterday. How Jokic is, he operates at such a high level on a normal basis that it's hard to really be impressed. The Broncos had something that was a mess that has become normal, that I think when we see some stories like the one I'm about to tell you, we need to thank our lucky stars that it's not like this around here anymore. And I'll explain in just a second. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. One thing to keep in mind, 8:50 this morning, we'll be joined by the very large defenseman of the Colorado Avalanche, Josh Manson, will join the program. So again, 8:50 this morning. Stick around. So the Broncos have been in this place, and they were in it for a long time. And it's different now, but I just want to make something clear, because if you've been watching what's happening around the NFL right now as far as teams that are in the offseason, teams not in the championship round, and teams that are in the middle of coaching changes, the way that some of them operate, the way that some of them have gone about this process is a joke. And I'll give you one specifically, and they actually, I think, lucked out and ended up getting what they wanted in the first place. But Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars,
who looks like the villain in an 1800s magician movie, by the way. I feel like, what was that Christopher Nolan movie where they're magicians?
It's one of my favorite, The Prestige.
The Prestige. I feel like he would have been a villain in that. He would have been trying to kill a Hugh Grant or something.
That, by the way, is just a phenomenal movie.
Wait, wrong Hugh. Which one's Wolverine? Hugh Jackman. Excuse me. Hugh
yes.
Grant is definitely not in that
not
movie.
Hugh Grant. Hugh Jackman. If you guys haven't seen it, I mean, just a delight of a movie. Christopher Nolan rarely misses on his movies anyway. Like, I went to his IMDb once, and Nelly, I'm just like, banger, 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 bang. Like, every single movie Christopher Nolan makes is great. I mean, yeah, I think one of his first ones was Memento. You ever seen Memento? Memento's a great movie.
And you need to set aside 4 times to watch it before you understand it. But when it clicks that 4th time, it's brilliant.
He does a lot of that timeline flipping stuff that is... Yeah, there's Shad Khan behind me. So I always thought he looked like the guy who ties the damsel in distress to the railroad tracks. And it's just the mustache. But he does look like that.
Yeah, well, who was the guy that always tried to kill Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Yeah, that guy. What was his name?
Snidely Whiplash.
Yes.
Somebody on Twitch pointed that out. Thank you.
Exactly right.
Thank you, Angry Broncos. I hope you're a little less angry this season.
Here's the thing, though. This Shad Khan guy, I never understand the way that owners try and think about constructing a team. Now, when you have the billions of dollars that are invested in a franchise, you need to have some sort of control. I think everybody understands that. But you also need to recognize, what am I good at? What am I not? Who do I delegate tasks to? Because these aren't football people. They're business people. So they'll understand the business side of things and not the football side. Trent Baalke is somebody that nobody wanted. Like, if you wanted a big-time head coach, you weren't getting that with Baalke. And they finally fired him. And they fired him because Liam Cohn, the guy that they wanted to be their head coach, and maybe a guy like Ben Johnson before that, both told him, I ain't going there if you're keeping that guy as the GM. And Shad Khan said, all right, fine, we'll bleep you. And then he realized, I need to have a coach. And so then he fires Baalke, and Liam Cohn says, nah, I'll take your phone call. Like, it's that simple. Like, the writing's on the wall. So watching him bumble his way through this process, and then whatever the hell's going on in Dallas, that's even worse. Because Dallas was late to the party because he drug his feet on the McCarthy stuff. For what reason? You knew you were firing him. You should have known that answer 2 months ago. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, those two side by side, perfect. But it's like Jerry Jones drags his feet. So what does that do? For the prospective head coaches that you want to talk to, there's only a limited window they get to talk when they're in the postseason. So for a guy like a Ben Johnson, who is in that first round of the postseason, for a guy like Liam Cohn, who's in the first round of the postseason, you don't get to talk to them after a certain window. That window passed, and then he fired McCarthy, and then he couldn't talk to him, so now he's late to the party. Like, none of it makes sense. And I just want to say something from an ownership standpoint. Think about where you're at in comparison now to what you see with the Jags and the Cowboys. You have an ownership group that is quick, decisive, and cares, which is the thing that matters the most. And I know the things that people point out is like, yeah, look at the money they spend on field turf. I'm like, yeah, that's great. It's really good. But in the things that go to roster construction and building a winning football team, you have to have conviction and be decisive. What did they do when they made their first major hire in Nathaniel Hackett? We all saw it. That's not an NFL head coach. It took us about 3 weeks to figure that out. And before the first season ends, they go, "You're out. I can't deal with this nonsense. I'll pay you out. Just get the hell out the door."
It starts with me.
And then they were decisive and had conviction behind who they wanted next. Proven head coach, great resume, team builder. Sean Payton. Then what did they do? Russell Wilson ain't working. I know he shelled out a whole bunch of cash. I know he invested a whole bunch of draft capital. Doesn't matter. If it's not working, I'm not going to force this. Get out the door. Then what happened? Pinpointed a quarterback in the draft the following year. Made the decision, this is our guy. We aren't moving off of it. It might look to the outside, to people like me, like a rash and foolish decision. Well, who gets the last laugh now? Because Bo Nix looks like a guy who's going to be here for a long time. All of that stuff matters. And having an ownership group that either, one, knows what they're doing, or two, will delegate the things they don't know to the people who do is incredibly important. It's one of the reasons why Jerry Jones has not budged since the mid-'90s on Super Bowls, is because he thinks he knows best still when it's very clear he doesn't.
He literally hasn't budged the blinds over the windows in his stadium when he has receivers saying, "Hey, Jarrah, I'm blind in the end zone. I can't see the ball I'm supposed to catch." And he tells him to settle down now just a little bit. You know who he did close the blinds for? Mike Tyson's bare ass.
Yeah.
That's the only people that got closed blinds. I mean, he is so stubborn. He's a bad dog. He doesn't listen.
But that's the difference in what you have now. You have an ownership group that seems to be sharp and knows what they're doing. Again, all these owners aren't stupid, man. Most of them, I know there's a couple of exceptions, most of them got these teams by building incredibly successful companies that allowed them to purchase teams of this magnitude. You know, you get the occasional Mark Davis taking over for dad story, but a lot of times it's, I built a company that became worth billions of dollars and I invested those billions now to own a football team. They're not stupid, but they don't know football. And having the self-awareness to admit that is an important detail. That's an important life detail, by the way. Knowing when you aren't very good at something and having somebody else help. When you do have a good grasp on things, you can say, "No, it's all right. I think I know what I'm doing here." But it's crazy. Speaking of Russell Wilson, by the way. So Russell Wilson on the McAfee show said this. And here's the deal. I don't know if I believe this. But he said, "We have been starting to talk a little bit. We've had meetings and everything else, and we're getting into it. It's an exciting time talking about a contract extension in Pittsburgh."
Russell Wilson from a whole pack of Badgers.
I don't think Pittsburgh should do that. Now, you can be you can be a few things in sports. One of the worst is good, not great. And I would classify that as the Broncos last year. They were good, not great. But the difference with them is they have a young team that is building upward. What does Pittsburgh have? They got an aging team with unsettled questions at quarterback. And if you run it back with Russell Wilson, they'll be a good team. They aren't going to win a Super Bowl. And so to me, I would say, what's the point? Like, if you want to have one more bridge year for Russell and draft somebody in the first round, that would make a lot more sense. But Pittsburgh is not going to be in a position to draft what feels like one of two guys that are going to be pretty good in the league. You know, there's not a lot of love for quarterbacks in this draft outside of Shedeur and Cam Ward. So again, The Broncos are in a better spot than they've been in a decade. Even at the end of that Super Bowl, when Peyton Manning was able to hoist up that trophy and ride off into the sunset, you kind of had this fleeting feeling that you were going to have to make some major moves to kind of revamp the roster. And they tried to duct tape that thing together a lot like what it feels like in Pittsburgh. And it felt like a waste of time.
It's okay, though. Tomlin never has losing seasons, so they'll go 9-8 next year. They'll sneak into the playoffs, and then they'll get bounced in the first round. Same thing as the 8 years before, same thing as the 8 years in the future.
Let me tell you,
it's all good, brother.
That's a tough situation. Being there, it's like doing that puts you in that Marvin Lewis Cincinnati Bengals territory where it's like, do I need to make like a change just for change's sake? Even though I like the guy and they're doing a decent job?
Jeff Fisher and the St. Louis Rams walked so Mike Tomlin and the Steelers could run.
You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.sr on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow!
One of your buckets tonight was from right about where we're standing, right over there, a 66-foot make. What were you thinking when you let that one go?
I knew it's going in, so.
It was also announced today, Nikola, 7-time All-Star. I bet a lot of these Nuggets fans in here voted for you to make it there. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for sending me and making me not having rest. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Congrats on the win. Appreciate the time.
You know, we try our best to, Nuggets game wraps up and we break things down, and we always talk about this. We can't take them for granted. But what happens, guys? Like, the Nuggets win a game, and we go, hey, you know who played great yesterday? Julian Strawther did. Hey, you know who played awesome? Did you see Peyton Watson's energy off the bench? And Jokic has, a 28, 15, and 11 game that just gets brushed under the rug because it's normal. But then you get games like last night, and this is what's so crazy about this dude. We take triple doubles in 3 quarters, and we take these efficiency numbers, and we take just this high-level basketball for granted because it's modus operandi. It's what happens every single night. And then you get something like what happens yesterday, and you're still just like, who the hell is this guy? How does he do this?
The ceiling, I was thinking about that this morning. You ever just sit around in bed before you wake up, right? So you're not actually awake, but you know you have to wake up, and you sort of sit there and simmer, right? You simmer. I call it simmering time.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes are shut. And I'm thinking about Nikola Jokic and what I witnessed last night. And I'm thinking about the ceiling that he keeps setting, and how that ceiling, it is indeed a glass ceiling. He just resets it all the time. He resets it. New day, new ceiling. And I don't know where it ends. Of all the things he can do on a basketball court, Mark Mosier, right? He does everything well. Everything. There's only one thing in Nikola Jokic's game, one thing he cannot do among the elite. One thing. And that is rim protect. He's not a rim protector.
Right.
Okay? That's the only thing. That I'm looking at every single element of basketball. Can he dribble? You're damn right. You ever seen him in the open court? He's got good handle. Can he shoot? Well, he's only the second best three-point shooter right now, percentage-wise, in the NBA. Can he play down low? He's the best at that. Can he pass? Come on. Don't be stupid. Can he hit 70-foot full-court shots? Is there anything he doesn't do at the elite level? And I don't think there's another player in the league right now who checks off all those boxes like he does. Now, his contemporary is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the MVP race, right? That's the guy that his name comes up. How many of those boxes can Shai check off versus Nikola Jokic? And I'm telling you, no matter who you compare him to, that other person is going to fall short.
Can I add one thing before I let you go, Moj? One thing to Vic's list. And I will say he doesn't rim protect, but he does something better than most centers, which is get steals.
Yeah.
So he makes up for it at least a little bit in one category.
He also had 2 block shots last night.
But here's the other thing that I think that he's missing. The biggest highlight from Jokic last night was the 70-foot heave, and that was lucky. You know, like at the end of the day, it's not a shot he makes 70% of the time. That's a lucky shot.
Sure.
But the rest of his game, no big highlight, nothing like that, because he does the fundamentals at such an elite, oh my God type of level that it just goes unnoticed. He's offensively ethical in his basketball. And I don't mean offensively. I mean offensively. I'm offended by how ethical your game is and how clean it is for 48 minutes a night. Go ahead, Moj.
I'm just watching last night in the first quarter, and I'm like, is he going to try a shot? Is he going to get a bucket? Is he going to do anything? He didn't do anything in the first quarter, really, except for he dished out some assists, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I think he's just laying in the weeds right now. Just waiting. His team's playing well. Guys are laying it up. Russ is going to the bucket, so on and so forth. And I'm like, all right, he's coming. And then, bam. I mean, here's Nikola Jokic all over the place. And it went exactly the way we thought it would last night, guys. The Nuggets in full command through 3 quarters. You take the fourth quarter off. You don't really care. You know what I mean? It was impressive, and this guy is impressive. And you're right, it was a lucky shot, but it's so fun to see. Not only is it fun to see him do that, but it's fun. It's maybe even more fun to see the crowd reaction inside Ball Arena, Vic. It was, there's old ladies going, this kind of thing. It was really, really cool, man. Great stuff.
The best part about it is I was down there because, we're in the studio up in the club section, but for the first part of the second half, I usually make a lap. I walk down. So I'm down there when the shot's up and when the shot goes in. And my favorite part of it is just reacting with fans who reacted the same way I did. Like, what did we just witness? What did we just see?
Let me tell you a story. There's a guy who listens to our show every single day, construction dude named Parker, who I met last night. Shout out, Parker.
What up, Parker?
Jokic just lets the heave go. Moshe, that ball was in the air for so long. He let it go, and Parker goes, it's in. And I said, no, it's not. Maybe it is. Oh, my God. I said those 3 things by the time the ball got there. Enough time to process it all. But again, that to me is the most whatever play of the game. It was the coolest. But for his skill, it was the most whatever play of the game.
Can I push back on something?
Go ahead.
You said? Because, and I totally acknowledge that shot is a low percentage shot. Even he said that afterwards. But the word lucky, and I want to use that word, for somebody like you or me to go to a gym and attempt that shot, if you hit the backboard or rim, that's lucky. But how many times have we seen Nikola Jokic do that at the end of a shot clock, at the end of a period? Do you remember the one in L.A., Michael Malone talked about it last night, where he tried a deflecto shot from even farther and almost made it?
Yeah.
So luck is a very fickle word when it comes to basketball. Some people, luck is I don't think that's luck. That is a dude who tried to make the shot.
But Vic, more than that. Here's the other thing. And this is why I'm telling you, when I use the word ethical with Jokic, this is what I mean. How many times do you see that situation play out, and here's what goes down? Guys get so concerned with their numbers, they wait until that last little tick buzzer sounds, and then they let the ball go. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
That way it doesn't count on the stat sheet.
They don't want 0 for 1 in their 3-point shooting box score.
His own teammates do that,
Of course. Everybody in that league does because we're so concerned with numbers. Jokic doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
The fact that he hit the shot, he's the only one willing to have that heave because he's willing to take the 0 for 1 in the 3-point percentage.
He couldn't give a rat's rip less, though. He just couldn't give a rat's rip about that. I mean, he just couldn't. I'll tell you what's funny is we're watching the postgame show. And Vic, you're doing a great job. Great job. And the Bear goes, wait, is that Brett?
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, yes, honey. Yes, it is Brett. And she's like, why?
That's what I said.
Why
I
not?
said I had the same reaction when he showed up. I said, why?
And he's got his baseball hat on, and he's chilling in the corner of the couch, and he's got his leg over, and it's like he's at his bro's house. Just hanging out.
Wow, being casual on television. What a concept.
It was very off-putting.
You should be off-putting.
But it was wait. The Bear was like, wait, is that Brett? Yes. Why? I don't. And my answer was, I don't know, but I'm sure there was a logical answer in there somewhere.
Here's the logical answer. The TV people want me. Look, I don't invite myself on here. You know what I mean? That's the most logical answer you're going to get. I was asked, do you want to come on? I go, hey, I'm a company man. Whatever you guys need.
That was fun, though, right? I mean, was that not fun? I mean, listen, if they'd gotten drubbed by 30 by, Boston or something, that's not quite so fun. But you see Joker do that. You're on that couch, and you're like your folks' house. You're just having fun, having a Coldie in one hand, microphone in the other with your ball cap on.
Let me tell you something. Jokic through 3 quarters had 22 points, 21 boards, and 15 assists. Okay? He very easily could have joined the 2020 club last night, or 2020 club last night.
Yeah.
And I think we were all kind of waiting for it, right? All waiting. And you get to the end of that game, and here's something else. Like, I could talk about Jokic for 4 hours today. I already spent an hour on it. But when you get to the end of that game, and what happens?
He had to score because Sacramento was coming back.
Because
so
Dougie McBuckets was
Yeah.
spinning around 360, no-scoping three-pointers for like 2 minutes.
Can I talk about a bucket that I thought, not as obviously highlight reel as the three-quarter shot, but equally impressive in my eyes?
Can I guess?
Yeah, and I want you to describe it in detail because I'm going to if you don't.
Okay. Does it start with Russell Westbrook wide open on the three-point line? Okay,
Yes.
All right. That play is one that I think epitomizes why Nikola Jokic is so damn great.
There's not another player in the NBA who can make that play.
Never get credit for.
Yeah,
Here's
there's
what
not
happened.
another player.
Jokic is in the middle of the paint with 3 guys surrounding him. Westbrook has an open 3 that he passes up to drive
First
to
of
the
all,
lane.
give the score. Sacramento had cut it to 6.
Yes.
All right, it is crunch time. It is like, what is going on?
We need a bucket to stop this nonsense from continuing. Westbrook's open at the three-point line. He drives to the lane, and he gets a little Westbrooky where he gets a little bit out of control. He leaves his feet, and he's like, I got to do something with this. And Moj, he fires a rifle from about 5 feet to Jokic, who's surrounded by large human beings. Jokic not only is able to handle a pass that is not a good pass, by the way. It wasn't on the money. It was off.
And it was too hard.
He taps it, finds control, but then also, without skipping a beat, turns, hits the hook shot, and it felt like it iced the game. No other player in the league could do that. Maybe they make the catch. Maybe they do something. They aren't turning and hitting that shot, though, in that traffic.
Nobody with claws and hands that soft to be able to make that catch because, let's be abundantly clear here, the pass was an ill-advised pass.
Yes.
In traffic. And
it was a blank pass. Like, I'm stuck in midair pass.
Yes. And it was behind his back. And Nikola, I don't know how he saw it. It was from you to, well, you're at home. It was from Nelly to Brett, even closer than that. They were 5 feet apart.
Yeah.
5 feet apart at the time, and the ball comes at him 100 miles an hour. So he had the wherewithal to stop the ball in midair, because think about that. If there's another center in the game at that point, who the hell makes that catch?
No one.
Who the hell makes that catch? So then he turns, he collects himself after finding the ball, and manages to just throw a little scoop layup over 3 different dudes in the middle of chaos during a game in which Sacramento was making it very tight. It was the play of the game outside of the long shot, the play of the game. But that's where you come in on the assist total. The reason why he didn't have a triple 20 last night is because at the end of the game, he was forced to score.
He needed to. And a lot of guys might be stat hunting, but he doesn't care. Because there was another moment where I don't know what the Kings were thinking, like they're trying to make a comeback, Moj, and they decided on one possession, we just aren't going to double Jokic. And I saw him looking around the paint like, are you guys serious? Okay, well, I'll take this easily. Like, did they think that he was going to be looking for numbers at that point in the game?
You know, you mentioned you could spend.
Hey, by the way, I got to ask you about McBuckets before we go to break.
Yeah, he was available. You know, look at his career path. Earlier this season, he was made available, and Sacramento scooped him up. And when they did, I remember saying, "Damn, I wish the Nuggets had a roster spot," which they didn't at the time. Because he would be perfect to come off the bench when they need instant offense. Mm-hmm. I'm still like, what? And he doesn't make that much money.
Well, it was interesting, too, because Chris and Scott went back through the trade because he was Nuggets property on draft night. And it was Gary Harris and help me out again, Vic. Gary Harris and
that was the use of Nurkic here, too.
Nurkic. They traded for Nurkic and Gary Harris by giving up Dougie McBuckets. But I'm like, this guy's in his mid-30s. At least I think he is. He feels like he's in his mid-30s. And he's just out there in 11 minutes just chucking everything up from 30 feet and draining it. Like, what the hell's going on, Brett?
With nothing to lose.
What's going on?
I'll tell you. I've said this to you guys before. Like, he's a Creighton guy. He's the best
Yeah.
college basketball player I ever saw in my life. Now, I knew it wouldn't totally translate to the NBA because he's not quite athletic enough, not good enough defender, but he can shoot.
You leave him open.
And somebody I was standing next to when he started going on that flurry said, God, he reminds me of Corver. I go, oh, that's weird. Another Creighton guy. I mean, that's what they do. They sprint off picks and they knock down threes. But that happened so fast. What do you have, Vic? Or was it 4 in like 2 minutes?
He had 4 in the
it's
third,
crazy.
in the fourth,
Yeah.
and it was remarkable because as soon as he let it go, you knew it was in.
Yeah.
It was like, oh boy, here's another one. Listen, dude, he was available. He was available up to the very, first day of the season. The Nuggets just didn't have room on the roster. If you had to rewind the season to that, I guarantee they would have taken a closer look at Dougie McBuckets.
Well, let's continue this in just a second. Josh Manson will join the show at 8:50 this morning.
That's cool,
So tune
man.
in for that. The
I
very,
won't
very
be on.
large Avs defenseman.
Excuse me?
Well, he's going to join the program either getting to or at the airport, which is where I'll be. So don't act like you're.
So we're going to have an opportunity to really delve in to Josh Manson without you. That's a positive.
Get off our show!
That will be at 8:50 this morning. Can you listen
Maybe
to us?
maybe I'll call in too at the same time.
Listen to us anywhere
Right
on
next to
the
him.
Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will
airport.
Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to
Walk to his
willheightwins.com.
car.
That's willheightwins.com.
That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow!
Two days away from conference championship weekend. 1 o'clock, it's going to be the Commanders and the Eagles. The Eagles are a 6-point favorite. And at 4:30, it is Bills and Chiefs. Chiefs 2-point favorites in Kansas City. You can find all of that on the Circa Sportsbook, as Circa has the best odds in the game. No doubt about it. I've checked. Go check for yourself. Won't find odds better than the Circa Sportsbook. Tight money line splits and excellent customer service, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, baseball, whatever is your flavor. The Circa Sportsbook is where it's at. So download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. You know, kind of lost in all of this Jokic amazingness from yesterday. Again, he's the first person to have a stat line like that since Wilt Chamberlain. The not since Wilt thing lives on with Jokic.
Not since January of 1968. How many of us can raise our hands and say we were not born the last time a stat line like that occurred? How many? Moj, are you sure?
Oh, would you shut up?
How could you be so sure?
Again, Moj, I said January of 68.
I was not alive.
Your birthday was?
February of 68.
So close. So close.
I guess I was alive.
Yes.
Sorta.
But
Yeah.
the only person to have 35, 20, and 15 in a game since Wilt on that date. Here's another one from Jake Coyne. Over the last 8 games, Nikola Jokic has become the first player in NBA history to have an 8-game span with an 8-0 record, 200 or more points, 100 or more rebounds, 75 or more assists, and 20 or more steals.
You know, when we talk about Shohei, we've never seen this, we've never seen that, so on. Why aren't people talking about? I mean, I'm talking about around the NBA that we've just never seen this before. So we need to talk about things we've never seen before. Why is this not a bigger topic of discussion on a daily basis?
Because he doesn't put himself out there like other players in the league do. In fact, when he's talking to Katie after the game, hey, congratulations on a 7th straight All-Star appearance. And his remark is, thank you for not allowing me to rest. In jest, he says that. If given the choice, if you ask Nikola Jokic, would you rather take the stage at All-Star Weekend or go hang with your family? We know the answer. We know the answer.
But Moj, it's also, I think, the highest compliment you can pay somebody. You want to know why it's not a big deal? Because it's normal. It's normal. What he does every single night, that should, if anybody had a stat line in any of the past.
It's normal for him, but it's not normal.
But Moj, hang on. If anybody had the stat line of any of his last 8 games, it would be a main topic of discussion on every single show revolving basketball. But because it's him, you're just like, this is what you become numb to what he does. So when he has a game like last night, where even for his standard, it's so much higher than that, like this is what makes him unbelievable.
Again, breaking ceilings on a nightly basis. I'm going to say something that is going to sound totally hypocritical, because it is. If any of us do that, if any of us make a shot like that, hell, remember that putt I made at Castle Pines and I ran around the green like an idiot, right?
Mm-hmm.
If any of us do anything of that nature, we're running around soaking it in. Your reaction.
Sure.
The best part of Nikola making that shot last night is that there was zero reaction. I want you to imagine. All right, now, close your eyes again as you're driving to work, but not while you're driving. Just pull over if you wish. I want you to imagine if that's LeBron James making that shot and the histrionics that follow. How many times would he crown himself after making that shot? Yeah, give it all to me. All right, so now insert Steph Curry. Insert any player in
I don't
the
think I want to do that.
NBA. Insert any player outside of Nikola Jokic, and I could tell you what they're going to do. Nikola just walks to the bench. That's all he does. There's the shot. It went in. No big deal. Let's go to the bench. A couple guys give him a high five. He doesn't care.
Teammates are more excited for him than he is, which is normal.
Hey, how many Sacramento fans were there last night? Did you guys see some Sacramento fans?
I've never met a Sacramento fan in my life.
I just saw a guy in a Sacramento jersey right there. There he is right there.
Oh, there
right
he is,
behind Brett's head.
He might be the only one I've ever seen.
I will say, Vic, when Sacramento went on that little mini run at the end of the game to try and make it close, I heard a few, like more than I thought there would be.
Did you really?
Yes.
I've never seen one. I thought they were extinct.
Texture says, Kane looked like a slob on the postgame compared to 3 well-dressed guys. We're talking hoops, okay? Didn't know I was going to church yesterday, and I'm a guest. You leave my attire alone. It had a collar. Here's the other thing, though, that I wanted to mention. Lost in all of the Jokic stuff from yesterday is this very simple and, to me, bigger point than the individual stuff, the Nuggets look really good right now, like really good. And one of the things 12 of the last 15, I think that broke the streak of double-digit wins, right, Vic? Because that was 9 last night, so he didn't quite get there, but still felt that way.
The streak was at 12 straight, and last night they win by 9. I guess that's what was bittersweet about that game. You're up 25 after that gorgeous shot, and everybody assumes the game is over, and yet you look up and it's a game midway through the fourth.
But at the end of the day, just let's go back 3 weeks ago. Trade deadline's the 6th. Whoa, the Nuggets got to get this, got to get that. You know what's funny? Look pretty good right now, don't they? Like, as far as necessities at the trade deadline, I don't think they are needing anything right now. Now, it'd be nice to have.
But Vic, maybe they just needed to be afforded the opportunity to be who they are. Mm-hmm. We talk about, I got to do this, I'd like another big. Well, yeah, I dig all of that. But, let them be who they are. You're the one who set the deadline, and that's kind of when before that, they started to kick it up a notch. I said it yesterday. I just feel like, you know what? I look around the rest of the Western Conference, and I'm not super afraid of really anybody. I mean, I'm not saying that their Nuggets are going to roll through it, but I'm saying that, I think they have a shot, or a really good shot against everybody in the West. I feel pretty good about where they are right now.
I can't believe we're talking about this again, because I wanted to stay away from this stuff. I really did. I thought this year we're past it, but here we are again.
What?
And I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to read a text. I'm going to read a text from 0992. The text reads, I know nothing about basketball. I'm entirely a hockey fan. Honest question. Why is Jokic not appreciated like LeBron or Curry or any other player? I feel like he's almost hated or disliked. Why is that? He's not hated.
No.
He's not hated. Does he get the same attention? No, he doesn't. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you a classic example. After what he did last night, and we witnessed it firsthand, I'm going to the front page of ESPN.com. And I'm not using this as the barometer, but it's just an example. I'm going to the front page where it has all the stories, the big stories of the night. 2 of the stories on the front page are basketball stories. I'm looking at them right now. Both of them include the Lakers. AD, Lakers are right there, but need to add center. LeBron tops the list of all-stars. 2 names, both Lakers, both in the scan of things, insignificant, pale in the comparison of what Nikola Jokic is. But that's what gets top shelf on the national page. Not Nikola, those 2. You tell me. Tell me. How was his performance last night, which the numbers have not occurred since 1968? If Anthony Davis, I won't even say LeBron. If Anthony Davis did what Nikola Jokic did last night, where would that be on ESPN's front page?
Front and center. Now,
it would be the number 1 story on ESPN's front page. Everybody listening to this show knows it. You know it, and I know it. Why is that? Why is that?
Okay, well, I think the answer is simple, because it's the Lakers and because it's LeBron.
No, I didn't say LeBron. I said Anthony Davis. If Anthony Davis did what Nikola did last night, it would be front and center the number 1 story.
But hang on. You can't tie, or you can't pull Anthony Davis apart as if he's his own entity away from LeBron. He is tied to LeBron. That's why AD's a story. If AD did that in New Orleans, nobody would care, but he's LeBron's teammate in LA. That's the reason. And I'll be honest, I am unbothered. This doesn't matter to me, because it's never going to change, and it's something that I've just accepted. I'm willing to say this right now, okay? I'm not some NBA historian, because I've only been on Earth 35 years, so I don't know what basketball was like in the 60s and 70s. I'll tell you this, though. He's the greatest offensive basketball player I've ever seen. I'll say offensive. I don't think anybody operates at a higher level than Jokic. You mentioned it, Vic. What does he not do? And you said one thing that he doesn't have in his bag, he's not a rim protector. That's the truth. On the offensive side, give me a single thing that guy cannot do at an elite level. It does not exist. And to me, whether and somebody said not appreciated or hated. That's not it at all. Jokic gets plenty of praise, plenty. But he's never going to be the face of the NBA. Maybe that's what you're asking. Why can't he be that?
Well, like I'll give you an example. All-Star Weekend is a waste of time for Nikola Jokic. I'm not even going this year.
Really
this is the first year I'm not going. We're not covering it because you know what it turns into? It turns into everybody trying to reason why someone else outside of Nikola deserves the MVP. He doesn't touch the ball. He's almost a certified. He's the Joker of the weekend, right? Yeah. He's not active in the game. Yeah. He's not out to win the MVP. He's sort of a backup singer. The greatest player on the planet on All-Star Weekend becomes a backup singer. And
he's
you know
relegated.
What?
He's relegated to sort of bench duty. Yeah.
It's an absolute waste of time. Why even bother? He knows it. The Nuggets know it. An All-Star Weekend, it's a great honor that he's in 7th straight season. I'm telling you right now, it's an utter waste of time for him.
In fairness, I got ESPN2 on in here. They just had a full 3 or 4 minutes they spent on Jokic's game last night.
Good. I'm just looking at the front page top headlines. That's all I'm looking at. When you pull up the website.
No, I got you. I was just saying, in fairness to ESPN, I do have one of their, I think it's SportsCenter on ESPN2. They just spent 3 to 4 minutes talking about it, so did get that. We're going to talk about some other things again. Josh Manson's going to join the show at 8:50 this morning. I just think I marvel at the idea. Was it 3 or 4 weeks ago that a report came out that the Nuggets are interested in Zach LaVine? You guys remember that?
Yes.
That's gone. That's gone. Like, they don't need that anymore. They didn't need that in the first place.
They didn't need that in the first place. We discussed it then. They don't need more offense. They needed defense. Last night, by the way, was a defensive slippage because they've been holding teams to under $1.15, and last night that opened up a little bit. So, it's the way the game finished. It's going to happen. 12 of 15, boys. They've already won 10 games in the month of January. You win double-digit games in any month, that's a good thing. So they're already there. They kick off a pretty long road trip now, and it starts Saturday in Minnesota. They're already at a place where I didn't think they'd get. They're already there.
No, they look like one of the elite teams in the Western Conference again. And even when some guys have some off nights, you know what I appreciate about a couple of guys out there? Again, Westbrook is he is such a great fit for what this team does. He had another phenomenal night last night. Christian Brown with another 20.9.
I was watching him again last night, Brett. I watching Westbrook. His finish at the rim in traffic is pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He finishes at the rim in traffic pretty dang well.
Here's the other thing, too. It felt like for a couple of guys, maybe Jamal was a little bit off last night with a shot. Porter was a little bit off with a shot last night. But I felt like they made up for it in other ways. Porter, I thought, made up for it on the offensive glass. He was really good at grabbing offensive rebounds last night and second chance points. But, Gordon was barely a part of the game because I know he left for a minute.
Yeah, that was odd. He played 6 minutes in the first half, left right after the first quarter, and did not return to the game until the second half. Katie spoke to him in the locker room last night. He said he had some issues he had to take care of. I assume he went to the bathroom. I don't know. He was feeling some pain and then got back in the game. But it was an awkward moment.
Yeah, it's scary, by the way, because I barely kind of noticed, Vic, and then I was looking at the box score in the second half, and I'm like, why is Gordon at 7 minutes right now? We're at the end of the third quarter. Where is he? So luckily he finished the game and didn't seem like it was that big of a deal. But again, Nuggets winners of 12 of their last 15. Josh Manson's going to join the show at 8:50 this morning. Can always get in touch with us. Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. So there's something that I noticed yesterday. The Broncos have had their fair share of suffering in this department. And when I see other teams going through it, it makes you appreciate where you're at now as compared to where you were maybe 3-4 years ago, because there's some teams that are dealing with the nonsense that we were dealing with in a very bad way. I'll explain next.
Hey, men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's time to make some positive changes in our lives, right? Listen, guys, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction and you're tired of the frustration and embarrassment that ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with all this ED stuff. I was there yesterday. Dudes are in there. It's all good. No embarrassment or anything like that. People are getting fixed. So do yourself a favor, because Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. It harms intimacy, erectile dysfunction. ED is not very good, right? It can have devastating effects on your relationship. So do yourself a favor. Schedule your consult, $99. You're with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. They have an expert staff, so do yourself a favor. Call today. 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so a couple things I noticed. We'll jump back to the Nuggets in a bit. We got Josh Manson, 850 this morning. Also got some audio from the Spittin' Chicklets boys that I want to get to in a little bit. regarding Mikko Rantanen. Now, yesterday, it was like a nice little revelation that you're in a better place than you were a few years ago. We know that with the Broncos. Like, they just made the playoffs for the first time in almost a decade. It's very obvious they're in a better place than they have been for a long time. But, Vic, when I see some of the news of these teams in the offseason looking for head coaches, and one specifically, or two specifically, but I'll start with Jacksonville. Jacksonville wanted a head coach by the name of Liam Cohen, who is the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He passed on the job. And the reason he did is very obviously he didn't want Trent Baalke, the GM at the time, to continue being the GM. And Shad Khan, the owner, said, tough. I like Baalke. He's going to stay here. And then I think Shad Khan realized it's not just that he doesn't. Nobody wants to come here with this GM. So he fires him. And they're lucky enough that Cohen, after that, said, all right, now we can chat again. And he took the job. But between that, and then when I see what's going on in Dallas, think about what Dallas did. For guys like Liam Cohen or Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn or any of these guys who got these head coaching gigs, most of them were coaching in the postseason when it started. And because Jerry Jones drug his feet on the McCarthy decision, he missed out on opportunities to talk to those guys. And now they're left with nobody as far as a hot name left on the board for head coaches. And it just reminds me how important ownership is and how much better the Broncos are in that department than they were just a few years ago. Because think about this for a second. The Penner Group has come in here and they've gotten praise for things that they deserve, which is like putting new turf on the field and spending money and all that different stuff. But more than that, I give them credit for being decisive and having conviction in their plan. And they're willing to admit and to pay for the mistakes that they make too.
Yeah, the word you just hit is the most important word in this chatter. It's decisiveness. You're exactly right. You know, when you have the owner, as you saw Khan just a couple weeks ago, sit there with the GM saying, yeah, I don't know if he'll be around. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, what does that tell you? That smacks of instability.
When Jerry Jones, who should have known with 8 weeks left in the year whether McCarthy was coming back or not, waits forever after the season ends to make a decision on McCarthy.
Why do you need anybody else to help you make that decision? You're the damn boss. You own the team. You make the decision.
Yeah. But I just thought about that. Like, think about where Broncos ownership was before the Walton Penner Group got here and where they are now as far as the decisions that they've made. They got here. They made a hire in Nathaniel Hackett. And they said, you know what?
Nope.
We made an obvious mistake, guys. Got to get rid of this. Got to start over. So then they went to proven head coach, good resume, team building guy, hire him. In the middle of that, they signed Russell Wilson to a giant extension and immediately went,
nope,
we made a mistake. Got to get rid of that. Got to find somebody else to run this franchise, to be the quarterback of this franchise. Made the decision on Bo Nix, although it had some criticisms to it, me being one of them. But they make their choices, and when it doesn't work, they get rid of it. Like, think about how amazing that is considering what other teams are dealing with right now. Dragging feet on decisions, not being decisive. Like, it's so much of a better place to be, and it's proven itself with, 10 wins this year and a playoff appearance. Just great in comparison.
So this guy that Jacksonville hired, this Cohen guy, had you heard of him?
Say it again.
Nope.
Sorry, Nelly was talking to me.
Cohen, the guy they hired as their head coach.
Yeah,
I'd never heard of him. Had you heard of him before?
A couple of years ago, because he's seen as the guy who revived Baker's career. That's why he was a hot name, and he did. I mean, he did do that. Baker's playing great football.
Have you seen his travels over the last 6 years? He's had a different. This is the last 6 years. James Palmer had this up on Twitter. 2020, Rams assistant. 2021, Kentucky OC. 2022, Rams OC. 2023, Kentucky OC. 2024, Bucks OC. 2025, Jaguars head coach. What the hell, man?
Yeah.
Every year it's on to a different place. Coaching's crazy.
He's living that Sanford life.
He's familiar. At least he's familiar. I mean, the Rams twice, Kentucky twice.
Yeah, but you're going back
and the Bucks.
forth. It's crazy. How do you... Honest question. Coach Sanford will join the station after our show. How do you run a family like that?
Yeah, I don't
know. It's difficult. I've got to, which is kind of why coach is like taking a deep breath. I wonder how many driver's license. If you have to get a new one in the state, I guess I don't know. How many different driver's licenses do you think Coach Sanford has?
Hey, just quickly here, can we go to the Ramos Law hotline? Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. A caller wants to challenge Vic. Go ahead, caller.
Challenge.
Vic, it's C-Mac.
Oh.
I challenge you. I walked, after that Nuggets game, I walked out to the spot that Jokic hit that shot from.
Yeah.
I don't think I could throw the ball and hit the rim, the back. I don't think I could get it there. I swear to God. I think we've all done three-quarter court shots.
Mm-hmm.
You're the basketball guy. You're the same age as me.
Yeah.
Slightly better looking. I challenge you to go and try to make that shot. I wonder if you could actually – do you think you could make it? I guess that's the bigger question.
Wait, make the shot or get close? No, none of us are making that shot.
I don't know if you could hit the rim.
Okay, how about this? If you gave me, and I get it, it's an impossible shot. For those who have not been on an NBA court, it's 94 feet in length. And by the way, D-Mac, I would like to apply the Pythagorean theorem to figure out the exact distance of that shot. I'm not joking. We tried to do it on the show last night, and none of us have the math capability to get it done. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. But there's no way. They list that as a 66-footer. No way. That is much longer. No way. Again, simply apply the Pythagorean theorem. That's more in the vicinity of 70 to 75 feet in length. So I would tell you, I would require 100 attempts at that just to even hit the rim, I think.
Do you think you could? Do any of you guys think you could do it? Does anybody think they could actually hit the rim from there?
I tell you what, I'll try
hit rim.
I'm
not on the first shot.
I will go to the DAC today. I will go to that spot, which is free throw line extended, and I will give it as many attempts as possible. So give me a challenge right now. How many attempts do you think it would take to make that shot? And I will put a camera in the corner.
I don't know if you can hit the rim. Never mind make the. You think so? Really? Seriously? You think you can hit the rim?
The first few will go so badly that somebody might get hit in the head. But then once you sort of get – see, that's the thing about Joker. As soon as he let it go with that snap of the wrist, you're like, oh, this is a certified quarterback here. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Here's the issue, actually, is that when you're throwing a basketball from that distance, it's going to have spin on it too, which means the ball is going to move a little bit, which makes it even harder.
Well, I know you did the hole-in-one thing and you failed at that. I was just curious if any of you guys thought you could do it. Vic, you're the basketball guy. I mean, let's
I'll try it today, D-Mac. That's a great challenge.
Well, I would love to see it. I don't necessarily have anything to put on it because I just don't. Well, I'm not rooting against you. You know what I mean?
It just goes to show you how tough it is for the common person to even attempt that shot. You're right. And by the way, I don't know if you're more mathematically inclined than I am. I'm pretty bad at math, although I did get an A+ in organic chemistry freshman year. Anyway, Sports Fanatic on the text line on the Twitch feed says, guys, it's easy math. Just subtract the distance from the foul line from 94 feet. No, Sports Fanatic, that's not how it works because he was shooting at an angle. There was a diagonal.
Yeah, it was free throw line extended to the sideline.
You must employ the Pythagorean theorem to get the proper distance here. So,
and not only that, he took the inbound, turned, and with one arm and in motion turning around, threw it down on the floor and made it.
And then you have to factor in height, a lot of stuff. So if there's somebody out there that's mathematically inclined, go ahead, give me the exact distance because I can't do it.
I got to ask you guys, too. We've all taken half-court shots. Everybody's taken a half-court shot. Have you guys even tried that? I mean, even goofing around, seriously, ever?
No, I've never tried anything beyond half-court. No, there's no point.
Of course. If you've been on a basketball court, you have. Yes. It's an impossible shot.
I guess maybe I've thrown it all the way to the end of the other.
It's impossible.
The other baseline, but it's possible.
You have to be able to control the ball with one hand. It's an impossible shot. Yeah.
Well, Vic, I would love to see if you could give it a shot. Kaner, I think Kane Kaner might have it. I mean, listen, he's a little bigger, a little stronger, a little
Brett
younger.
has a better chance.
You give me 5 shots, I think I can hit the rim.
Baseball player, too.
Yeah.
What's that, Brett?
I think if you give me 5 shots, I can hit the rim.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know, man. It's judging the arc, the speed, there's so much that goes into it from that distance.
Well, I might put a little
gravity. I mean, gravity's going to come into effect here at some point.
Well, it'll be fun to see you try, Vic and Brett. If you guys want to give it a shot, we'll give it full coverage on PhD, no doubt about it. If you want to do it later today,
D-Mac, more importantly, how in the hell did you carve out a few minutes from your podcasting session to call into this show?
Oh, I got to go. Wow.
Oh, okay. You got another one?
Of course. Yeah.
No, I get the Taiwan podcast.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's
good.
Have fun, D-Mac.
Settle down just a little bit.
All right, later today, Vic. Later today, right?
All right. I'll do it. I'll post it. I appreciate it, buddy.
D-Max, you can hear him every day on PhD, noon
Couldn't
to
care less.
3.
So hold on a second. How many? Oh, you're going to go over to the DAC. Where are you going?
Yeah. I'll go DAC.
Okay,
it's the full-length
DAC.
court.
Okay. How many dudes over there today do you think will attempt
Everybody.
that?
Everybody.
Yeah, I think
Tomorrow's
everybody's
our
going to give
usual
it a shot.
Tomorrow morning we have
Yeah.
our usual Saturday morning run. I guarantee everybody will be at the foul line extended trying that shot.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
and it's got to be by the sideline too.
can I ask you something? Am I overzealous in my thought there? You guys know me. I'm not somebody who's I'm not overconfident in my sports abilities. I know what I can and can't do. Is saying in 5 shots I would hit the rim from there. Is that too much?
Kaner, 100% of anybody at the station, I think you would have the best chance. First of all, from your baseball background, you got to have the touch. You have
Coach
the arm.
Sanford might
you have
too.
the size.
Coach Sanford
yeah,
might.
exactly.
Sanford too,
I think
yeah.
you would have a pretty good shot. Now, will you make it?
No. I'm not, I didn't say I would make it. I said hit the rim is all I said.
I'm just happy to hit the backboard.
Can you pull this up again, by the way, Nelly, one more time before we go to break? I want to see the Jokic shot because I want you, from a baseball guy perspective, I don't know if they play baseball in Serbia or not. Jokic has pretty elite throwing form, though. Like, I know he was a polo guy, right? Did he play water polo?
Yes.
So that's probably it.
Look at the follow-through. Look at the wrist action.
If you look at where his elbow is, it is like catcher throwing a guy out at second base trying to steal sort of stuff.
It didn't even require a crow hop. Usually something like that needs a crow hop. He just
Look at that. That's perfect. Like, if
That
your
is.
quarterback is lined up like this before he lets the ball go.
He's off his back foot. Look at that. He's off the back foot.
He's got the
leans into
momentum
it.
heading forward. Like, it's perfect. I swear to God, I was most impressed by that. That's probably why the ball didn't move all that much. Anyway, yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good basketball. So 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Josh Manson joins the show in less than an hour. Stick around. All right, I guess we got somebody else who wants to chime in on this. Let's go back to the Ramos Law Hotline. What you got, Sanford? What do you want from me? What do you want from us?
First time listener today. First time caller for sure. Didn't know until just a few minutes ago that we can infiltrate other people's shows and take over and make sure that everybody knows that we're really cool during other people's shows. So anyway,
can I explain my D now?
And I do think that the most equipped on-air host to hit the Nikola Jokic free throw extended shot is you, Brett Kane.
Yeah.
And here's why. Football, as a quarterback, and I've dealt with this as a two-sport athlete going back and forth from basketball to football, when you try to red line, max effort, make a throw like that, you end up throwing it off the side of the basketball as a quarterback. Yeah. Whereas a baseball guy understands that you grip it down the equilibrium of the basketball.
Yeah, your center.
And if you even notice, Nikola Jokic, in the beautiful nature of his release and shot, was very calm in his upper body. Mm-hmm. It wasn't much herky-jerky. There was not much quarterback action, just very calm. And so I would say this. I think that your estimation of 5 attempts at it would yield at least a rim shot. I think that's possible, Kaner. But I would say to guarantee that it would touch rim, I'd say it's a 15 shot for you.
Okay.
For me, I think it's about 25.
Okay.
I would say 25 shots for me to guarantee a rim shot.
Let me put this to test, and I know you have to do a show after our program. Kaner, if you have time, right after this show, I will meet you at the Denver Athletic Club, and we will attempt this experiment.
We have an all-staff meeting right after the show.
Well, you tell that staff to chill out.
I do want to try
things are happening.
But here's the thing. Jokic, it was effortless because you're right. It's just something that he got center of the ball. Like he had no, would you use the term red line? He didn't red line. It looked like it did.
It's a little bit of the Bo Nix discussion, right? We talked about that with Bo Nix when he throws a deep ball. Sometimes it looks unbelievable and he throws it 68 yards in the air, but you watch the entirety of his body language, you're like, my goodness, did he put everything he had into that?
Right. All right, Sanford. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Love you guys.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
Here, Mike, right after us, 10 to noon every day on the morning sprint with Raj.
You know, that's what makes, like, I know Moj was in love with Michael Vick's throwing motion. You see it in Penix. You see it in Jaden Daniels. Just no effort needed.
It's effortless. It's just effortless.
It's just a flick.
Beauty.
Just a flick, right? And that's what Nikola was. No effort. Just, got it.
Josh Manson is going to join the show in about 50 minutes. Before we get there, just quickly, one other football thing, and we'll jump back to Jokic and the Nuggets. Did you guys see that Russell Wilson said on McAfee's show that they're talking about doing an extension with him in Pittsburgh? Just curious, what do you guys think about what Russell Wilson has left? Because I don't know what – I know what Russell stands to gain. He stands to gain another year as a starting quarterback in this league. I don't know what Pittsburgh stands to gain from this.
I saw a guy at the end there. You know, it's kind of like in Denver here. The numbers don't look all that bad. The numbers don't look horrific at all. But when you watch him play, you're like, this guy can't get it done anymore. You know what I mean? When you add up all the numbers, they don't really mean anything because you know what you see with your eyeballs, and what you're seeing is not very effective quarterback play. That's what I'm seeing anyway.
I just wonder, what was the question again?
What does Pittsburgh stand to gain? Like if they sign him to an extension?
I'll tell you what, the only gain Pittsburgh has is to re-sign this guy at a very low rate, all right? Because he's made his money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what the number's going to be at a very low rate.
And if Russell wants to continue to be a starter, he's got to take a low salary.
Exactly. But therein lies the question. Do you tell him, we'll resign you, but all bets are off that you're the bona fide starter. You're going to have to compete for it with whomever we bring in. That would be the only way I would do it. There's no way I would say, it's yours. It's your job for the next 3 years. Can't do that.
Just as a basic question, would you guys take what Pittsburgh has been? Like, obviously you won a championship, and we all know that. But if I could guarantee you a run of successful play that would result in playoff appearances consistently, but not huge big-time success. Like, what do you think the tenor is surrounding the run of Mike Tomlin? Remember, he's lost, I think it's 6 straight playoff games now. But they've been to the playoffs virtually every year. What do you do with that?
You know the answer to that because as fans, expectations always change. They always get bigger. If you're a playoff team year in, year out, what's the next step? You get tired of that, right? Like, all right, let's go. Make it. What's the next move?
But this is what I was asking in terms, like, you guys said I was crazy, and you guys ended up being right on this when I said if Pittsburgh loses, I wonder if Pittsburgh fires Tomlin, despite his success, because it's how many times are you going to keep playing that game? What was the Cincinnati coach? Marvin Lewis, right? Who, correct. 9 straight years made the playoffs, but they never won with that Andy Dalton team?
But for the first time, I've seen Pittsburgh fans be really restless about things. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. For the first time, they're really actually saying, we got to get somebody else in here, which is crazy because all he's done is win, and all he's been is a total pro. And I don't know that any other coach, I don't know how many other coaches could do what he's done, take less and make more out of it, yet you don't have a chance to win the whole thing. It's really the first time that I've really seen those fans have some consternation, have some complaints, suggest a change. Mostly they've been pretty content, but right now that's gone out the window.
Can I give you guys a number here?
But by the way, Brett, if they got a Jaden Daniels in Pittsburgh.
Oh, sure, it changes everything.
All of a sudden Tomlin's an absolute genius again, and they can win again. It's about they haven't had a quarterback since Big Ben.
Well,
you know that, and I know that. Well, good question. Probably Mike Tomlin's.
Here's a stat for you, and I want you guys to tell me, pie chart this for me. How much of this is Jokic? How much of this is this player just doing his job and playing better? Russell Westbrook was left for dead. His name in NBA circles, at least from fans, was Westbrick. Couldn't make a shot anymore, looked like he was falling off, looked like he just couldn't be the same player again. And I watched last night a Russell Westbrook that reminds me of maybe not the peak version of Russell Westbrook, but a damn good version of it. And I looked at his numbers. This year, he is shooting 34.6% from 3, which isn't anything spectacular, but for his standards, the best 3-point percentage of his entire career.
All right, you ready to hear this?
So
wait. You're saying so he's never shot better than 35% from 3-point range in his life.
He's a 36-year-old man. He has never done that before, with the exception of 2 years ago when he played for the Clippers, but he only played in 21 games that season. So here's my question. How much of that is playing in the Jokic ether, and how much of that is Westbrook just being better for whatever reason?
I think they go hand in hand. I think playing with Jokic has made him better. He is the perfect – it's like the calm and the storm. That's what they are. Joker is the calm before his storm.
Mm-hmm.
Westbrook goes 100 miles an hour. And we talked about that pass late in the game.
Socrates, explain that to me again. It's the calm
not only
and
before,
the storm.
but during the storm. It's the calm during the storm.
The eye of the hurricane?
That's what they represent. This man goes 150 miles an hour. Nikola Jokic is just, hey, chill. And what happens is you put them on the court together and you get poetry. You get what we've seen. You get a guy who late in the game, the Kings cut it to 6. It's a game now. It's a game. Under 3 to play. It's close. You need a bucket. The Kings cut it to 6. Westbrook says, forget it. I'm not taking a 3. I'm going to drive. Joker is surrounded by 3 guys in the lane. Westbrook tries some wild behind-the-back pass, 100 miles an hour at him, and somehow Joker corrals it and scores.
Can I tell you something? A video I watched during one of the breaks today. I think it's a really good point. And I can't remember. It was a game from earlier in the year. I can't find the video now. But Jokic is in the paint. He kicks it out. This is early in the season. Kicks it out to Westbrook. Westbrook wide open for 3. He misses. Another highlight. Jokic in the paint. Double team comes. Kick it out to Westbrook. Westbrook wide open for 3. He misses. 4 times. That happened all in the first half. He missed 4 wide open threes. And the guy goes, why does he keep kicking it out to a guy who can't make a shot right now? In the fourth quarter, game's on the line. Jokic gets double teamed in the paint. He kicks it out to Westbrook, wide open from 3, and he makes it. He goes, that's why. You keep feeding him the ball and giving them confidence because you might need that later, and you don't want the guy to not be ready in the moment like that. And I think for Westbrook, it's a confidence of playing within the offense, right? It's a confidence of playing with him.
What do you do? I didn't want to bring this up today because you win a game, you're hot like the Nuggets, but I could see it brewing. What do you do with this starting lineup? How long is Aaron Gordon going to be?
Hold on to this. We'll
as
get to
long
it in a
as
couple
it
minutes.
takes.
Get to this in a couple of
Absolutely.
minutes because the Nuggets are a very, very good basketball team when he's in the starting lineup. Really good. So we'll break this down in just a couple of minutes. Again, Josh Manson's going to join us at 8:50. Yes, sir.
Before I take off, can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
It's off topic.
Yeah, this is Mose. You're out after this one, right?
Yeah, I got to get to the airport.
Gotcha.
Where are you going?
Boston.
Boston.
So, did you see what Ichiro said? Did you see what Ichiro said about the guy?
He's funny.
Who didn't vote for him?
I missed it.
He says, I'd like to invite him over to my house, have a drink together, have a little chat. I love Ichiro, man. I love him. Nate Craig, I was listening to Nate and Andy yesterday. Is it possible that the guy who left Ichiro off the ballot is just an old senile dude who didn't realize that he did it? Is it potentially Ichiro not being unanimous? Is that a mistake?
No, because it's not.
I don't think it is either.
No,
but,
because you weren't writing names
But Nate
down.
raised that point.
It's a ballot. It's a ballot box. It's like a Scantron sheet. You see the answers in front of you.
Is it possible somebody messed up? They blanked up.
Well, that certainly happened. You're saying on accident.
On accident.
No, I think the guy's just a jerk face who said, if this guy's not a unanimous first ballot guy, then Ichiro can't be. I think that's what happened.
Okay.
All right, Moshe, have a good trip.
That's it?
What do you want, a cookie?
No. Adios.
Okay, bye. Again, Josh Manson, 8:50, but I want to answer that question or get to that.
Vic, I'm going to miss you.
See, now he can't leave the show. Now he can't.
Brett, I'll miss you. Nellie, I'll miss you the most.
What do you do about the starting lineup? We'll get to it next. Hey, Vic, so I met this guy yesterday. You don't know him, but he's pretty smart. He can get things to me. It's this guy named Dan Hyatt. He gave me a stat.
Dan's a good giver of stats.
He is. Starting lineup for Denver, the one from last night. Westbrook, Murray, Brown, MPJ, Jokic. They're 11-2 when they start together. They've won 8 straight. Those 5 together, when starting or not, have a 127 offensive rating, a 102 defensive rating. That's a 25.1 net. Among all 5-man lineups with 100 minutes together in the NBA, it's the best.
How many times have we heard that about lineups surrounding Nikola Jokic, though? Which goes to the theory you could take 4 other players on the Nuggets roster, assemble them to start the game with Nikola Jokic, and you'd be in that vicinity. Is that hyperbole on my part?
No, but I will say that it does look different. Like, this one does look different. This reminds me of, like, sort of the KCP lineup from a couple of years ago, where they do a little bit of everything. They can score at will. They're really good at getting stops. And you ask, so what do you do? I think you look at AG and go, we'll get you 30 minutes a night, dude, but I don't want to mess this up.
I'm telling you, and I thought it was just that can't be the case. This is ridiculous. I think you could take, and I'm not trying to disrespect any other player on the Nuggets roster, because at the end of the day, talent is talent. I think you could pick your 4 players, put them on the court with Nikola Jokic, and they would be a plus starting lineup. Plus, when I say net positive.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I will point to the example of the playoff runs without MPJ and Murray and say those don't look the same.
But they were in the playoffs. He dragged Facu to the playoffs.
I understand.
He dragged Austin Rivers to the playoffs.
But then the playoffs started and it didn't
Understood. But now you're dealing with different level of talent.
Sure.
The case is right in front of you. You could give me 4 other players on the Nuggets roster. You could put them next to Nikola Jokic to start the game.
And as long as he's on the floor, there'd be
And
a
as
net
long as
positive.
he's on the floor, you will have a competitive team.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. But as far as making the team whole, AG off the bench does provide a punch. It really does. And it's one in which, all right, let me put it to you this way, Vic. AG playing without Joker is a much more compatible thing to do than it is Westbrook playing without Joker. Westbrook without Joker is a different thing than him with him.
I want to ask this question, and it's one of sensitive nature because it's the last thing you want to hear when a team is rolling. And maybe we saw some of it last night. I don't know. How long before Aaron Gordon, always a starter in this league, how long before he becomes a bit annoyed at his bench duty?
I don't know.
Because last night, he only played 6 minutes in the first half. It wasn't an injury.
Well, I've been trying to figure something out. Is it just the fact that you get your name announced and you get to go through the pregame hoopla stuff? Like, what is it that the starter tag does that
You get to play with Nikola Jokic.
Okay, but what if you staggered minutes? What if it's like he started the first 4 minutes of the game, then you put in Westbrook to finish out the first quarter, and then, like, that sort of thing? Like, is that a way around it if the ego part you can't get over? Now, according to Malone, AG doesn't have that ego. And he was the one who told him, hey, if this thing's working, then I'll come off the bench because I'm a team guy. And I believe that because AG's always been that kind of player. But, I mean, it's a legitimate question, Vic. Like, I think if this happens for another 50 games, a guy like AG, who has earned the right to be a starter in this league, might get a little annoyed. I don't know.
I think you have to stick with what you've got until you see some inconsistency and maybe a losing streak. Right now, you're just too good.
Yeah.
I think you have to stick with this no matter what, no matter how many feelings are hurt here, because it's working.
The issue becomes if they go 5-7 in a 12-game stretch.
Sure.
That's when things start to change. But as long as they're winning, Malone could just go to somebody like AG and say, dude, we're rolling right now. I don't want to mess anything up.
I mean, listen, when the Nuggets won a championship, Bruce Brown was essentially a starter. Bruce Brown got starter minutes.
Yeah.
At the end of the run, you saw his minutes, and if I didn't tell you he wasn't a starter, you'd say, who's the starter here, Bruce or MPJ? You couldn't tell the difference.
Well, and we get texts coming through here, and I get it. It's like the starter tag is BS. They all want minutes, blah, blah, blah.
It's easy to say
but
that.
guys, I'm telling you, the ego, and I say this all the time about coaches, coaches are much more of, babysitter's probably the wrong word, but it's like you're parental in a way. Like, you got to keep everybody happy.
Yeah.
And that's a lot easier said than done.
I'm telling you right now, though, Aaron Gordon is the salt of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's annoyed by his role right now.
Me neither.
I don't. I think there are other things at work that perhaps we may not know about. Trust me when I say it. Just trust me on that, okay?
Other things at work.
There are other things going on maybe where
Okay.
just trust my words.
Okay.
It's not a question of him being unhappy with his role. That's not it. He's too much of a professional. He's the nicest guy, and he understands team chemistry. He gets it. That's not at work here. All right.
Okay.
Hey, I gotta read you something. Did you play high school basketball at all?
Not in high school.
Okay. For those who may have dabbled in high school basketball, like, what's a good scoring night for you guys? What's the most points you scored in a game? I'm going to give you some numbers from a game that took place in California. A pair of brothers, Nick Kachikian and his brother Dylan Kachikian. Nick Kachikian, for this high school in California, they play for Mizrobian High School. They won a game last night over Pasadena's Waverly High, 119-25. That was the final score of the game. Just call it after half, right? 119-25. Nick Kachikian in this game scored 102 points.
Okay, so this reminds me, what's the college in Iowa where they had the kid that put up like 80 a game?
Yeah, it's like
Carroll or Grinnell.
Grinnell?
That's right.
Yeah.
Grinnell College. Whoever that kid was,
Yeah,
where
do you
their
remember
entire
that?
offense was that guy just shoots 53s a game. That's got to be what's happening.
So listen to this stat line, though. The two Kachikian brothers. Nick Kachikian scored 102 of the 119. 102 of 119 points. He scored 102 of them. He had 79 in the first half. He only had three three-pointers in the game. 3. He had 0 assists. He only played 22 minutes. Scored 102. His brother Dylan scored 0 points. He had 35 assists, 15 rebounds, and 13 steals. He had a triple-double with 0 points.
See, that actually makes me mad to hear this stuff. Who is this helping? It's high school basketball. Who is this helping?
The Kachikian brothers combined for 102 points. One of them scored 0 points.
Why would you do this? Let children play basketball like it's basketball, not like this. I actually hate that story. I hate it. Can't stand it.
Can you imagine telling your friends, I just had a triple-double? Really? How many did you score? None? What do you mean you scored none?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 35 assists, 15 boards, 13 steals.
Stupid. Hey, just quickly, can we spend a couple minutes on this? Because we'll talk to Josh Manson at 8:50. This was the Spit and Chicklets boys talking about Miko and his contract situation. Listen.
If Rantanen's not signed, you can't risk losing him for nothing. That will up that entire organization. But then, imagine telling McKinnon, we just traded Rantanen. This is one of the crazier ones I've seen, and this all goes back to the Draisaitl contract. That's when everything changed with his ask. But what do you do?
Do you think you consult McKinnon on saying this is where we're going to go number-wise? This is the max we're going to go, and if he doesn't go to it, we're going to have to move on from him? You have to run that across McKinnon's table?
You don't have to do anything, but you're crazy if you don't. You're crazy if you don't.
Just that 38 seconds. It is a big question right now.
Mm-hmm.
Miko's due to make a lot of money. And sometimes how this works is your best player is not always paid the most money. It's the guy who got paid the latest, who is also a big core piece of your team. But they're right about this. You don't get to let Miko walk for nothing. So you either got to have the contract stuff ironed out or be willing to sign a blank check for that guy at the end of the year if you don't get this done before the deadline, or you got to make a move. Now, I am firmly in the camp of Miko should be going nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't fully understand their cap situation either, and I have a feeling that if they were motivated to get this done, it probably would be done already. I don't know.
I think there's a little more at play here, and let me ask you if this should be at play or not. Do you think the dynamics of a room should be taken into account? For example, there are guys in that room who, if you put their names on the open market, I guarantee would make more money than they're making right now with this Avalanche squad.
Yes.
Right? So if you put Nathan McKinnon on the open market and said, go make as much as you could, I guarantee he can make more than what he's making right now at the Avalanche.
Cale took less money when he signed his contract extension.
So you have to put that in play. If Miko can make a ton more on the open market, but he would have to take a hometown discount, other players in that room could say, well, wait a minute, we did it.
Yeah.
Why can't you?
Yeah, it's tough. Tough situation.
Like, we took what we can make here because we know that if you go out there, yeah, we could all rake it in, but we're not.
I don't know. That's difficult. And we'll get a much clearer answer when the deadline comes up. I think it's in March in the NHL, right? Because the NBA is a couple weeks. I think it's early March is the NHL's deadline. But Miko, to me, is a core piece of this team that he should not be going anywhere unless you get a holy bleep type of return for something now.
And why would, I don't understand this, why would Miko want to go elsewhere? This is a system and a group that he's thrived with. Why would you want to move? I mean, sure, you make more money, but there's money to be had here, enough money, and perhaps it will add more money down the. I think you make that leap, Brett, with your final contract, right? Like, okay, I got one last bag to go get.
Yep,
I'm gonna get it elsewhere.
But yeah, that would be tough when other guys have taken a little bit less money off the top for you to be like, I want the top dollar I can earn. It's tough. We can continue this in just a second. Josh Manson in 20 minutes. Stick around. All right, some breaking news from the NFL. According to Adam Schefter, heard the rumblings about this. Pete Carroll has reached a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option to be the brand new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, a couple of ways I want to take this. Number one, I am confused by this a little bit. I know that Pete Carroll has a long, successful coaching resume, and he's very, very good. I do think it's a different animal to start this thing from scratch. And I know, I think you were kidding a couple days ago when I brought up his age, Vic, but I do think that matters when you're getting to a rebuild. Like when you're rebuilding a team from nothing, and that team needs to be torn from the foundation. You're hiring a guy who's in his 70s. It feels like a little bit of a weird fit. But beyond that, let me tell you what the coaching status looks like in the AFC West right now.
I was just going through this. I was looking at every coach in the AFC West and looking at their age. It is officially the division of olds.
Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll. That is a murderer's row of coaches. Like crazy.
You ready for ages?
Please.
Sean Payton, 61 years of age.
Is he the youngest?
Jim Harbaugh, 61 years of age. Both of them, 61 years old. Andy Reid is 66. Pete Carroll is 73. It is the oldest division, coach-wise, in the NFL by far.
No doubt.
It is the division of olds.
Ever. That's crazy. But again, do you understand what I'm getting at here? And I'm not being rude. I'm pointing out something that I think is a factor here. When you're trying to build a team and it takes 2 to 3 years for a rebuild to really take place, having a guy who's 73 when he first walks in the door is a little bit odd to me. Like, it does seem a little weird. Now, maybe he can set a foundation and then hand it off to somebody who's an assistant on the team or something like that. Maybe that's their plan. But I thought Carroll was done. Maybe that's the shocking thing mostly.
Age is just a number. Maybe when he walked into that room for that interview, he came off and he just showed that he's more youthful than anybody else they interviewed.
Well, I'll say this, Vic. I never got the vibe that Pete Carroll was feeling his age, right? Yeah. Even when he was in Seattle. He moves really well. Like, he seems like really spunky. All that.
Have you ever met a really young guy who comes across as really old?
Yeah. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
You're like, okay, calm down. Come on. You're 22 years old. You're not yeah. 60.
You're 31. Yeah. Your back and your knees aren't that bad yet.
But you know what I'm saying. But the way they carry themselves is really old, and the opposite holds true. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's Pete Carroll chomping his gum. He's like, all day long just chomping on that gum. He doesn't come across as a 73-year-old. He just doesn't.
Does this scare you at all? Pete Carroll taking over?
If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm wondering what the hell is going on.
No, as a Broncos fan, does it scare you?
I mean, well, come on. What's scary? You're already in a division with Patrick Mahomes. What's scary at this point?
I will say this. I think the Raiders got better with this move. Like, Pete Carroll's good. He's a really good coach. Mm-hmm. And you felt like when you were going through this division, especially this year, and the only thing kind of holding us back, because you and me are on the same page with this, Mosier said, the Broncos will wax the Raiders twice. And we're like, well, they haven't beaten the Raiders in a long time. But Mosier ended up being right. The Raiders were the easier games. Now you just infuse somebody who's really, really adept at building good football teams, and that just adds to what the Chiefs and the Chargers already are.
Bro, you're in a Hall of Fame division when it comes to coaches. You really are.
For sure.
Andy Reid's a Hall of Famer. By this time it's all said and done, he's a Hall of Famer.
Of course.
Okay. You're looking at Sean Payton, who won a Super Bowl. He's going to be mentioned in the conversation. Pete Carroll, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
And all of these at the collegiate and the NFL level. Jim Harbaugh is the only player, the only man in this division as a head coach who's not won a Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl, but he's not won a Super Bowl. He won a national championship.
Yeah, he's the only one that's like the farthest away from a Hall of Fame bid.
And yet, look at the resume.
And yet,
everywhere he's been, you know, it's really, from a resume builder standpoint, this division is sick.
I'm actually really surprised. Really surprised. Here's what's amazing though, is This division, and here's what makes it tough. They just had 3 teams make the playoffs already, which makes it tough enough. If they get Carroll in there, and I don't know what their plan is at quarterback. I don't know if they're going to draft somebody or what they're going to do there. But Pete Carroll has proven that he can take whoever it is under center and make them viable. Nobody thought Russell Wilson was going to be Russell Wilson. And we won't have the proper answer to this, whether it was age or being out of that Pete Carroll system that Russell Wilson changed. But Russell Wilson has not been the same, Vic, since he left Pete Carroll. That's a fact. Now, I don't know why. It could be that he just got older, but still.
I did not know this. Did you know that a week ago, Pete Carroll arrived on the USC campus to teach a course called, I don't know what the hell this means, BUAD, the abbreviation, 498. BUAD 498, the game is life. That is the name of the course that Professor Pete Carroll taught at USC. So he now must leave that course and all the students behind to go become the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. So if you signed up for that class at USC, you're like, all right, Pete Carroll's my professor. I got this class. He gone. What happens?
Unpaid individual or team projects solving real business problems for client companies, situation analysis, statistical analysis, consulting, practicum, oral and written presentation. Yeah, whatever that. He's teaching that?
Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
He's leaving that. So if you're a young kid at USC with that course, what happens to that class? Does it just go away? We got a substitute teacher now?
No.
Now, Brett Kane will be teaching that class at USC, everybody.
No. Who coaches it now is Ed Orgeron. He's next up.
Ed Orgeron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be spitting out some statistical analysis to you. Man, 3-year deal, 4th-year team option for Pete Carroll, as he is now the brand new head coach of the Raiders. So wait, what jobs are left open now? Is it just Dallas? Is that the only one? Because we got Patriots, Bears, Raiders, Jags.
I think so.
I thought there was 6 openings. Am I missing somebody? Because then it's certainly Dallas is looking to find somebody, although they seem to be zeroing in on Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, these filled up in a hurry, didn't they?
They always do.
Gosh, that's crazy. Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton. That is the coaches in this division alone. Wild. Get back to this in a bit. Let's make some room for Josh Manson. Avs defenseman joins us next.
Middlestat with the puck, lines it up high from Manson, cuts to the slot, backhander in on Forsberg. They score! We'll see if it was tipped in front, but the backhander comes from Josh Manson. If that's the case, that's his first goal of the season, and it's the 5th goal that the Avalanche have scored in the last minute of a period.
That man now joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It is Josh Manson. Josh, thanks for joining the program. How you doing?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on.
I know you're on your way to the plane right now, but before we get to real hockey things, can you take me back a year ago? Do you remember when Mosier was about to miss the flight and you guys had to wait for him?
Oh, who could forget that? The highlight of the Avs season that year.
Okay, be honest. Were you guys pissed? Was it funny? Like, take me back.
No.
What was the feeling?
Honestly, I was playing cards in the back, so I didn't even know what was going on. I found out later, and I just laughed about it because one day it'll turn around and you'll be the guy late for the plane, so you never want to poke too much fun because it'll come back at you.
Yeah, when you do that Canada trip, I mean, how do you ensure that you don't forget your passport? You got that thing handy everywhere you go?
It never leaves my travel kit. Yeah, never leaves it. That way every time I take the same backpack on every trip, and as long as I know it's in there, then I'm good to go.
Well, that makes, it's a good strategy.
So, Josh, what's the feeling on the squad after a 5-game homestand? And I know you didn't get as many points as you wanted, so does that leave a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth after that homestand?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was a really important stretch of games for us. They're all important, but those kind of felt a little extra, just in the division, where the standings are at. It was kind of gave us an opportunity to really climb and hurdle a couple teams maybe. So coming up a little short of what we wanted, it definitely leaves a bitter taste in our mouths.
What do you think it is that maybe wasn't working during that homestand? Was there anything specific?
You know, I'm not really sure. You know, we played a good game against Dallas, and we won that game. The Minnesota game, I don't think we played our best for sure. Came up short in that one. I don't know if we generated enough offense to win a couple of the games, but I don't think that would be where you'd want to rest the reason why we lost on. I just don't think our all-around game was great. That Winnipeg game, I thought we played well. We had legs. We were skating. We just came up unfortunate, in overtime and came up short in the game. But overall, I felt like we played a more solid, well-rounded game that game. So hopefully that's something to build off of here as we head on this trip, because every point's important now. We got to keep climbing.
Yeah, what's crazy, Josh, and the same could be said for the Nuggets too, and the way they play on the road, the Ball Arena teams. Why is it that your record is better on the road than it is at home, do you think?
I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. Because if you look back, we were a good home team, and the year we won the cup, we were on the road. We were really good. So I'm not exactly sure what it was. If I knew what it was, I would love to try and fix it and be good at home and on the road. But I don't know. It just seems to happen like that.
Can I ask you something? Since the move being made where you guys revamped the goalie room, what is it like playing in front of Mackenzie Blackwood? Does it give you guys more confidence knowing that this guy's going to be solid for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know, without ripping on with Georgie too much, because there were stretches where he played really well and we had confidence and we felt like we could win games. But with Blackie coming in, obviously just a big guy that plays solid down low, and he's done such a great job for us to kind of build back that confidence a little bit, right? He's making big time saves for us at key moments of the game. That's given us chances to win these games. So he's doing everything that we've asked him to do. Everything I think that's been expected of him since he's been traded to us. So. And he's a great guy in the room. He's been a great teammate, great addition. So yeah, I think all of those things combined just make him a guy that guys want to go up and play hard in front of.
Yeah, I keep hearing that it's so important for a player to fit in the room, especially goalies. What have these two done to fit in the room? Give me an example. What is it that makes them so amenable?
Oh, just smiles on their faces every day, right? Come in, say hi, good morning, how's it going? heading out to dinner with guys, whatever it may be, but just being friendly, right? Like I think that's what you want to see in a teammate, guy that has your back, pats you on the back when things are going well, pats you on the back when things are going wrong, whatever it may be, situational. And it seems like those guys do that well. So it's been nice to have them around. And like I said, it makes you, when a goalie's patting you on the back after you make a good breakout play, or you block the shot, or whatever it may be. It just makes you want to play that much harder in front of them too.
When McKenzie, you talked about a smile. When Mackenzie Blackwood smiles, how many goalies have missing teeth where you could fit a hockey puck through them?
Gosh, that I know of, zero. I was shocked. I asked him if he played defense before becoming a goalie, because I didn't understand how that could happen. But unfortunate for him, unfortunate luck, I guess.
That is funny. I mean, you look at the squad right now, and as the break approaches, you have some time to rest. You have some time for clarity. Does this break come at the right time for this team, or is it too long? How do you see it?
You're talking about the February break,
yes.
The Four Nations?
Yes.
No, I think, any rest I think is good, especially for our team. I think rest is good. We like to, skate and drive the play and forecheck hard, right, and join the play. And I think that's what makes us a dangerous team. So the more well-rested we are, the more we have legs. I just think the better our team is. So I think it'll be good. Is it the best time for it? Who knows? If our game is ramping up heading into the break and then we hit a break, then that's a little unfortunate. But I think any break for our team ends up being a positive.
Josh Manson with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. I know that injuries suck and they're difficult to deal with, but if you guys can make it through, because you're still clipping along, you're still a playoff team right now, maybe not playing like your best hockey as you guys would want to, but do you think playing with these different combinations and then getting guys back can make you even better for when these players return?
Yeah, I think anytime there's injuries, it gives opportunity, right? And then you have these guys that come in and they have this opportunity to play games in the NHL, and then if need be relied on later or called on later, they have that experience kind of built in, and that just helps you, because especially like you said, if it comes down to playoff time and where the game's faster, the game's harder, you want to have that built-in. I don't know what you call it, but that prior experience, I guess, at regular season speed. So at least you have something to build off of.
So you guys are on this trip, and you have back-to-back games, Saturday, Sunday, and they're afternoon games. I think locally for you, they're 1 o'clock. Here in Denver, they're 11 a.m. face-offs. Is it, one thing to play an afternoon game, but back-to-back afternoon games, is that weird for a player?
Yeah, it's different. It's different for sure. I don't know how many times I've done it in my career, but it's nice once you're done these afternoon games, because you get to have dinner, you have a good rest that night. And then it just feels like a normal game heading into the next one, right? Or a normal night before a game heading into the next one. So I think it'll be good. It'll be fun to play some afternoon games, and also when the travel heading up to New York after Boston, we'll get in a decent hour and hopefully help with sleep that night.
Josh, can I ask you about your head coach? Because we talk to him once a week on this show, and he's a very stoic, calm person, but we've heard him fired up. I think one of the examples was after Wedgwood, the game that he got injured. He was fired up in the post-game press conference. Is it more freaky when he yells at you or when he does the calm, stern, but disappointed voice? Which one is scarier?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was a pretty tough guy back in the day. I'm sure he still has it in there, has that fire. I don't think it'd be fun to be around him when he's upset. But at the same time, I think knowing how smart he is with hockey and how well he sees the game, when he's disappointed in you, it hurts a lot, because he sees it the right way, so he sees something wrong, right? So that disappointed feeling, that hurts a lot.
Josh, you started this interview. We mentioned Mark Mosier for getting his passport, and you say that you get on the plane and you start playing cards. What is the card game of choice between you and the buddies?
Last year, Ryan Johansson brought in this game called Super Talk. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's like a marble moving game, and and I like to explain it as like a combination of trouble or sorry. I think Canada it's called sorry or trouble. I'm not sure. It's called something different. But you move the marbles around the board. You play cards, and if you land on the other guy, you eat them, and if you got to get them around in your home. But it's fun. It's a 4-player game, and you play in partners. So my partner is Logan O'Connor, and then we play against Ross Colton and Parker Kelly.
Oh,
gotcha.
So you're not playing bridge or pinochle then?
No, we're not. No, the other table's playing 7 up, 7 down.
Okay.
So we've played that game too, but no, we're not playing bridge. No.
Who? I'm going to ask this in a nice way. I don't want to say who's the dumbest, but who's the person you least want to have as your partner in that game?
The least? Well, I don't know. I don't want to rip on anybody right now. Sam Malinsky stepped in for a game, and he took a serious hit in 7 up, 7 down. I'll say that.
All right. One last question, by the way, because you know what? On this theme, this doesn't have to do with anything else than just maybe responsibility. Let's say it that way. Mosier almost forgot his passport, so he almost missed the flight last year. Who on the team would be most likely to do that?
Oh, man.
Mosier. That's who?
No, a player on the team. A player. He knows.
A player. Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here. You're really calling on my teammates. I already called out Sam Malinsky, so I'll just add him. I'll just throw it on him again.
Okay. To make it nice at the end, how about this? The person that you would most want to date your daughter on the team. That's a good thing.
Oh boy, my daughter's. I can't even. She's only 4. I can't think like that yet. You know, I just can't. I can't put my mind there quite yet. I've got. I think there's only like three single guys on our team.
How about babysit? How about babysit then?
Babysit. Oh, babysit. Gosh. Oh man. You know what? I'll just say Sam. I'll just keep rolling with Sam, and then that way he gets the good and he gets the bad.
That's a great teammate call, Josh. Really appreciate the time. Good luck on the road trip. We'll talk soon.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Josh
Take care,
Manson,
buddy.
Avs defenseman. He's a great dude, by the way.
How old is your daughter?
2.5.
All right, so he's got a 4-year-old. You got a 2.5.
When do I stop the halves, by the way? And when is it just the age? When does that happen?
I think when they get to like 10.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But I don't even want to say what came to mind.
What?
When you talked about dating your daughter, the only thing that came to mind was Bill Belichick came to mind. I immediately want to wash my mouth out.
Well, I didn't know he had a daughter. It was just a hypothetical question, you know? It's obviously not now. You
can't allow yourself to think that way when you have a daughter that young. You just can't.
I didn't know he had
I got
a daughter.
daughters that are dating right now. I've got daughters that are dating right now, okay?
Okay.
I got a 23-year-old and a 19-year-old.
Denver?
23-year-old. That means she's the perfect age for me. So
Okay,
Vic,
all
if you
Shut
wanna-
your mouth, Nelly.
Vic, if you want to give me those
I
digits.
couldn't even imagine that.
Hang on a second. Hang on. No, but just hypothetically speaking, the one Denver player, your daughter comes home
Cale
and says...
McCarr. Cale McCarr's the answer.
Okay, all right.
Cale McCarr's the answer
answer.
to that question.
It's a good answer. Good answer. See, that's a good teammate move of Josh, by the way, because I tried to get him to rip on a couple of guys, and then I said, now give me somebody on the positive side. Going with Malinsky again, very good call. That's a good teammate right there. You raise him up, you buoy the bad answer.
They're playing some game I've never even heard of.
I'm
card
going to
game.
be honest, I've heard of none of those games.
Me neither.
Everything he brought up, I have no idea what
I have heard of bridge and pinochle. Now, how did you pronounce pinochle?
Pinochle. Talking about Pinochle, right? No, I'm like, I thought they would just play poker.
I don't know, dude.
Texture, who at altitude would you trust to babysit I'm assuming for me, my daughter.
I mean, come on. We would handle that in my household.
No, Terry would. That's not the same thing. It's like somebody has to be by themselves babysitting.
Oh, yeah, I would. I'd
not
pass.
you, not Moj.
Nelly would be good. I could see.
No, but Nelly hasn't handled kids before. He wouldn't know what to do with a 2.5-year-old. Hang on, let me think about this. Not Dan Tanner, not Springer. It's got to be an adult. Not Scott.
We don't have many adults at this station, Brett. That ship has sailed.
This is actually really tough. You know
Kreckman's got kids
I'm
that
going to say
age.
Kreckman. Kreckman's my answer.
Yeah,
because
Kreckman's got
Kreckman's
kids
like
that age,
really
he can do it.
responsible too.
He is.
Yeah.
He's probably the biggest adult in our room. The only adult in our room.
Kreckman's he's the only answer, I think.
Yeah.
He's the only one.
I agree with you. Nate, you are the sub parent.
Congratulations, Nate. Very nice job. 303-504-0925. So, whole bunch going on. We just talked to Josh Manson. If you guys missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. We have Pete Carroll, who just signed on to be the head coach in Vegas. So now this AFC West division is filled with like Hall of Fame level coaches. But also, Vic, Jokic put up a game that hasn't been seen since 1968 last night, and that also happened.
When I come back, somebody gave me an idea. We're going to take a break right now?
No, not now. We get 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, I'll do it. I'm going to come back from break wearing what Russell Westbrook wore to the game last night. And I just want to see if I can pull it off like Russ did.
Please don't.
Yep, going to do it.
I've always thought this with Russell Westbrook.
I'm going to do it.
His wardrobe is insane.
Well, he can pull it off. He can do it.
He pulls it off.
Of course he can.
Is that just confidence, though? Like, obviously, he's in good shape. We all know that. But plenty of guys are in good shape that couldn't do what he does with his wardrobe. Like, he has his own clothing line, right? Doesn't Westbrook?
Yeah.
So I think I looked at his website once, and I'm like, not in 50 lifetimes could I wear any of these clothes.
Well, I mean, you showed up on the set last night dressed as a Nebraska farmer. So, I mean, that's your style.
It was jeans, a collared shirt, and a hat.
Yeah, a Nebraska farmer.
And we're talking hoops.
Yeah.
What'd you want me to do? 3 pieces?
I'm just telling you how you looked.
Did you want me to 3-piece that?
Well, I mean, you should have dressed like Russ does. That would have been more appropriate.
That would have been hilarious.
That would have been awesome.
If I just was like full open, unbuttoned shirt, chest hair out. Should have done that. Maybe next time. Who knows? Assuming they ask me back.
Hey, dude, what was it about that Josh Manson interview? I don't know if this came to mind. He's so bubbly. Like those hockey guys.
Yeah.
He's just a perfect example no matter what, right? They didn't have the best homestand. They only got 5 points out of a possible 10 on that homestand. Mm-hmm. And he's just a pleasure to talk to.
Well, here's the thing, man. They had like it wasn't even awful. It was just like kind of bumpy. A bumpy homestand there.
Well, I mean, you want more than 5 points out of 10. A good homestand would be 7 points.
Yeah.
A great homestand would be 9 or 10.
Right.
A mediocre, subpar homestand is 5 out of 10 points.
What I'm getting at is this team isn't suffering a confidence problem. You know what I mean? Like, they know they're a good hockey team.
Sure.
They know it. And they're made up of a whole bunch of unbelievably good players.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, something about this Avalanche team, and he could not answer it. Sometimes you can't answer these. They're better on the road. And you're looking at the schedule right now, and I know they got the break in between this, but 8 of the next 10 are on the road.
Yeah. But they're pretty good on the road.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It might be what the doctor ordered at this point.
Maybe. And there's something to it. You know, the Four Nations break is weird. It's really weird. But I do think if they can get through that, because how many games have they got until that point? So 2, 4, 6, 8 more games. Mm-hmm. If they can get through this roadie, they come back home for a couple of games, and then they have another 3-game road trip before the break. If they can come away with, 6 wins at 8, 5? Something like that?
Yeah, you're so right about that break. Hockey's the only sport that really does that. That's 2 full weeks off.
The MLS does it too.
Yeah.
Because there's times where the Rapids don't play an actual game for like a month and a half. And you're like, what's going on?
League things. But the other sports, you certainly don't see that in football. You'll have bye weeks.
Right.
Baseball, how dare they? If they take 3 days off, it's like a month.
But I really feel like if they can just get 5 or 6 here in the next 8 games, hit that Four Nations, I think that will leave plenty of time because that's going to be 2 weeks.
Sure.
Where you can start thinking about Val being back in the lineup and having Wood with his feet under him because it sounds like, according to Chris McFarland, he could be back on this road trip at some point. Who knows? but it gives those guys just a little bit of extra time. And I just want to see what this team looks like fully constituted. Like, is that so much to ask for? Like, I want to make an assessment about my hockey team when they're healthy. Is that so unfair? Because I haven't had it once this year.
I think if you were to paint the best portrait of what's to come for the Avs, it would look something like this. Val gets healthy enough to contribute either right before or after the break. Okay, let me just err on the side of caution and say he's not ready until after the break. You get into the break with as many wins as you can. You stay as healthy as you can. You get into the postseason with a healthy Val, and then here comes Gabe, if he's available, and he's LTIR'd, he's available for your postseason run at a level that will help your team. That is the optimal situation for the Avalanche. Would you agree?
Yes. I do want to say one thing about the last name that you mentioned. Just telling you where my head's at. I, like many, were optimistic when this season started that the Gabe thing was going to be real and he was going to come back. We don't know what the status is. Still don't. It's always just kind of playing this waiting game.
But at this point, it's a playoff Gabe. You're far enough now. It's a playoff Gabe that you're waiting for.
I've entered this mindset. He's not returning. Like, that's where my head's at right now. And if that changes, great. But I don't think I can keep saying, well.
I don't think that's the case, though, Brett. I mean, he wouldn't be skating if he's not returning. He wouldn't be. I think the return now is earmarked for the postseason, and you have to factor in the LTIR stuff. I think that's where it is. I just don't think he just falls off and says, I'm done. Otherwise, he wouldn't be skating. He wouldn't be trying. He wouldn't be seen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not even that I don't think he's coming back. It's just my mind is not mentally allowing me to.
And that's fine. If you
it.
don't want to go there with your brain, I get it. Consider it a bonus.
You know, it reminds me of remember the year after Jamal tore his ACL?
5411 says stop talking about him. No, I will talk about him.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
Can't make me stop talking about him. I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes talking about Gabriel Landeskog now.
Well, I'll tell you where my head's at. Do you remember the year after Jamal tore his ACL? So he was a year removed, and then the Nuggets were heading into the postseason. And we kept thinking about, hey, man, what if Jamal just, comes back during the postseason? What if he just, shows up during the playoffs? And I allowed myself to do that, and it wasn't happening.
But that was different. That didn't have financial ramifications on the team.
Sure.
This one does. This is an LTIR thing.
Where
that was a different deal.
They got to wait for the right moment to throw him back in. Wait, are you saying that you don't think they can put him back on the roster financially until the playoffs start?
Obviously, there's LTIR factors involved here.
Yeah.
Do you want to put him in now? Do you think he can play now? If he can play now, does it make sense to make roster moves just to get him ready?
Well, I'll tell you this. If he plays, he's going to be a major piece of your team. He's going to be a top 6 guy. I don't know if he'll go right back to the top line or whatever, but what I'd like to see, Vic, is I'd like to see him play for a few weeks and just try and get his feet under. I don't want his first taste of NHL action being it's go time right now with no wiggle room for error sort of thing.
Well, that's why you'd be hard-pressed to say, you return to the top line. I mean, it's not going to work that way.
Yeah.
It just can't. For him to return, by the way, earlier than the playoffs, they would have to do some snipping and cutting on the roster.
Yeah, they would. Yep. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People via the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So again, between the game that Jokic had last night, the breaking news during the show today, Pete Carroll is the brand new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. A lot to get to, including drunk takes to close out the show. Stick around. Vic is wearing a suit jacket with a pocket square and a bow tie and no undershirt.
Oh, yeah. This is my Russ.
You know what, Vic?
I can pull it
doesn't
off.
look as bad as I thought it would. It really doesn't.
I could totally pull it off. I don't see any issues with this. Next pregame show, this is what I'm wearing. If he wears it, I can wear it.
Come on, man. You have to.
100%.
Like, tell Russell he's got to have a one-on-one. He's got to walk in the room with you wearing that.
I mean, if this is the dress code we now have, I can do it. If they can do it, I can do it.
I love it. If you're watching on Twitch or on Altitude Television, it's a marvel. Now here's what we got to do, because this is what Russell does. He doesn't talk about his wardrobe. He just rocks it, and he does his job. So let's just do our job. I'll leave this up to you, Vic. Would you rather talk about Pete Carroll or Nikola Jokic right now? Which one?
Well, we've done a lot of Nikola. I'd like to get back to Nikola.
Yeah,
but let's go Pete Carroll quickly.
Okay. Because Pete Carroll signing, so if you guys missed it, it's a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option with the Raiders. He is now their brand new head coach. So the AFC West has Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, and Sean Payton, all in the same division. Now, all of these teams at different arcs in their path to a championship or to be championship level. Andy Reid is there. He's playing still. So he's at the top. After that, it's Chargers, Broncos side by side. The question I have with the Raiders is, first of all, it does freak me out a little bit. This isn't some upstart, who knows, head coach who's just taken over. You don't know if he's going to be good or bad. Could he be Hackett? Could he be McVay? Like, we don't know. It's not that. This is a guy with a proven track record and a proven resume. But the difference is this. Are you with me on this one, Vic? The reason why Harbaugh to the Chargers was so freaky was because Herbert was there. He was already there.
Yeah.
Like, Harbaugh's difficult enough to deal with, but he's got a quarterback, depending on how you think about Herbert, he's one of the tops in the league. Somewhere in that upper crust, upper half. The Raiders don't have that.
No.
Now, they could very well draft somebody like a Cam Ward or Shador to be that guy this year, but even that's not a guarantee for them because they're picking what, like 7th? Yeah. Something like that?
Listen, I don't think Pete Carroll was the Raiders' first choice. I think it was probably Ben Johnson or somebody else. And
yeah.
This is what they're left with, and they're hoping Pete Carroll, what they're trying to do now is essentially what the Broncos have done. Build a culture. That's
exactly
the big buzzword.
Well,
that's the buzzword.
What? The more I think about it, why do you think when you hire a brand new head coach, the deals are typically like 5-year deals, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're longer because they want to give you a runway. It feels like Pete Carroll could be doing this. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to clean this mess up. I'm going to build a foundation, and I'm going to hand it off to somebody else after a few years. That's how it feels to me. Because, again, he's, what'd you say, 73 years old?
73.
And this is in a older coach division to start with.
I mean, compare the AFC West with the NFC West age groups. The AFC West, I gave you the ages right now. Pete Carroll, 73. Andy Reid, 66. Jim Harbaugh and Sean Payton, each 61. Now go to the NFC West.
Is McVay even 40 yet?
I'm not even sure how old he is. I think they're all in their 30s.
So let's see. All coaches ages oldest to youngest. So before Pete Carroll came along, Andy Reid was the oldest coach in the league. Then it was John Harbaugh, because I think he's the older brother of Jim. Todd Bowles was 60 before this year started, and then it was Harbaugh 60, Peyton 60. But you want to get to the youngest in the league. And this is where it's crazy. So you said NFC West, Vic?
Yeah.
Mike McDonald is 37.
Okay.
Sean McVay is 39. Oh, did you try and give me a little Mike McDonald?
Go ahead, give me your Mike McDonald, please. You're better at it.
Sean McVay is 39 years old. Trying to see who else. NFC West. A lot of these guys are 40, by the way. A lot of 40-year-olds in the NFL. Shanahan's 45. What am I missing? I had the Cardinals coach.
Cardinals.
What's his name again? Who's that weirdo's name?
The dude that he worked with Philly.
Gannon. Jonathan Gannon. He's 42.
Okay.
Good.
So the oldest coach in that division is Kyle Shanahan at 45.
So the AFC West could father the NFC West.
Yes, quite literally. That's
100%.
crazy. Now, here's the deal. Pete Carroll going there and taking over for Vegas. Vegas is nowhere near the statuses of anybody else in the division right now. Texture says rename the division the AARP West. It's actually pretty good.
You know what, though? I know we're going to get a lot of old jokes, but it is the most accomplished division of head coaches in recent history. I'm trying to think of another division that was stacked like this with Super Bowl champions, Super Bowl participants, and multiple national championships in college football.
That's what I wanted to say, is that as old as they might be, that's the most accomplished division of coaches that the league has, too. Like, might be older, but nobody has the resumes of those four guys stacked together, which is insane. But gosh, stacked division now in the AFC West with coaches at least.
I like to call it the Oldsmobile division.
Not as good as AARP West.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Jokic. I'll start where we started the show. We take Jokic for granted. We try not to. We say it all the time, Vic. We can't take this for granted, what he does every night. Can't do it, but we do. And I know that we do because Jokic will have a game where he has like 29, 15, and 12. Mm-hmm. And the first thing I want to talk about is, did you see Julian Strawther hit 4 threes last night?
Yeah.
That's taking somebody for granted because he does this all the time. And then he has a night like last night where even for your expectations that are through the roof, he still impresses you.
Well, think about the next time Joker gives you a line like this. 25 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. Not a triple-double, but close. You're going to look at that line and say, eh. But yet, if you gave that line to any other center in the NBA, if you gave that to Anthony Davis, oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
AD for MVP. Oh, my God.
But
that's what he's done. He's changed our perspective. When you can change someone's perspective on what is good, what is great, I don't know what else to say. The ceiling has been shattered time and time again.
He plays basketball at a level where it looks so easy. But the one play that's going to get the most attention, has gotten the most attention from last night, is obviously the heave. If you hear Kaz's call on this, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh, my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it! It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow! 110-85, Denver heading into the fourth quarter.
Now, like, cue up when the ball goes in again. That sound, that's one of the coolest sounds. Like, we were just talking about a football, like a kick off the upright is a cool sound. That tong. Listen to this ball go in again. Listen to this.
Got it!
That's a cool sound.
You know the sound it makes when you make a putt, the cup.
Yeah,
there's nothing. That sound and those sounds are very similar. Now, we've entrusted our listeners, who are much more mathematically inclined than we could ever hope to be, who utilize the Pythagorean theorem. We wanted to know the exact distance of that shot. We've heard everything from 66 feet to 78 feet. I mean, we're all over the yard here. So we've had a couple people chime in on Twitch. They estimate 73 feet. They did some maths. Now, there's an engineer that texted us in. His name is Ryan, and follow me on the math. An NBA court is 94 feet. Backboards are 4 feet inside the end lines, so it's 86 feet from one backboard to the other. Joker, definitely free throw line extended, so take 15 feet away to get to 71 feet, one leg of our triangle. Now he's talking triangles. He's completely lost me. He's doing the A squared plus B squared stuff, but he came up with the mathematical 73.5 feet is the distance of
That sounds about
heave.
right. Yeah, sounds about right. On top of that, that's the play that gets the attention. You and me were in lockstep on this, though, Vic. The most impressive, the most Jokic play that you had in that game last night was one that's not going to make the highlight reels, that most people are not going to talk about today, but it was one of the most impressive things that I saw. And here's what happened. Doug McDermott is in the middle of his sprint a million miles an hour off a screen, 360 no-scope, a three-pointer, and they're getting back in the game. It's a 6-point game after McDermott makes one of his threes. 124 to 118. You need to get a bucket. There's a minute 30 left in the game. They could come back and win this. Russell Westbrook has the ball above the three-point line. He's wide open. He drives to the lane, runs into traffic, little chaotic, and he throws an absolute bullet from about 5 feet away to Jokic. Off center, like not chest, not a pass that's hitting him in the target area. Like outside, he's got to reach a hand out and grab the ball.
He's got to reach behind him almost.
That's going 100 miles an hour in between 3 different defenders. And Jokic somehow corrals it, gathers himself, hits a bucket that essentially iced the game, or at least it felt that way. That's the kind of play that Jokic makes that literally not a single person in the league, I think, can do it. Not one other person in the NBA can make the play that he made in that moment. With the traffic around him, with how fast the pass was coming, with how off target the pass was. And that's the stuff that, again, not highlight reel. It's not going to be on SportsCenter this morning, but it's what separates him from everybody else in the NBA.
But you have to understand something, too. The chaos that is Russell Westbrook. And for those that are just tuning in, I am dressed as Russell Westbrook dressed last night. And I think it looks great.
A lot better than I thought it would look.
The chaos that is Russell Westbrook is calmed by the calm that is Nikola Jokic. They are the perfect complements on a basketball court. Now, I don't know how it's happening or how it's working, but it's working. And that play you just described is a case in point. A guy's going 150 miles an hour. He throws a 150-mile-an-hour pass, and dude manages to corral it and score it at a very, very crunch time of the game. It's just perfect. It's working. Do we have Russell Westbrook after the game talking about Nikola Jokic by chance? Because he did some tongue-in-cheek stuff about that shot he took.
So the person that inbounds it, does he get the assist?
I think it was a missed shot. Oh, no, it was a made shot?
AG inbounded it.
Yeah, hell yeah, he get an assist. Make sure they put it up there. Let me see. Yep, AG, 1 assist.
Make sure AG gets... That was AG's only assist of the game, by the way.
Yeah, AG was off last night. There was obviously something not right. He left the game early, didn't come back until late in the second half. I don't know what the situation was, but took care of what he had to take care of. But that wasn't a normal AG game. But when Jokic is operating at that level, who cares? He'll make up for everything. You know what else, by the way? This is something I thought about in with the pace the Nuggets run at. People have brought up Jokic's conditioning, and he said in the postgame last night, which is a remarkable but true thing to say, I'm playing the best basketball of my life. And think about the best basketball of his life before this season. Just like, I don't know how this can get better, but it's getting better. But he said, I'm in shape, and the ball is going in. Here's what I thought about in regards to Westbrook and the way that he operates, which, again, sometimes chaotic, leads to turnovers, but you take the good with the bad. What does Jokic do better than any other center? Well, he does a lot of things, but one thing specifically, he will beat his man down the floor on a defensive rebound. He will out-hustle everybody on defense to get there. That especially works when what? You get a rebound and push the pace. Because what the Nuggets used to do is he would do that, but a lot of times he'd be like, all right, hey guys, let's calm down, let's get in our half-court set, and let's run our offense. When Westbrook gets a rebound, sprints down the floor, and Jokic already has his man beat, it leads to easy buckets and allows you to play faster. You know who else does that? Christian Brown does that.
Yeah.
All the time.
Finishers.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, finishers. If you're going to lead the NBA in fast break points, you have to have finishers, and they've got them. Points in the paint last night, ridiculous. I'm going to give you, this just came down, and it's revealing when you think about it in these terms, what Nikola Jokic historically is doing this season. And he says, according to himself, he's playing the best basketball of his life. That's obvious when we see it. But here's what he's doing this season when you compare it to some of the greats who's ever played the game. He's averaging over 30 a game, 30.2.
Which I never thought he'd do. I never thought he'd do that.
So those 30 points, 0.2, more points averaged than Shaquille O'Neal ever averaged in a season in his career.
Mm-hmm.
So all those who say Shaquille's the most dominant big man ever, he never averaged what Nikola's averaging right now. So consider that. He has 13.5 rebounds per game. 13.5 rebounds. More than Tim Duncan ever averaged in his career. Ever. Tim Duncan. His 10.1 assists per game. Double digit in assists averaging. Most ever by a center in the history of the game.
I think it's more than Chris Paul ever had in a season.
He's averaging just a skosh under 2 steals per game. 1.9 something. That's more than former Defensive Player of the Year Marcus Smart ever averaged. His three-point shooting percentage, he's at 48% from three. That's a better percentage than Steph Curry has ever produced. Steph Curry. I just gave you 5 stats at which he's at ridiculous levels. And I want you to tell me, after you hear those 5 stats and you compare them to some of the greats, I don't understand how that's not an MVP right now.
Yeah. Well, here's what's weird, and I'm not going to get caught up in the MVP stuff.
I get it, but it's just...
No, to your point. I'm not going to get caught up in it because I can't do this again.
I know.
And look, he's got 3. He's plenty honored. He should win it again, but if he doesn't, okay. But here's what is really weird to me. People will look at you dead in the face and say this. Who's the best basketball player in the world? They go like, oh, it's Jokic, no question. And then they'll say, but I think Shea's MVP.
Yeah, but that happens. You know, when Jordan was in his prime, he was the best basketball player in the world, but they handed MVPs to other players.
Yeah.
Same with LeBron in his prime. That's just part of it. And you're right. I'm not bent. I'm not out of shape that he's right now SGA is the leading candidate for that award. I don't care. It just hit me though when you see those numbers where he ranks in terms of best in the world. But it's not even close.
Even beyond that, Vic, like here's what really I for the life of me don't understand it. He was as good a basketball player as you could imagine last year. And then he was that the year before that, and then he was that the year before that, and then the year before that. And he's playing exponentially better than he did last season.
Every year.
How?
Yeah, I don't know.
How?
Susie on the text line writes in, I just tuned in on television. Vic, what in the actual hell are you wearing? Susie, did you watch postgame last night with Russell Westbrook? I'm wearing exactly what Russ wore. And if Russ can wear it, why can't I? That's what I'm wearing.
Magic Vic making an appearance on the show today.
Look, if you didn't listen to Genuine, then you're crazy.
Totally agree with you.
Genuine, amazing.
By the way, Brett, you mentioned the sound that Jokic's shot made in and how sometimes that stacks up in the annals of great sounds.
Yeah.
But is that better than the sound that Vic's shirt made when it hit your microphone yesterday?
Same thing. Same kind of sound.
It's a toss-up, man.
Yeah, you know what, Nelly? Can you do me a favor? Can you just put both of those sounds back to back over and over and over again when we come back from the break? Because I want to put those side by side. Really, and you know what? Add the doink off the upright in there too. I want to hear that.
Oh, the Will Lutz from the Buffalo game?
Yeah, Lutz is from the Buffalo game. I want all 3 of those sounds just repeating back to back when we come back.
And for those of you on Twitch who say I'm too old to wear what Russ wears, I'm turning you all into HR. 100% ageism right there. I got Pete Carroll's mentality.
I got to tell you, Vic, I think it's a good look for you.
I think it's great.
I think it's a good look for you.
I think it's great. How many 55-year-olds could pull this off? Let me see Mosher try this.
You look like you're a. You look like a waiter at a Chippendale steakhouse.
Turn me on.
Drunk takes next. I mean, what great sounds. Welcome to ASR, AMSR. Yeah.
You do need a golf ball hitting the bottom of a cup. That sound, too, that's in there. All-time best sounds.
Great sounds. Christian Brown will be on with the morning sprint today at 11:45 Mountain Time. I was told to say that by our good buddy in sales, Brandon, who has a deep Arkansas accent. Who said,
Why did Brandon
make sure to say Mountain Time? I don't know why. He just told me to say it, so I said I will. Remember, this is the guy who I watched get hit in the square in the middle of his back with a drive, an errant drive at the golf course. And his pain had an accent. The ball hit him, and he went, "Oh!"
His pain had an accent.
It did. Anyway. Texture says, "Holy crap, that sounds like Money from Pink Floyd." Oh, wait, that might be somebody on Twitch who didn't hear the bumper music. That's exactly what that was. This is what I'm telling you. Nelly's mind is in Amazon, or I'm sorry, in Alexa. For whatever sound he hears, he can turn it into music. So, Vic, you wanted a ball hitting the bottom of the cup. Texture says, can we throw in AD throwing the mic down in the playoffs last year?
Yeah.
Both of those have to be in as well. Oh, the sound of opening a beer. One of those sounds. Another really great sound.
Sure.
Or, Vic, for you, would be that sound, right?
What the hell's that sound?
That's the cork coming out of the wine bottle.
Oh, I got you.
Or you a screw top guy?
Yeah.
Are
It
you
depends. Hey, there's some good screw top wines out there.
I'm telling you, I've gotten to the box, and I don't think I'm leaving. I like the box, the boxed wine.
Did you slap that box or what?
Yes, I do. It's like there's a ton of it in there, first of all, and it's just convenient. I just I push the little button, and out it comes.
Mm-hmm.
So, a few things here before drunk takes. Number one, Nuggets rolling. Winners of 12 of their last 15. We talked to Josh Manson today. If you missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. This is a big road trip for the Avs. They did not do their job at home of what they were supposed to do, taking 5 out of a potential 10 points, but they've been better on the road this year. And I am expecting like a full turnaround on this road trip.
What you couldn't do at home, now you got to get done on the road. 3 straight road games. 2 of them are afternoon games. Hey, man, I don't know what you think about afternoon games. I still think for hockey guys to play 2 in a row back-to-back, that's as weird as it gets.
So in a certain way, it kind of reminds me, I think this happened to the Chiefs this year. They played a Thursday night game. When was that? Was it Christmas? No, Christmas was a Wednesday. But they played 2 Thursday night games back-to-back. And it's like that is a full week of rest, but because of the oddity of the time in the week, it felt weird. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with the Avs. It's not any different than playing a 7 o'clock and then 7 o'clock puck drop, but the middle of the day thing is what throws you off. But I think, Vic, that they are going to be highly motivated after a disappointing homestand. And again, they played well against Winnipeg. Call it bad luck, call it whatever you want. If there's one thing you want to see, if they can get a power play rolling in these next 3 games in this road trip, like that would be chef's kiss.
Your assessment of the Winnipeg game is correct. I think the quality of playing that game is good enough to beat a lot of teams.
Yes.
It just wasn't good enough to beat Winnipeg that night.
Right.
Hellebuck. The power play turning around is something you certainly, I think it used to be when the Avs were on the power play, and this comes in cycles, just mark it down.
Yeah, automatic.
Just mark it down. Just not the case right now. They're on the struggle bus right now.
Tomorrow is going to be weird because you have at 11, the Avs are going to be playing Boston. But then at 1, the Nuggets are going to be playing the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
2 midday games is very weird.
Very. Thankfully, it's going to be cold in Denver, and golf's not set up, so viewing pleasure to watch both.
Dude, it's going to be 46 today, and I think I might wear what you wore last segment. Like, I might go out there with a bro tank on today with how cold it's been. By the way, tomorrow the Avs will be on AM 950. The Nuggets will be on 92.5, as both games will coincide with each other. Get to drunk takes in a second. Just final thoughts here, Vic.
Can you add Mosier's stomach grumble? Just sort of as the antithesis of all that? Add that to the end of it, if you don't mind.
I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. Maybe I thought the ASMR, whatever that stuff is stupid. Those videos of those girls like tapping their nails.
Yeah, what does that stand for? ASMR. What does that mean?
I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows what it means. It's just something that people hear. But these sounds are really great. Now, when you add that, whatever that sound is that came from Mosier, it's going to change. So once Nelly does that, we'll jump over to drunk takes. But Nelly, when you have that ready, let's go ahead and hear that, and then we'll get to our favorite part of the week. So just final thoughts here quickly, Vic. Mm-hmm. Give me 30 seconds. Just thoughts on Pete Carroll being part of this AFC West division now after being hired by the Raiders.
I think Pete Carroll was not their first choice, maybe not their second choice, but he's a culture hire, and that's what they're trying to do right now. Not necessarily one of those coaches that's going to come in and say, oh, my God, we got this news. He's going to reset the culture in Vegas. That's what they're looking for most. The same thing that Sean Payton did in Denver, getting everybody aligned, is what they're trying to get out of Pete Carroll in Vegas.
Nelly?
The stomach grumble's gross.
I mean, one more time.
It's so gross.
All right.
Dude, you can feel the acid when you hear that grumble.
Drunk takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week with someone 9.5 speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
She's not going to know the difference.
I know.
So put her in one of those nursing booths and then...
Wait, do they have those there?
Yeah, they have the breastfeed booths.
Oh, one of those
booths.
Okay,
In fact, go in there.
Just me and her emerge? I didn't know if it was like, sometimes in church they have those quiet rooms for kids who are screaming during the middle of a sermon. I didn't know if it was one of those rooms inside the ball.
Sometimes I do nap in there.
She's not.
I'm sure it's a great place to catch a nap. It's like one of those sleep pods they have over at the Google studios or whatever those things are.
Very spacious.
Yeah. What's next?
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say E-L-G-S-E-S Eagles!
Oh, God.
Let's go, Birds!
By the way, so that's the mayor of Philadelphia trying to do the Eagles chant. Can I say something, Ellie? Can you just have that first E ready for me? Because this is what drives me nuts. When I watch Wheel of Fortune and they say... it's like, just say E. You don't need to shout it at Sajak, okay? What's next? Yabusele has the largest ass of any basketball player I've ever seen in my life. It's the only thing I could focus on yesterday. I'm like, what is this?
I know you're
dump
focusing
truck?
on that. Yeah, but you're right.
What is this dump truck back there on a basketball court? The only thing you should be thinking is Yabusele's ass is the largest thing in the NBA.
That's a 3-car garage.
Look at that picture.
Yeah.
Hell, that's a 4-car garage.
It is. It's remarkable. Go check it out. Philadelphia.
Think about family functions. You could just post up Yabusele and they could throw a movie on that just watch a movie. That's a theater.
Hold your drinks if you want to, whatever. What's next?
I have the Concord grape jelly and the squirt thing, right? Put it on there, and then it'll ooze through the side a little bit. And you gotta bite the side of the sandwich where it's oozing out a little bit so it doesn't drip on you.
Uh-huh.
I don't like the
good.
squirter. I like to pour it on, like the knife.
Well, I squirt first, then smooth second.
Nobody likes a squirter.
All right, last one, Nelly. Go ahead. Keurig's like a hooker. Okay? I give you money, you give me coffee. That other thing, that's like your wife. There's a massage and a whole like dinner date situation. You gotta fix something around the house like before it's even a thought. It's so true. That very expensive $3,000 espresso thing that we have over there, enough with the back massage before you give me the coffee.
By the way, is it pronounced Keurig or Keurig?
I think it's Keurig.
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 Whatever it is, it's the greatest invention ever.
Yeah. Catch the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you get your podcast. You just search Moshe Lombardi and Kane, and it'll be right there, including our interview with Josh Manson. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Christian Brown, 11:45 with the morning sprint. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. Bye.
Nobody likes a squirter.
People are saying it. Are the Nuggets back? Raj, can I read your text to the group last night? Are the Nuggets back? There might have been an expletive in there as well. You sent it to the show thread. The Nuggets are so back. And it feels that way, man. I know it's a Sacramento team that was on the second leg of a back-to-back. I understand that. Yeah, but a red hot, youthful Sacramento Kings roster. Something about that game, something about that first half felt different. And I know you felt it. The second quarter felt defensively like too. Jamal Murray's playing defense. Everybody. Pardon me? I mean, Jamal Murray was unbelievable in transition defense. Joker goes off for his 5th straight triple-double. He's now got 20 on the season. He drops 35, 22, and 17. Sabonis is pretty good on his side, 23-13, or 23-19. They got a lot of good players. That's a good team. I love that roster. It's a good team. Doug McDermott comes off the bench. He's able to go 5 of 6 from 3. He's the guy. He's the reason why they came back in the fourth. It's an elite backcourt, too, now. It's a good team. And I'm really excited to talk to Christian Braun about just the pride that you could tell, particularly Christian Braun, we'll call Jamal Murray, the backcourt of the Nuggets, to stymie an incredibly talented backcourt that consists of De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. University of Kentucky's one of their favorite and most athletic backcourts in the history of that program. And they shut it down defensively. Shut it down. You get double-digit scoring from every one of your players in the starting 5. Gordon comes off the bench. He plays a little. I got nervous when he came out of the game early yesterday. Like, was that a re-aggravation of the injury? It doesn't seem like it. Still seems like there's a minutes cap on Aaron Gordon. But this starting 5, MPJ, Russ, Murray, Brown, Jokic, that feels like something that they need to ride with as long as humanly possible. And if the reports from Gordon talking to Malone are true, that, listen, I'll come off the bench even when I'm completely healthy, even when this minutes restriction is lifted. I'm cool with coming off the bench. You need to run this starting 5 as long as you possibly can. I think the decision has been made. And insofar as Aaron Gordon appears to be good with being the teeth that need to come off the bench for this roster. And you can get him 30 minutes a night off the bench. No question. It's just more about, it's Russell Westbrook's energy and how you start a contest. And it also is Aaron Gordon's power coming off of a bench, which you just haven't had, man. And I know that sounds weird. Like, how can you say that one thing's true and not the other? Like, Russell Westbrook coming off the bench doesn't give you the same type of effect. It just doesn't. Because Russell Westbrook and Nikola Jokic minutes and Jamal Murray minutes, those 3 guys on the floor at the same time has proven to be incredible. And why is that, Raj? It's because you have 2 basketball geniuses on the court at the same time in terms of creating opportunities for both themselves because they're good enough to do so. And
Are you talking Jokic, Russ and Joker?
Yes, but also for others. They're creators, 2 completely different styles of creators, but to start the game out that way.
Vastly different styles of creating offense.
But they're both triple-double kings, brother. I mean, if you look at
15 games over the last 40 years in the history of the NBA. Okay, so 20 points, 20 rebound.
20, 15.
20, 15 games.
I didn't know what that number meant.
Over the course of 40 seasons of basketball, Nikola Jokic has 2 of them. The other player to have one, Russell Westbrook. You can't be that. You can't put up those kinds of numbers if your style of play doesn't create for others as well. And both of them do that. And that's why we're seeing all boats are being raised. And most important boat that we keep talking about over and over is the boat of Jamal Murray.
And it's so funny because last night was a Murray game that certainly in the first half, it felt like he was going to go off. And he cooled off towards the second half, and he goes 1 of 6 from threes, not the most efficient guy, but 18, 6, and 5. The effort on the back end, eventually, you knew that the energy that Russ brings to this team was going to rub off on Jamal. And maybe this was, you should have seen this coming from at least Jamal, if not the rest of the team, minus Nikola Jokic, which was, foot was off the gas pedal for the first 2.5 months of the season. And now you're getting into, all right, second half, last third of the regular season. Let's start to try and peak once the end of April comes around. This is when you start kicking it into gear. All-Star break time. If this is the Denver Nuggets that you can expect in the playoffs, it brings them from, well, maybe they can win a championship directly back into, you're a legit contender. You and Oklahoma City are the 2 teams to beat in the Western Conference, is if this is the version of the Nuggets that we're getting for the rest of the season.
We're at January 24th, and you and I talked about it for the last 3-4 weeks, that the month of January is an incredibly important month. If you look at the context historically for the Nuggets and what they've looked like in this month, in a year where they won it all. And it was 2022, 23, really. It was the 22-23 season. The month of January was fantastic. And you're starting to see it yet again. And I think that's bodes so well for the Nuggets and what is to come. It gives me a lot of those same types of vibes of what is around the corner for these Nuggets.
The Joker 70-foot bomb that he threw in. The guys in the morning show were asking for a quote-unquote math geek to help them out in the distance of Joker's basket last night. So this is from the 955.
76?
Little 75.
Okay.
He goes, it intrigued me, and I have geek tendencies. I love that term, geek. I have geeky tendencies. So here it goes. It appears that Joker tosses even with the free throw line with his foot on the three-point line. So the distance from the opposite free throw line to the center of the basket is approximately 70 feet. Front of the backboard is 4 feet from the foul line, so I added a foot to be close enough to the center of the basket, calling it 5 foot. Using the width of the paint, 16 feet, as a guide, I would estimate the Joker was approximately 18 feet from the center line. Because Joker is 7 foot tall, when he throws a basketball, his release is close to 10 foot, so it's negligible distance to the Z-axis. 70 squared plus 18 squared equals 72.3 squared? Is that right? So 72 feet plus or minus.
Pretty good.
Pythagorean thing. I don't know what any of those words mean.
I know what every single word of that means. I'm a big math guy myself. On the old SAT, my math section was a little higher than my verbal.
You took the SAT 30 years ago. Sorry, 25 years ago.
Yeah. Actually started 27. First time I took it. God dang. I mean,
it's not quite Pete Carroll old, but
well, yeah, Pete Carroll, man. Here we are. Back in the fray, are we? Nikola Jokic was spectacular, and he has been spectacular. There's so many different hyperbolic stats that you can pull out, and I don't want to bore all of our listeners with them, but there's one in particular. You look at just the slash line from Nikola Jokic in last night's game alone. 35 points, 22 rebounds, 17 assists. Do you realize, Raj, if you looked at any player in the history of the NBA, if you looked at having those 3 markers in a season at least one time, nobody since the NBA-ABA merger has reached all 3 of those single game markers over the course of an entire season, let alone all in one game. That is crazy.
That's what we do.
That's crazy. So like even Russell Westbrook and what he's done as the triple-double king, he hasn't had a single season where he had 35 points on one given night, 22 rebounds or more on one given night, and 17 assists on one given night. This is historical, Raj. What he did last night is historical, and the run that he is on right now is historical.
Nuggets are 12 of their last 15, dating back to the back-to-back losses to Cleveland and Phoenix after Christmas. They have vaulted themselves right back into the conversation for that number 2 seed, the NBA standings, as we sit this morning. Oklahoma City in the 1 seed in the West. Houston, 6.5 games back in the 2. Memphis, 7 games back in the 3. And Denver right there after middling for the entire season up until, let's call it the beginning of January. You're a game and a half out of the 2 seed. And I think when the cream eventually separates here, you're going to see OKC, Denver, and then everybody else. Is there really another team that you're that nervous about in the West? Houston's young. I like how they run. Memphis is dangerous when Ja is playing, but I don't know if is he going to play?
Too inconsistent. And
LA doesn't scare me at all.
No.
Either one of the LA teams don't scare me.
To be candid, Houston's probably one of the stranger matchups. It's always been a weird matchup.
Houston feels like Sacramento when they made their run. Was it last year? Yeah, when they made their run last year.
2
years ago?
They
lost to Golden State when they lose.
Yep.
2 years ago.
That was the Nuggets championship year.
Okay. They feel like Sacramento 2 years ago, where good story, out-kicking your coverage, you're not there quite yet. I think they're a one-and-done team in the playoffs.
Can I read a really nuts Nikola Jokic, another superlative? In the month of January, we're, mind you, only at the 24th of January. Nikola Jokic has more triple-doubles in this 24-day stretch than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jason Tatum, Dame Lillard, AD, Isaiah Thomas, Steve Nash, Dwayne Wade, Tim Duncan, Rick Barry, Pete Maravich, and Paul George have in their entire career. That's a who's who of really, really good basketball players.
You seen what Shai's been doing lately? You seen what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's been doing lately?
Great player.
Who cares?
31. These are his point totals in his last 5 games, and they're 4-1. Oklahoma City is a problem. The last game that they lost was last night against Dallas. They lose by 6.
OKC doesn't scare me, Raj.
I think that's a mistake.
You know what OKC is?
That team should scare the crap out of you.
Yeah, in the regular season. Mm-hmm. They're the Baltimore Ravens.
No, they're the Baltimore Ravens. It was the first
year.
They are
the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the Lamar Jackson of the regular season. Don't tell me to get out of there.
He hasn't failed enough, like Lamar Jackson has failed to this point in his career in the playoffs, to be labeled Lamar Jackson.
Here's a better comparison basketball-wise. I got your back.
Come on, give me KJ.
2015, Houston Rockets, James Harden, and all of his minions around him.
Yeah.
That's exactly what OKC is. I love SGA, but it doesn't feel like they have what it takes to elevate when you have a team like – and I'm going to call the Nuggets. They're like the Golden State Warriors of today. And I know everybody wants Boston to be crowned as that, but I think the Nuggets are that, and I think OKC doesn't have enough to get over that hump.
Sean Maz's text line here. Golden Garrett just adding to all my favorite superlatives of Nikola Jokic's historic night last night is that last night across the NBA, Nikola led the league in points, rebounds, and assists. No player has ever led all 3 stats in a night where there were at least 8 games. I mean, you could just go on and on and on about everything that Nikola Jokic achieved not only last night, but this last 8-game stretch has been incredible.
Don't allow this very exciting stretch for the Nuggets. And it has been exciting. You've won 12 of 15. You've beaten teams that you should beat. Sacramento's a good team, but again, second leg of a back-to-back, and they were coming off playing Golden State. So you should win that game. It was closer than it should have been. Nuggets were blowing them out. I think you could say that they called the dogs off in the 4th, and that's the reason why it got so close. Dougie McDermott got hot as well.
Oh, go get him, Dougie. Have fun, kid.
Don't allow winning 12 of 15 to fuel your hubris. I think you overlooking Oklahoma City is That's Icarus getting close to the sun, brother. That is a good basketball
I'm not
team.
overlooking him. I just look at the context historically of NBA franchises that win like almost 7 times as many games as they lose in the regular season, and how they end up performing in the postseason.
Who were the Nuggets before they won a championship 2 years ago?
A good team.
Oklahoma City.
No, they didn't have this record at the month of January. Have you seen OKC's record? Stupid.
Before they won a title 2 years ago, right? You win the finals in 22-23. You had a 54-win season in 18-19. You lost in the semis.
How many games you lose?
You lost 28 games over the course of that season.
Okay, how many losses does OKC have past the midway marker of the season?
I think they have 7 losses
7.
now. Is that correct? 7?
Yeah, I think
7 or 8, something like that.
Run themselves out, brother.
Watch what you ask for, Coach.
I'm more worried about the Rockets. I'm not the hubris. The hubris isn't there. It's styles make fights, Raj. And I love the fight, the matchup of the Nuggets versus OKC in the postseason. This current version of the Nuggets, you bet. The Rockets, man, I don't love it. Won't make me feel as comfortable.
Just gonna say over the.
Go ahead.
I'll hold my tongue.
No.
I'll hold my tongue.
Pull it. Yeah, roll with it, brother.
I'll hold my tongue.
Let it go.
We got NFL news. AFC West adds another Super Bowl winning coach.
Is Vince Lombardi also now in the AFC West coaching? We have Dick Vermeil in his prime coming to the AFC West. Who else we got?
Who else you trying to dig out
We
of a
got Bill
grave?
Parcells coming to the AFC West.
They get older. They get better. This is good news.
Buddy Ryan.
This is good news
Buddy
for the
Ryan's
Broncos.
coming. Mike Ditka.
Pete Carroll is the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm going to tell you why it's great news for the Broncos.
All right.
Pete Carroll, the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. So check that one. Check that one off the list, Coach.
There's only 2 left.
Deion Sanders, man.
There was a lot of noise.
He's staying in Boulder.
There was a lot of noise.
That guy is staying in Boulder.
It got real quiet in a hurry, didn't it?
Oh, it was very loud for 3 days.
Loud.
And then it went away.
You didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
That was a good drop there, KJ.
I think the teams that kicked the tires on Deion, namely Dallas and Las Vegas, went, if he wants to come here, he's going to want to utilize every piece of draft capital that we have and move up to get his son. And maybe we don't believe in his son right now.
Who's getting Dallas?
Schottenheimer? It feels like a milquetoast hire.
That guy got fired by Pete Carroll as his offensive coordinator up in Seattle.
It's looking like they moved away from McCarthy too quickly. Although, like, if Mike was still there, do you have a different outlook on what Dallas is doing right now? If McCarthy gets re-signed to, like, let's say they give him a 2-year extension, do you feel better about that situation as a Cowboys fan?
Wait, there's a chance that you're saying there's a chance that McCarthy's
No, had they?
Oh, okay.
Had they signed McCarthy to a 2-year extension?
Although, can we actually like fully rule that out?
No,
because McCarthy could be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys after this failed search.
Look what happened. Look what happened with Liam Cohen.
Dude, wild.
So the Jaguars reach out to the now former Tampa Bay offensive coordinator who brought Baker Mayfield back to prominence, right? And made him relevant again. They won a division title. Cohen throws his hat in the ring for the Jacksonville job, then removes it after being the number 1 candidate. Trent Baalke gets booted from Jacksonville. Cohen goes back into the conversations and is now on track to be the head coach in Jacksonville.
Arguably the most unhinged head coaching hiring process that I've ever heard of.
It's either
and
him
believe
or
it
me.
or not, behind the scenes, when not even the stuff that is publicly consumed and available to consume, there's a lot of really crazy stuff that happens in these college and pro head coaching hire situations. The timeline of this, like you just recapped, obviously fired Doug Peterson, but retained Trent Baalke as GM. Want Ben Johnson. Yeah, I didn't want to join Jacksonville. Why? Trent Baalke. Don't like him. Jaguars then pivot. Okay, we'll take the next hottest offensive coordinator out there, Liam Cohen. But same rule's going to apply. Don't really want to work with Trent Baalke.
Don't want to be associated
I don't
with
want to
that
be
guy.
a part of that. That guy's gross. Buccaneers offer to make Cohen the highest paid OC to counter, but he's not able to interview with the Jaguars for a second time. So the Jaguars interview Robert Saleh, kind of looks like he's the hot candidate. He starts to seem like the favorite with Liam Cohen out of the running. Then the Jaguars realize their mistake and they're like, you know what? Yeah, we don't want Robert Saleh. We want to go out and get this Liam Cohen guy. Fired. Trent Baalke, get out of here. See ya. Now let's pivot back to Liam Cohen, and we're going to offer him Ben Johnson type money. We're going to give him the big bread. Well, then Cohen, guess what he does next? He gets on a skate plane to Jacksonville for a second interview, violating the Buccaneers' conditions of agreement for his massive contract. Then Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles, he gets in contact with Liam Cohen at 5 p.m. yesterday, who says, hey, Coach Bowles, I'm actually at the doctor. Shh, be quiet. I'm at the doctor's office.
I'm really busy right now.
I have a sick child. That was what was said. I have a sick child.
Do you even have kids?
But then, hey, Coach Bowles, there might be something brewing, just maybe, with the Jaguars. I don't know, but I got to take care of my sick kid. And then within hours, Liam Cohen is the head football coach of your Jacksonville Jaguars.
Insane.
Dysfunction personified.
God. Insane.
Even the way that Liam Cohen himself, the new fearless leader, he showed his own propensity for dysfunction. He also showed that in the last 12 years of his career, he hasn't, I think it's dating back to 2011. He hasn't stayed in one place longer than 2 years. He has been a one and done almost everywhere he's gone. And he did it again to the Buccaneers.
You would expect that type of dysfunction from an organization like the Las Vegas Raiders. That's kind of who they've been, at least for the majority of my lifetime. I know they got to a Super Bowl against Tampa Bay in, what was it, 2003 or something like that, 2002. For the majority of my lifetime, the Raiders have been, what is that dumpster fire?
Yeah, why would they hire that guy?
And you were expecting that.
Don't you see it? Don't you see what's going to happen?
This is the Tom Brady effect, man.
I agree. You know what Tom Brady told bad haircut guy Mark
He's
Davis?
the adult in the room.
He said, "You know what? It's time to get serious about
Look at
football."
me. Look at me.
Hey, do you want to get serious?
I'm the captain now.
Yep. You want?
It's
over. You want to just continue to hire guys that the locker room enjoys, ripping post-game victory cigars that don't matter in games when the season's already essentially off the rails, like he did in both seasons that Antonio Pierce was there? No. It's time to go out and get somebody who's won a Super Bowl. Oh, wait, also, the guy's also won a national championship in college football.
He's one of 3 coaches to do both that, a national title and a Super Bowl championship.
Who are the other 2?
The other 2 are... I just
stumped
had it. It was right in front of me.
I'm trying to think who would it be.
The other 2 are Barry Switzer and Jimmy Johnson. Oh, sorry, Jim Harbaugh as well.
No, he didn't win. He has not won a Super Bowl.
He's been to a Super Bowl.
Correct. But if you think about this, right? So you're talking about an AFC West where, can you even imagine this? That your superstar, bigger than life head coach here in Denver, Sean Payton, he might be number 4 out of 4 in, just look, hear me out, in terms of a combination of star power and resume. Okay? Tell me who
He's got a better resume than Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's won a national championship.
Where's his ring?
Harbaugh
ring that matters
won a national championship a year ago.
Where's
and he's
the ring
been
that
to a
matters in the
Super Bowl.
Hasn't won one. Sean Payton's got to win. Dude, that matters. That matters.
Okay, star power. Harbaugh, right now, star power. Harbaugh or Sean Payton? Star power. Who's more endorsable?
Harbaugh, but
Way more.
I don't know. Sean Payton was on TV. He was great on television, man. Star power? That's Q rating. Q rating, baby.
You really thought he was great on TV? Really?
I thought he was pretty good on TV.
Did you really watch?
I was okay. I thought he was good on TV. I was entertained by Sean Payton on television.
Really?
That's all that matters.
So you love the pregnant pause. Love it.
I'm a big Jim Rome pause guy. Did you just tell me you don't like Jim Rome?
Jim Rome's my guy, but comparing
pregnant
Sean
pause.
Payton as a cunning linguist to Jim Rome is not exactly something that I would be standing on a table right now for.
I'm not going to do that. I don't think he's the number 4 coach. I think it's Andy Reid.
Number 1, clearly.
It's Andy Reid and then a jumble of the other 3 guys who are great. Don't get me wrong.
What has Pete Carroll done?
Pete Carroll's got a Super Bowl championship.
Yep. How many has he been to?
2? 2.
Yep.
1 win, 1 loss.
What did he do in college?
National championship, cheating with USC.
Yep. All right.
All right, so I can put him at 3. He's above Harbaugh. You don't get to. That's not a
Super
battle
Bowl,
you're going to win.
Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl trumps everything.
Now, I did set the rules of engagement, Raj, and you kind of did what you do, man. You manipulated the rules of engagement a little bit. I said star power plus resume.
Jim Harbaugh's star power does not, compared or added with his resume, does not trump a Super Bowl victory. It doesn't.
Best coaches, not resumes now.
Andy Reid. Sean Payton's he's a finalist for Coach of the Year, man.
It's true.
He got a rookie quarterback to the playoffs. He just broke a 9-year drought.
Jim Harbaugh was not in the Coach of the Year finalists.
And Jim Harbaugh has his quarterback, right? He's got one. Is Justin Herbert a top 5 talented quarterback in the league?
Yes.
What did Jim Harbaugh do that Brand Staley didn't? They did the same exact thing.
Staley didn't get to the playoffs recently, last couple of years.
Yeah, he did. He got the team to the playoffs, but they were hurt.
I don't think they
Staley got.
He definitely
Staley
did
got.
in his final
I'm almost
year.
positive Staley got to the playoffs. Mike Williams was hurt.
Yeah, I think
and they lost in the first round.
Yeah, I think that year Mike was hurt. But
because he played him in the final game of the season.
Oh, in the final season he was here? No,
he was.
No.
They were cheeks.
No, but what did Harbaugh do this year that the Chargers hadn't already done before he got there?
Yeah, he charged it pretty good.
He charged.
Yeah.
He didn't change that. We thought Harbaugh was going to be the answer to the Chargers charging. That wasn't the answer this year. They petered out. Justin Herbert shrunk in that game. You can't sit here and tell me that he's the better head coach right now.
So Staley in
They're on a very
2021,
level playing field.
2021, Staley 9-7, and then lost in week 18 in a win or go home against the Las Vegas Raiders. 2022 ended up 10-7, 5th seed, same, right? And then faced the Jacksonville Jaguars and were up 27-0 and lost 31-30.
And that was the year that they played their starters at the end of the season when they didn't need to and they got injured.
And then
they charged
Staley was 5-9 to start the 23 campaign.
Gets fired. Harbaugh comes in. I could make the argument that Harbaugh's the 4th best head coach in the division right now. What has he done for me lately? Michigan? Ask Chip Kelly about all his accomplishments at Oregon. What has that done for him? Just won a national championship as an offensive coordinator. Did that translate to the NFL? Translated for 1 year with the Eagles.
It was fun with the Eagles. I enjoyed watching a tempo offense at the Eagles. Then he decided to get really like NFL-y, and he lost his luster.
I think this is a good thing for the Broncos because now it pushes the Chargers, who should be the number 2 threat in the division. It makes their road harder. Pete Carroll's a little bit of a Jim Harbaugh tonic. You know better than anyone.
In terms of success and quarterback guru, quarterback whisperer status, Sean Payton's successfully been highly relevant as an NFL head coach with how many quarterbacks? Highly relevant, Raj. Where you're like, yep, that's a team that can go win this thing this year. 1 quarterback. Am I right, Raj? Jim Harbaugh's done it with how many quarterbacks? In the National Football League. Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick, and then to be determined, Justin Herbert. Just like to be determined. We'll see, obviously.
Where's your ring, guy? Where's your ring?
How many years? How many years has Harbaugh been a head coach in the National Football League?
At the top of my head.
5? 6? 6?
When did he get there? 2012 in San Fran?
I believe so.
So I think that was 2012 to, I want to say 2016.
Head coach in San Diego, 04 to 06.
What? That was a quarterback, bro. Oh, University of San Diego.
Yeah, I'm just going through. I'm going through his head coaching resume.
I was like, he was the head coach of the San Diego Superchargers.
Head coach at Stanford, 07 to 2010.
Okay.
He makes the jump to San Francisco, and he's there from 2011 to 2014.
So just 4 seasons,
and now 5.
Okay, so he has been an NFL head coach for 5 seasons. Sean Payton, what year was this? 17.
Yeah, year 17.
Mm-hmm.
Head coaches are. They are measured on wins and losses in the biggest games. And Sean Payton has won the biggest game.
Correct.
And Harbaugh has not.
Correct.
So therefore, I can't put Harbaugh ahead of Payton. I can't do it.
I think
Not
you're
right
fair.
now.
I think you're fair.
can't
I think
do
that's
it.
fair. But either way, the AFC West, it's a juggernaut. It's a juggernaut in terms of proven commodities as head coaches. I'm just surprised that Bill Walsh didn't come back and coach in the AFC West. Or Curly Lambeau. Or George Halas, Papa Bear. Paul Brown. I mean, this is a really, really competitive time in the AFC West. And I think that Shedeur Sanders is going to end up a Raider still. Because I think if there's a head coach that can foster a positive growth environment and will think outside the box to equip a very talented quarterback to have the success that he's going to have based off of his skill set, I think that's Pete Carroll.
Brother, how great would it be if Russell Wilson signs on with the Raiders?
0 chance.
It'd be so funny,
0
man. There's no
Although
chance
I
it could
called
happen.
it,
It'd
did
be
I not
so
call
funny.
it yesterday? The fact when we were playing his glazing session of Mike Tomlin and Pete Carroll, I said Those are two potential bosses of his. He wanted to make sure he got out in front of it before even Pete Carroll was named the head coach
It's a
of the
pick-me
Raiders.
glaze is what that is.
That was, man. Hey, don't think that Russ is oftentimes playing some chess now.
1 hour from right now at 11:45, we'll be joined by Nuggets guard Christian Brown. Don't miss it.
Obviously, and Coach Pete Carroll and obviously Coach Mike Tomlin are really unique individuals in how they lead and motivate. I think they're culture builders.
Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi hanging out with you guys until noon. PhD will take over then. Double Dipperoo tomorrow on Altitude Sports. 11 a.m., early morning game for the Avs as they head out to Boston to take on the Bruins. That pregame is at 10:30 on 9:50 a.m. The Nuggets pregame tomorrow is at 12:30 as they take on Minnesota. Is that correct? I think they travel to take on the Timberwolves tomorrow.
The road trip starts in Minnie.
Okay, starts in Minnie, 1 p.m. tip, 12:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. So again, Avs 9:50, Nuggets 92.5 tomorrow. Coach, I gotta ask.
Was that on purpose, what you just did?
What, my pregnant pause?
Yeah, just to prove that the pregnant pause is still extremely relevant. Is that Sean Payton was elite on television with pregnant pauses?
I didn't say elite. I said I enjoyed Sean Payton on television.
I felt so uncomfortable during that pregnant pause that you just executed. I was like, could something happen here? Although I'm a kind of a pregnant pause guy sometimes too.
I know. I got to ask.
It's different when you're the one who's doing it, right?
No, it always feels longer than you think.
Yeah.
ESPN ranked the best NFL rookie classes of this past year. Where do you think Denver ranked?
Okay. Can you rephrase the conditions?
The top rookie classes of this past year.
Oh, per team.
Where did the Broncos rank?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like the rookie class compared from 1 year to the previous years.
No,
that's how my brain.
The Bo Nix rookie class.
Correct.
Where did it rank?
So the Denver Broncos rookie class, I believe, ranked in the top 8.
It is in the top 8. Would you like to refine?
I would go 6.
7.
Close.
All right. They have Denver ranked behind these teams in this order from best to worst, but still very good.
Let's play a little game here. Which of the three of us, as you name the teams, can name a player from the rookie class from that team?
I'm going to have the names in front of me.
Okay, so me and KJ get to play this game.
All right.
So KJ, you better lock in, man, because you're about to get whooped. You're about to get
number one.
Watch yourself.
According to ESPN, the number one best performing rookie class in the NFL this year, the Los Angeles Rams.
Jared Verse.
There you go.
Braden Fisk.
We went over those yesterday. It's kind of cheating. You have another one?
The running back.
Blake Corum. Who didn't really do anything this year.
Yeah, it was pretty quiet.
Number 2. The Washington Commanders.
Jay Daniels.
Doesn't count.
Huh?
Can you name
Luke
another?
McCaffrey.
Oh, you son of a gun.
God.
Valor Christian.
Goodness gracious.
I was giving you a chance. Number 3.
Come on, man. Hey, KJ, you all right, man? You wake up.
I'm woke, baby. I'm woke. I'm good.
Come on, man.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Ladd McConkey.
Ladd McConkey.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's slow, man.
Can you get another one? Who was the first round pick? He's protecting Joe.
Joe Alt.
There you go. Joe Alt, Notre Dame tackle. Number 4, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a tough one.
Weird.
Tough one.
Huh.
Running back?
Oh, Bucky Irving.
Bucky Irving.
Yeah, coached the damn guy at Minnesota.
The fourth
went
round
from Minnesota
pick.
to Oregon.
4th round pick out of Oregon.
Gosh, that
Bucky
was
Irving.
really bad on my part. Who else did something from?
Jalen McMillan out of Washington.
Oh, the
was their
receiver.
3rd round
Yep.
pick.
Yeah.
Just another Michael Penix Jr. guy.
And their starting center, Graham Barton.
Okay.
Number 5, the New York Football Giants.
Malik Neighbors.
Braylon Allen.
Braylon Allen.
He was a second year, third year.
I think
guy.
he's a second-year player. I don't see him on this list. I don't see him on the list, KJ. I'm sorry.
Malik Neighbors and who else?
Doesn't count. Malik Neighbors, the 2nd-round pick was Tyler Nubin, the
Oh,
safety
good
out
player.
of Minnesota.
Yeah, Gopher.
The 3rd-rounder was Andrew Phillips, the cornerback out of Kentucky.
Don't know much about his.
And then Theo Johnson,
Good
the
player,
4th-round
tight
pick,
end.
tight end out of Penn State.
Talked about him quite a bit from the Senior Bowl last year.
I just remembered I hit the wrong New York team.
Still,
So there you go.
still waiting after my announcement yesterday about the GoFundMe that somebody needs to start for my Senior Bowl trip here in 3 days.
The team
Hasn't
directly in front of the Broncos at number 6, the San Francisco 49ers.
Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall, wide out of Florida.
There was a safety.
There was a safety selected in the 4th round out of Wake.
Yeah, I don't know.
Malik Mustafa.
Okay, what about who else was there?
Their 2nd-round pick was cornerback Renardo Green from Florida State.
Yep.
The guard Dominic Pooney out of Kansas went in the 3rd round.
He started, I think. Pooney. Started.
The Broncos are at number 7, and you can name.
Go ahead, KJ. Let's see if you can get one here.
I think there was a guy by the name of Bo Nix.
There's a guy by the name of Bo Nix.
I'll tell you what, man. Hey, give yourself like some type of round of applause. But you get to control those sounds. Good job, KJ. You knew the Broncos rookie class.
It's so patronizing. Jeez.
I got Nick Gargulo. How about that? Put that in your Gargulo and smoke it.
I think they're ranked a little lower than they should be.
Pretty deep, man.
Because
deep class.
You didn't get the top end performance out of.
You got Bo Nix, brother.
You got Bo.
Bo Nix was a finalist for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Finalist for Offensive Rookie of the Year, get you back, but like middle of the road QBR quarterback.
I like Devon Vele had a lot of production, man, relative to other rookie receivers. He had good production. Troy Franklin had
he
solid
wasn't Malik Nabers.
production. I understand that, but
He
you have
wasn't
Bo
Marvin
Nix.
Harrison.
You have the quarterback.
Marvin Harrison struggled a
You have
little
the
bit.
quarterback. And then you have, on the defense side, Jonah Ellis ended up having over 5 sacks. Yeah, that's a terrible ranking. Take that ranking and I'm punting that thing outside of this building.
The reason why they're at 7 is because you didn't get the top end performance.
You got it from Bo freaking Nix.
Out of one player. And you can make the argument, and you've been making the argument all season long that it wasn't top end performance from Bo.
Yes, it was. Statistically, it was. The touchdowns, it was.
Right, but you brought me through all of your NFL Next Gen stats and throwing to open receivers. He was toward the bottom in the league. And
CPOE.
CPOE, your little nose picker stat.
EPA per dropback.
Yes, those ones.
TTT, time to throw.
The reason why it's there is because you didn't have the guys like Malik Nabers. You didn't have the guys like Bucky Irving, who was one of the better running backs in the league this year.
Great.
You didn't have a guy in Lad McConkey or Joe Alt, who were guys
sure as heck would have loved to have seen Audric Estime get the same opportunities that Bucky Irving got in Tampa, but for some reason we didn't. And I don't even know is Audric Estime in the plans going forward.
There wasn't a Jared Verse. There wasn't a Braden Fisk, right?
Those guys are phenomenal.
You got
the Rams were
solid,
number 1, right?
The Rams were number 1. You got solid performance out of almost everybody on that list.
But the 49ers, like Ricky Pearsall's production wasn't great.
They should be ahead of San Francisco. I think they should be ahead of New York.
Malik
I think it's a top 5 team.
Tyler Newbin didn't have a monster year, if I'm not mistaken, the safety.
But look at Denver, man. Like, yeah, that's a top 5 class. I don't think they should be at number 7. Even Chris Abrams' drain helped you out.
He was very good when he got his
zone
opportunity.
pick against LA.
Yeah.
Should have won that football game, and he helped.
Raj, help me out. Who wrote this article?
This is
our very own Jeff Legwald. Just kidding.
Aaron Schatz with ESPN.
All right. Aaron, you got some homework to do.
What's the last name?
Schatz.
Well, you know what I just did in the past tense? I just shat.
I don't think you're allowed to say that.
It's not even a word, Raj.
It's a number 2.
It's not a word. It's not a real word. It's not a real past tense.
It's gonna get us fired 4 months into the show.
It's been a great run though.
We'll do the rest of the top 10.
You said it.
I did not.
You said the guy's last name.
With a Z at the end of it. It's a very different word. Jesus Christ. All right, let's do the rest of the top 10 before we get out of here. Number 8, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can you name a rookie?
I don't think I can.
The offensive tackle out of Washington was their first round pick.
Oh, yeah, Troy Fautanu.
Fautanu is the first round pick. Number 9, can you name a rookie from Las Vegas not named Brock Bowers? The answer is probably no.
No.
Second round pick was the center out of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. Delmar Glaze, the offensive tackle out of Maryland, was the third round pick. And rounding out at number 10, and I think this is too low for Chicago.
Oh, gosh.
The Bears.
Roma Dunze?
Caleb Williams. And Roma Dunze feels like they should be a top 10 team.
Reed.
Closer to the top 5. I can't believe it. It's unreal. Christian Brown's going to join us in 45 minutes. 11:45.
Well, if the show's still on.
If we're still here in the second hour.
If you still allow us to move forward.
Join us at 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person in 1 hour.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there.
Well, I did.
70-foot bomb from Nikola Jokic to end the third. 132-123 is the final as the Nuggets improved to 28-16. Win over Sacramento. They'll take on Minnesota on the road tomorrow. 1 p.m. tip on 92.5. The Avs will be on 9:50 in an early morning game. 11 a.m. puck drop local or rather Mountain Time, 1 p.m. local puck drop in Boston. Avs looking to get their 29th win of the season. Before we get back into the Nuggets, you see this? Some 9-year-old kid pulled a 1 out of 1 Paul Skeens MLB debut jersey card from Topps, I believe. 11-year-old from LA.
What's the gift with purchase?
Gift with purchase?
Of the Skeens jersey.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Explain your gift with purchase? What are you talking about?
Keep going. Keep going.
You missed me on that one. So a kid pulled a 1 out of 1 card for Paul Skeens, he's looking like the next generational pitching talent, and he was amazing last year. If you haven't watched that guy pitch, you're missing something for next season. The Pirates have offered the kid the following to trade them the card. 2 Pirates season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years. A softball game for 30 people at PNC Park, one of the prettiest parks in all of Major League Baseball, and coaching that day from Pirates alumni. A spring training experience like no other, which includes a private, in Florida, a private tour of Pirate City and Laycomb Park, a meet and greet with Paul Skeens, 2 Skeens autographed jerseys, batting practice and warm up with the team, and you get to share a suite with Livy Dunn at a Pirates game next season.
You don't say.
That's the gift with purchase I was alluding to, Raj.
Do you make the trade?
Yes.
I think you make the trade.
You make the trade.
So that
experiences are way more valuable than they are, man.
That card's probably going to be at its peak. I don't know. Is that if Skeens turns into a Hall of Famer, is that a $1 million card? A $1.5 million card?
So who's offering this to him?
The Pirates, the organization.
Why did they want it so badly?
Because I think they look at the card as a solid investment. Some of those cards, man, they fetch a lot of money.
So, like the ownership group of the Pirates is like, man, I really wanted that card. Or do you think it's a bit of a? They know that it's an 11-year-old kid.
They know that it's an 11-year-old kid.
Well, that kid's he's gonna take it. Now I'd negotiate a little bit if I were him.
Well, Dad and Mom are going to negotiate it.
You think
They're
really
not going to let
negotiate?
the 11-year-old kid negotiate the price of the ticket.
Dad's going to really negotiate.
The luxury Rivendell Suites at PNC Park cost $10,000. That's the highest. That's the most expensive seat at PNC. The Hyundai Club behind home plate, which are rows 1 through 12, are $800 a ticket. So you have, 81 home games a year times 800, times 1,600, because don't you get 2 tickets behind home plate each game, comes out to a value of $130,000 per year. You take the offer. Even if you don't go to a single game, you can sell those tickets. And granted, it's PNC. The Pirates aren't going to be selling out. But you can make your money back on the maximum value of that card in like a third of the year that your home plate tickets are off.
Raj, we were talking about Dad being pretty involved in the negotiation process here. What was the very last benefit that the Pirates offered this 11-year-old child?
One more time.
What was the very last benefit in that you read? You
get to hang out. You get to hang out with Livy Dunn in a suite.
Okay.
The 11-year-old's gonna love that.
Do you think the dad's gonna allow that to just be like, nah, let's keep the card. Let's just keep the card.
Mom might look at the dad and go, 11-year-old gets to go. You don't. You're telling
Mom goes, no, Dad.
This ain't a dad trip. No, this ain't a dad trip.
Right to jail, right away.
Oh, man. Anne Marie Sanford would be like, yep, you know what tonight is? It's a mommy son date tonight. That means you're out, buddy.
You got to take that trade, though. The card's one thing, and I've got a bunch of buddies who are like baseball card collectors. But you make that trade, and you sell the tickets, but you have to negotiate that you can sell those home plate tickets any game you want.
Kids from LA, huh?
Kids from LA. So you're not going to go, they're not going to go to a Pirate, they're not going to go to Pirates games. All you do is you get those tickets, you throw them on StubHub, you make your money back in a decade?
How much is the
At
card?
the worst?
How much is the card valued currently?
I think it's around like $600,000 or something like that. But again, if Skeens becomes who people think he's going to be, that can rise like crazy. It might be $1 million.
You said 30 years worth of season tickets, right?
30 years worth of home plate season tickets.
Yeah, dude.
Which they can go as high as $800 right now for the Pirates. And granted,
that card is worth $1.5 million
right now
today.
Still you still make the trade right now.
What if Paul Skeens has a rotator cuff and
2 Tommy John surgeries?
Yeah, because I think he's already had a Tommy John.
Then it plummets, man.
Most all elite pitchers, it's part of the starter kit.
Then it plummets.
They get it when they're like a 16-year-old. It's like time to go get Tommy.
That's a conundrum. That's a thinker.
I mean, I don't know. I take the now value. I love going to ball games.
You are a go to game guy.
Big go to game guy.
It's been the really exciting thing to watch, right? Because you have been as a fan neutered for the last 25 years.
Well, yeah, really my whole life.
Right. So like going back to your high school days, right? Like,
dude, even as a son of a coach, I worked starting when I was 11 years old.
Right.
I worked at my dad's games.
You've been a neutered fan for 3 decades. And now that you're out of coaching in the college ranks.
I mean, I'm Freddie fan now. Freddie fanboy.
You're getting to go to I envy you. I envy your ability to enjoy a tailgate like it's the first one you've ever been to.
It really is. It really is the first tailgate I've been to.
You're enjoying that at 40 as compared to when you didn't appreciate it when you were 18.
Yeah, college, I mean, you get so many reps of it. You're like, yeah, it's cool. It's awesome.
There's days where you wake up, I'm not going to go to the pregame today. I don't need to be
really
there.
Feeling it today.
I did it last weekend.
For me, it's like, we got to go. This is unbelievable.
I'm very jealous of that. Very jealous of it.
I'm like learning things in my civvy life that I just didn't know for the last several decades. Yeah, I didn't know that I thought you showed up to a tailgate at a football game like 11 hours before the game starts. I had no idea that tailgating starts like 3 hours before.
Or when we were Zooming with Romy Bean ahead of the Broncos-Bills game.
Wasn't it like 35 minutes before the game?
35 minutes before the game. They'd been out there for 6 hours.
Well, I go at Lambeau, and I was a kid in a candy store last year when we went out as a family to Lambeau Field. I showed up for, I believe it was a noon kick, Central Time. I go out I want to start tailgating at 5 a.m. They didn't open the lots until like 9 a.m. Like, what are you guys going to let people
riot?
Tailgate? I tried to, but there's nobody out. All there were security guards not letting people in. Like, this is tailgating? I mean, I used to wake up on game days at 5 a.m. ready to go through my call sheet. I'm like, people are putting their work in and getting lubed up, ready for this loud environment they're going to create. Nope. I didn't know that.
Jealous of you for having all of those new experiences. Also jealous of you that like you got dropped into maybe what will come to be the golden era of Denver sports.
There's no question.
Like if Sean Payton gets this thing done and he's the first coach to win Super Bowls with multiple teams and the Avs confirm their championship from a few years ago and they get a second cup.
Get some Val and some Landy back in the next 3 months.
The Nuggets go on a run because they said at the beginning of the show, people are saying it, Nuggets are back.
You said it, Raj.
People are saying it.
You said it.
People are saying it.
You said it.
People.
You said it on on our text thread. I mean, I got in trouble already for saying a bad word. But I'm just going to go back here to the morning sprint show thread.
People are saying it because if I say it, it's not going to be true. We've already established that on this trip.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so this is what it said. It said people are saying, and it actually said the streets tell me the Nuggets are so beep back, man.
Yeah, because if I say it, it's not going to happen. We've already established that very, very well in the show, is that if I predict something, it will not happen. You've been dropped into the golden era. And that feeling that I got from the Nuggets last night, particularly in the first half, against, yes, a Kings team on the second leg of a back-to-back, this new starting five with a Jamal Murray that feels healthy, rejuvenated, a Christian Brown who we're going to talk to in about 30 minutes from right now, who is just as, he's a little bit of a step back from KCP on the defensive end, but he's starting to grow into that role. It feels like it did a couple of years ago.
It sure does. I just had a great Twitch comment here. Why is there no tailgating for Avs or Nuggets like ever? There never is.
They've done tailgating prior to playoff games.
I went to the only tailgating I saw was at Brooklyn's for the Nuggets championship.
They had a whole
We're talking
Nuggets
May
and
and June.
Avalanche Park where they opened up the parking lots and then they went over to the Tivoli.
But why is nobody out there
Vic
with
and I were on the I was on the back of
hibachi
Vic's
grill and glizzies and
2
street
years
meat.
ago, it's a little bit different. 2 years ago, when the Nuggets won their championship, Vic and I were out on his hog. I was riding on the back. I was literally holding on to Vic's tummy as we were driving through the Tivoli. And thousands of people out there at a concert. And Vic and I were trying to weave in and out of the barricades. We crashed his hog. I almost broke my hand. My hand was all cut up. Had to go back into the arena. I had a suit on. Bled on my suit that night. They did a pregame tailgate
At
thing
Tivoli?
in the playoffs. Yeah, across the street.
Yeah, but that's not like a parking lot tailgate. Like there should be parking lot tailgates for Avs and Nuggets games. In fact, I'm going to launch I want to do an Avs tailgate in the middle of the month of February. And I'm gonna use this bully pulpit that I've been giving, this microphone in front of me, to advertise the living crud out of it. And I'm gonna have a lot of people at my Avs February tailgate.
So you know how I'm jealous of you experiencing things for the first time. At the same time, it then makes you naive. When are most Nuggets and Avalanche games played?
At nighttime.
In what time of the year?
In the cold time.
In the cold time.
Yeah.
When it's dark outside.
Do Packers fans in the bold north have fun tailgating outside of Lambeau Field for hours before the game starts?
Yeah, but it's during the daytime when they don't have to
Do
work.
they don't
because
tailgate?
the game's on a Sunday.
They don't tailgate for Sunday night football or Thursday night football
game's
or
on a
Monday night
Sunday.
football.
And they have Thursday and Monday night games maybe once or twice a year.
Fine.
There's a reason why you don't tailgate in the middle of January for an 8 p.m. Nuggets tip.
I'll tell you the reason. Softness.
Wham!
Softness. Wham! We're tailgating. You guys got me? Text in if you're with me. Random Avs February tailgate hosted by Coach Mike Sanford. I'm in.
That would be fun. NFL notes are next. Christian Brown at 11:45.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Reminder, 20 minutes from right now, Nuggets guard Christian Braun will join the show, talk about last night's win, the hot streak that the Nuggets are on, and what the locker room's saying about this new starting five and Aaron Gordon coming off the bench. Also, something about risotto that we have to ask him.
Do you have any backstory to this?
No backstory, but we're going to
either.
ask about risotto.
Is he going to actually know what we're talking about? Vic Lombardi told both of us that we need to ask him about is it his risotto or just risotto in general?
Risotto. Thoughts?
Cool.
That might be the question.
Yeah. Name association. Word association, Christian. Risotto.
I actually have no idea what comes to mind. Creamy? Sticky? I'm not a big risotto guy. Risotto can be sticky. KJ, what's first?
Before we get to everything that's going on with the AFC West and its coaches, we have some breaking news. Josina Anderson is reporting that Broncos assistant GM Darren Muji has been voted as the Jets' new GM, and that's what she's reporting. Denver Post's own Troy Rink is saying that today he is back at Broncos headquarters waiting to hear. So there are conflicting reports. But in the case that this is true and that it eventually becomes announced by the New York Jets, what are you guys' initial reactions to Darren Muji moving on to the Jets and, John Elway getting another disciple out there?
Darren Muji, former quarterback at San Diego State University. I actually got to know him a bit. Sharp, good dude, smart. Tell you what, John Elway's tree of guys that he hired, pretty impressive. Really is. It's been a pretty impressive list across the league. I mean, you see what Matt Russell is doing as that's Howie Roseman's right-hand man. Sets the draft board for the Philadelphia Eagles. There's others we can go through, and I've seen lists recently, but Darren Muji, who also has been working under George Payton, who, by the way, is very highly respected, especially as a college evaluator and draft creator, if you will, like creator of a draft board. For as much negativity that sometimes even people on our own station have towards John Elway's tenure as a general manager, I'm not one of those people, by the way. I do think that there were some great things that came out of his tenure, and Darren Muji, potentially the new general manager of the New York Jets, would be another one.
The Jets, their big issue has been finding veteran talent to come in and supplement what Joe Douglas was a solid draft guy. Like, there's a lot of young talent out there in New York, and that's the reason why they should have been way better this year had Aaron Rodgers not walked in there and bombed the entire place. You need to find another guy that can continue that drafting process, because you're not going to be able to go out, find another veteran quarterback right now. It's going to help. Like, the best guy is one that you already swung and missed on, and then he found a way to revive his career in Minnesota. You're going to bring back Sam Darnold this year? You're going to run back with Aaron Rodgers after what he did to your organization this season? The answer is probably no. You got to find a guy that can draft. Maybe Muji's the guy.
Yep.
KJ?
No.
Sean's not having that Muji news.
He's not having any of it. And
Sean doesn't mind.
No, well, we'll see. We'll see, Raj. What he really doesn't mind is Pete Carroll coming to the division. As Adam Schefter reported, they have reached a 3-year deal with a 4-year team option. So now that makes the AFC West head coaches Chiefs Andy Reid, Broncos Sean Payton, Chargers Jim Harbaugh, and now Raiders Pete Carroll. And all of that combined, guys, is a total of 20 conference championship appearances and 9 Super Bowl appearances. Did this offseason just become the most important offseason in Broncos' recent history, understanding what is to come and who is now nipping on their heels?
I still think there's a massive talent disparity between the Raiders and the rest of the division. This is a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option.
Raiders are just quarterback poor. Incredibly quarterback poor. There's some nice pieces there. But they've been dysfunctional, and they have not had a quarterback since Derek Carr. And even then, you could argue, did they really have the franchise quarterback? The answer is no.
Unless something changes with that quarterback situation, I still think they're the worst team in the division. Will it be a bigger issue 2-3 years from now? Yes, I do think it's going to be a bigger issue. Pete Carroll he's shown he can be successful in this league, right? He's shown that he can be successful both with and without Russell Wilson, although they didn't get back to the promised land without him. I think it is a good thing for the Broncos, though. It makes the Raiders tougher for you to play against, but it also makes the Raiders more relevant for the other teams in your division. You need the other teams in the division to beat up on one another rather than you just having to run roughshod and hopefully split with the Kansas City Chiefs to find a way to get that home playoff game that Sean Payton wants so badly. I think it's a good thing. Also, he's super old. He's not going to be here past that 4 years.
He signed a 3-year deal.
And 3-year deal with a 4th-year option.
Yeah.
And he's 73 right now.
Which is not a very long contract.
He's not going to be here past that 3rd or 4th year.
I wonder if the idea is to bring in a coordinator on either side of the ball. Yeah, probably don't use that verb anymore. It's not a great one. Kind of a mentor. Bring
Teach
about.
a guy. People use the word groom.
Bring him along.
All right,
bring him or her along. You never know.
You gonna get on me about that word?
I mean, I think I've been pretty above board today. I think I've been pretty classy, if you will.
It makes the AFC West harder for the Broncos and for everyone else, and I think that's a good thing for Denver. KJ?
No.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Coach, because Liam Cohen, Buccaneers OC, has decided to take the job as the Jacksonville Jaguars' next head coach, as he informed head coach of the Buccaneers that he is officially leaving. All of this is spawned on by the fact that Trent Baalke, the GM of the Jaguars, was fired Wednesday afternoon. So he does this through the night, comes back to Jacksonville, they work, and he signs the contract, unofficially, of course, overnight, and he is officially now the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Got a fun question for you guys. What's worse, leaving a contract extension that was offered to him by the Bucs on the table, or being like Mel Tucker and leaving overnight to a D1 job after hours before just promising the entire city of Denver that you are locked in for a long time?
You get a chance for a head coaching job, you go.
Yeah, that ends up being the case.
You leave.
You got to do it.
You'd be an idiot not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Mel Tucker, as poorly as he handled the situation at CU, Mel Tucker would have been an idiot not to take the Michigan State job. With how much of a pay bump that he got there, with a bigger program in Michigan State, he would have been an idiot not to take that job. Should he have, been here on our station 12 hours before he decided to leave?
He was on altitude?
He was on altitude talking with Vic and Moj and Brett.
That's really cool. I didn't know that Midnight Mel was an altitude guy.
And left the next day. After saying, yeah, I'm here, don't worry, they were at an event talking to one another, and then he left the next day. He could have handled it better, but he would have been an idiot not to go. Same thing with Liam Cohen. As long as your one roadblock from going to Jacksonville gets out of the way, which happened to be Trent Baalke, dude, you leave. Todd Bowles, it's fine. You tell Todd Bowles, I'm not going to be your coordinator anymore, you'll find somebody else.
Probably could have gone about it a little bit differently than to make up a fictitious doctor's appointment because there's the kid was sick when you were actually in Jacksonville physically. Probably not a great deal. Liam Cohen, man. It's just another one in a long line of shady football coaches that end up doing really well, and they don't care about how they go about their business.
What's next, KJ?
No.
Generational talent has by far been the phrase of the week revolving the NFL draft. On Wednesday, the Titans said the person they're looking to draft at number 1 has to be a generational talent. and the money started pouring in on the betting lines towards Travis Hunter being the number 1 overall pick. Well, on a random Thursday down in Texas, Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward during their workout got into a generational talent contest as they were trying to figure out who is the next quote-unquote generational quarterback.
Listen, I'm a generational talent. I'm going to prove him right. I'm going to prove him right. Don't worry.
Oh, my gosh. No,
Hey, that's how I knew it.
Who said that?
Actually, nah. An article came out today. I'm generational. So I guess it's article versus article. I like that you think that, man. But we all know the truth. What? Trav gonna be first? They know it's best. They know it's best. Just like I told Joe. He don't know what that pressure like.
Even Shedeur thinks Travis Hunter is the guy that's going to be drafted by the Titans, or maybe that's what he wants for whatever reason. But yeah, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, who appeared to have had some beef before last fall, but they do train together. It's fun to see them working out and going back and forth in terms of who's more of a generational talent between the two of them. I think they've had a fun back and forth for a couple years now.
Better chance that both of them work out or both of them bust?
Man. Define bust.
You don't get a second contract with the drafting team. That's a bust.
I'm going to say both of them work out. I do. I enjoy both
now,
their abilities.
Work out to the point where they're Andy Dalton. Because Andy Dalton, right, and he's not a first rounder. Like Dalton was a second rounder out of TCU, but long career, had the Bengals as relevant, but always losing in the first round of the playoffs. So work out like Dalton or work out like Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Ryan. That'd be
all right. So there's your difference.
Yeah, he's arguably one of the best Falcon to ever play. In terms of like, you look at the history of that franchise. He's
a guy who won an MVP, never won a Super Bowl, should have won a Super Bowl if his offense coordinator decided to run the ball in the second half.
Who's his offense coordinator?
Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
Is he on his last legs, Shanahan?
No, he's fine.
You get one more chance?
He'll be all right. Niners they'll be competitive this year. They won't win a Super Bowl, but they'll be competitive.
All right, work out like Dalton or work out like Ryan?
I think that, gosh, I hate this. Man, I think the nurture is going to be so important in terms of the environments that both, if Shedeur and Cam Ward go into really good situations, coaching situations, stable situations, offensive lines aren't porous, then I think both of them have a chance to be special. But if they go into really bad situations, I don't know if either one of them are just innately going to be what covers a multitude of sins. And it's because their play style is certainly Shedeur and the sacks that he has taken in his career. We're about to find out.
Max says, by that definition, Baker Mayfield is a draft bust.
Yeah.
For the Cleveland Browns, Baker Mayfield was a travesty.
Nurture.
Right. Bad situation.
Nurture.
He leaves, and now he signs that second deal. He's a
Nature.
division champion.
Nature. We're seeing it in Tampa.
Without a doubt.
Nurture. No good.
Sam Darnold, draft bust in New York. Turns around to Minnesota. Look at the nurture. Now he's looking back at that, probably the same Mayfield's 3 years, $100 million range, maybe a little bit north of that, because the league is so quarterback needy right now. Like Jerry Jeudy, draft bust. But if you ask the Browns right now, he's their number one wide receiver.
Played for how many head coaches in Denver?
3?
Yeah.
Nature versus nurture.
Yep. Bad nurture. How many quarterbacks?
I don't know.
Ended
3
up
or
being
4?
5.
How many guys actually started for that,
games?
dude?
Yeah.
Was Jeudy here when they had that wide receiver throwing passes?
That was a Jeudy year, wasn't it?
Was that
Kendall
a Jeudy
Hinton?
year?
Yeah, he was here.
Who was that wide receiver?
Kendall Hinton.
Kendall Hinton. That's a good little bar trivia. Kendall Hinton.
All right, here's the real trivia. Who started at quarterback that game?
Started it? Didn't Kendall Hinton start the game?
Brett Rippon.
Philip Lindsay.
That's right.
Did he take the first snap?
Yeah, it was Wildcat.
All right, little Wildcat action. Sneaky. All right, KJ, one more.
No.
So the Eagles and Commanders, we've been talking about this all week, obviously, but there is some new context here. According to NFL database, Jalen Hurts did not draw a single unnecessary roughness penalty during the regular season as a runner, but he drew one versus the Packers during the wild card weekend. Commanders DC Joe Witt Jr. stood on business Thursday when he spoke to the media about what's coming for Jalen Hurts if he chooses to run.
We've had a number of these guys that we've had to prepare for, and so the one thing is if he's going to run the ball, and if the coordinator makes a decision for him to run the ball, we're going to treat him like a running back, and we're going to hit him that way. So that's their decision if they want to get him hit the way that he gets hit. If they don't, they'll keep him in the pocket. So, but that's what we're going to do.
Give him the business, Joe Witt Jr., and I agree. It's a mindset, man. Jalen Hurts is a weapon as a running back. I mean, this is almost single wing football between Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts as threats to run the football. You have to have that mindset that if they are they're going to run him that way, then the Commanders defensively are going to pepper that quarterback. Because guess what? If you have that mindset and you're verbalizing it, third down ain't going to feel very good. When it's 3rd down and 8, if you've absorbed 6, 7, 10 big shots as a running back that has to then drop back, read a defense, make protection checks, step up in the pocket, and deliver an accurate strike, that's how you win the game.
Does it make it easier on Jalen Hurts, who if you're running constantly, you're taking those hits, and noted you're not an elite passer of the football in this league?
No. The advanced stats liked him this year.
The advanced stats liked his accuracy.
Yep.
But
he was the most accurate passer in the National Football League on throws over 25 yards in the NFL.
Do you put him in the same conversation as Allen, Herbert, Mahomes, Jackson in terms of like guys who you want zipping the ball
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the play action game is so open because of how good the run game is with him and Saquon Barkley. So there are great opportunities. And one thing that I will say about Jalen Hurts, because there's a lot of shade that goes in that dude's direction as a passer, he's a good passer. When you are a high-volume running football team and you're a high-volume running quarterback, those play-action opportunities are few and far between, and you have to make them count. And he does make them count.
So my question, I guess, does it make it easier on him to take that pressure and those hits because of leaning on Saquon Barkley so heavily?
Yeah, that's been what's kept him healthy for the majority of this year. But if you remember, when you're looking at the matchup of the regular season head-to-head between the Commanders and the Eagles, do you remember that the Eagles lost the second matchup towards the tail end of the season? I believe it was week 16 against the Commanders. Do you realize who was playing quarterback for the Eagles in that game? Kenny Pickett, because Jalen Hurts was a little bit banged up at that point in time. So yeah, it's the plus minus, the cost benefit ratio of Jalen Hurts as a dynamic runner of the football.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, Nuggets guard Christian Brown joins the show.
Rebound Jokic, front court Christian. Dunk, right-handed tomahawk from the mid-post. Mike back over to Jokic on the wing, guarded by Sabonis. He's at the mid-post. He backs him down, throws out of it. Christian 3. Boom! Shaka waka. Inbound over to Fox. Step back 3. Short, no good. Rebound Sabonis. Behind him to DeRozan. Stolen by Christian Brown for the win. Dunk, 2 hands. 130-21. Denver leads it by 9, and this thing is over.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by that man. 21 points last night in a 132-123 victory over the Sacramento Kings. It is Nuggets guard Christian Brown. Christian, what's up, man?
How are you guys?
Hey, we're doing great. You guys have been on fire. 12 of 15. Joker said after the game last night that you flex on every single dunk that you have. Is that true?
Yeah, I get a little more excited than he does.
No question. Christian, when you look at the run that you've been on, particularly in these last 5 games, 19 points on average, 4.2 rebounds, and then the field goal percentage, the efficiency, 67.9% and 45.5 behind the arc at 3-point range. How comfortable are you feeling, and how much does this just make you feel the confidence going into this stretch run to go do what you know you can do as a starter for this roster?
I mean, we're playing well. I think that, we're kind of finding a groove. Everybody's flying around, and, I typically do better, when we're doing better. So it's been a fun little stretch for us. The last few games, we just got to keep it up.
AG told Michael Malone that even when he's off this minutes restriction, if it's working for the team, he's willing to come off the bench. And that is a guy who's integral for you guys winning a championship a couple of seasons ago. How much do you guys as players in that room talk about the starting 5? How does it affect you? And where does that conversation start within the locker room of, hey, I'm cool coming off and being the 6th guy if it means we win?
Yeah, I mean, we don't talk about it at all. It's not a conversation, with the players, and it's obviously a coaching decision. So it is pretty cool when you have a guy like that that's willing to do that. To take come off the bench, and obviously he's played really well in that role so far when he's been in it. But that's a coaching decision, and we don't talk about it too much as players. We just try to go out and win every game.
CB, when you looked at the backcourt challenge from a defensive matchup standpoint coming in last night, a red-hot Sacramento Kings roster that has 2 incredibly talented backcourt players in De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. It seems like you and some of your fellow guards took this challenge to heart, holding these 2 incredibly talented players to, just 12 field goals between De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. What would you make of the defensive effort last night, and how much does that define the identity of this team for what you guys want to continue to do?
Well, I mean, we've been playing better, I think, on that end the last few games, and that's probably why we've had more success. And our offense has been really good all year, and it's always good, when we have Nikola, and, we're playing through him. We're always going to be good on offense. It's just, how well can we play on defense? And like I said, this stretch we've been good. We got to continue to get better and better on that end. And the more consistent we have on that end, the more wins we'll get.
Christian, I've been asked by Vic Lombardi to ask you about your risotto. What's going on with that?
Well, me and Vic had a cooking class that we attended a couple of days ago.
Come on.
Vic didn't do much cooking, but I made a pretty good risotto dish.
Oh, you're telling me you wiped the floor with Vic Lombardi making an Italian dish. Vic's the most Italian guy I know.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you can cook.
Let's bring it back to the
cook better than me.
Bring it back to the court here. Jamal's been going off the last few games. It seems like something has clicked for him. What do you think it's been to bring back the Jamal of old that's helped again spur you guys to win in 12 of 15, and you're right back in the conversation for the 2 seed in the West?
Yeah, I mean, he's been good. I mean, obviously he's didn't start the year how he wanted to, but he's been great for us, and we understand that people go through shooting slumps, and his attitude's been great, and that's just who he is. He's competitive, and he worked really hard to get back to where the Jamal we know. He's been really good for us offensively, and last night he was really good defensively too. So he's been impressive, and whenever he's playing well, that's typically when we're at our best. So we need him, and we need him every game going forward. So he's great for us always. even through the ups and downs. But lately, there's been a lot of ups for him.
Christian, looking at your alma mater, the Kansas Jayhawks, seems like 5th place right now in the Big 12. Will you have a chance to go watch the Jayhawks play this year at any point in time? I know with University of Colorado now being part of the Big 12 and being a local team just down the road, do you follow your Jayhawks too well? And any word on just what you're seeing from the Jayhawks this year?
Yeah, I watch all the games. I mean, every one of them I can watch, or I watch them on my phone if I'm on the plane. And we've had some ups and downs this year. Obviously, the college landscape's a little different right now, and just trying to navigate through all that. I think that there's been some good stuff that we've got from it, but there's been some challenges too. And 5th place is not good. It's not where you want to be in the Big 12. It's not where you're used to being, and I won't be able to make it. They play at Colorado this year, and I believe we're on the road, so I won't be able to make it out to a game this year, but I watch all of them, and I'm obviously proud, to go there and things like that. But we got to turn it around, and we got a big one tomorrow against Houston.
I know you were like 2 years old when it happened, but people don't forget that Syracuse beat Kansas in national championship game all the way back there in 2003. So I just got to let you know that.
Yeah, well, I was barely alive, so that doesn't really count for me.
Hey, my man, Christian, we appreciate you. We'll let you get out of here. Keep up the great stuff. You guys have been fantastic as of late. This new starting 5 with you, Maul, Russ, Joker, and MPJ seems like it's clicking. We can't wait to see what you guys do with it in the second half.
Last one from me, CB. What's your PR as a vertical jump? I got to hear from the man himself.
I don't know what my PR is. I know I jumped 40 at the combine, which was a pretty solid number for me. So when I went into the combine, my goal was to get a 40, and I got it. So that was pretty cool.
That's a big one right there. It's a
Christian,
big number.
thanks for your time, man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
40 inches, dude. That's 3'4". That is taller. That's taller than half of my height. It's way taller than half of my height.
That is taller than you in your defensive
That's
position.
It's like up
if
to
you were
my
to play
chest.
if you were to play proper defense, he would jump over your head and just doink on you.
Oh, if I was a dunk contest prop, jumping over me would not give you 10s if you're Christian Brown. Like he's got to junk over you to get 10s.
Yeah.
3'4". Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
The dude's got some serious boosties.
It's Friday, Coach. Let's pop some tops.
Let's do it, man. Shall we?
I'm watching this weekend back-to-back games for the Avalanche. 11 a.m. start times, both in Boston and New York. You've got 3 games back-to-back, just one day in between of rest on Monday between the Rangers and the Islanders. Boston's a team you should handle tomorrow morning. New York, the Rangers, though, I know they're at the bottom of the standings. Watch out for them. They're my dark horse right now in the Eastern Conference. People have been writing them off, but they were last year's President's Trophy winner. I'm watching a bunch of hockey this weekend, and I can't wait until the Buffalo Bills beat the living crap out of the Kansas City Chiefs, even though you, Mr. Patrick Mahomes lover over there, are going to be rooting for the yellow and red.
Yeah, not so fast, my friend. There are going to be some serious tops that need to be popped this weekend because it is Championship Sunday in the National Football League, and the one that I am going to be tuning into so I can continue my glazing of the quarterback that I said was the number 1 quarterback in last year's draft class, and that's Jaden Daniels, who is going to attempt to make history and be the first rookie quarterback to start and win an NFC championship or AFC championship for that matter, and start in the Super Bowl. And I've got Jaden Daniels, because of the tops that are going to be popped, representing the Commanders in the Super Bowl after Sunday.
That's what we're watching this weekend. PhD is coming up next. And before I forget about it, wave a little wand here. Hocus pocus. The Chiefs are going to win by 45. There's the Raj curse. You're welcome, the rest of the Mile High City. PhD's next. We'll talk to you guys at 10 a.m. on Monday.
That was amazing. I almost cussed right there.
Whoa. Bump cutters.
Wait a second. That was a more dramatic play for cause than the incredible Giannis lane violation taking too long to shoot a foul shot.
Whoa, I've never seen this.
I mean, it was. Wait a second, Cause, are you sure? I've never seen anything like it. He took too much time to shoot a free throw.
That was a pretty exciting moment, though.
It was great. The crowd was chanting along. They were helping the referees. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little worn out, man. It's been 4 fun nights at Ball Arena.
Yeah.
And last night was like, it was historic. It was epic. It was, there's a lot of those games you go to and it's like, oh, okay, whatever, this, that. Last night was one of those, and it really wasn't about the game. It was really just.
What are we watching right now?
We're in the presence of genius.
Like you're watching it. What's so crazy about it is you're so accustomed to this just looking normal that didn't even look like an abnormal game. It was just like you almost had to remind yourself of what was on the line historically. With this, have only been done once. It's wild how normal a night like that can feel.
It's Jokic and Wilt Chamberlain now. I mean, they could give the MVP to SGA. He's having a great year. I wouldn't hate him on it. Not at all.
It was literally just like yesterday that we were sitting here as a show having a conversation like, yeah, they're probably going to give it to SGA. Really?
I'm not going to be a hater if that happens, but he is playing his best basketball. A 3-time MVP is playing the best basketball he's ever played. And yeah, okay, there's a certain element of luck in that. But you know what? He said he's been throwing a basketball like that since he was a kid. It's not an accident. Now, he's not throwing in shots, but he's made 1 million baseball/football full court passes that we can remember.
His lack of an emotional response to that was unbelievable to me.
I know.
How does a human being make a shot like that and not even crack a smile? Not even laugh. Haha, that was hilarious. I actually made that shot. Just stone cold. Him and Jaden Daniels. I mean, those are the most stone cold killers in sports right now.
What's up? Scott Hastings driving to the airport with the Nuggets as they're taking off to fly to Minnesota. Scott, I mean, you want to reflect on? You're on the call. How about being on that call for that crazy shot? That's pretty fun, huh?
Yeah. I mean, that was you got to see my belly again. If they would have put the booth cam on, you
got
see
you
my
out of your
belly. That was cause, and listen, he does it all the time, and I can go back to the times I played. If you got the ball and you're down in that end of the floor, and you still see it today, Joker, you never see it. But guys will take a dribble, an extra dribble, and then, as the horn goes, then they'll throw it, knowing that now there's no chance it's going to count, but it does also count as a shot against you, right?
Right.
Joker doesn't care. In fact, I remember one game, I don't know, he's like 3 of 4 from three-point line, and his only miss was a half-court, three-quarter heave at the end of one of the quarters. And who knows, man? I mean, listen, and Malone said it in that post game. Remember that was it the Laker game or whatever? And he threw it in, the ball bounced.
Yeah.
He bounced and he slapped it, and that sucker was tracking to going straight in too. So
yeah, 0.2 seconds, he just slaps the ball.
because that's all you could do. You couldn't grab it.
I think the most amazing part about it to me, and I actually heard Mike Sanford call into the morning show talking about this, and he could not be any more right. Like picture yourself when you go to the gym and you try to attempt a half quarter, right? Maybe Scott was different because he was a basketball player, but the rest of us slappies, we go into the gym, but we take that ball below our hip, and we two-hand that thing as far as we possibly can, absolute red line it with everything we got. He freaking shot it. He made a shot. Like he attempted a basketball shot. That's what he did, and he made it.
Tell you something crazy, because where I was sitting, which was a little above on the area 138 there, I kind of had a great angle to it. Like I was right behind him. Scott Tyler, I'm going to tell you, man, that ball looked like it was going in the whole way. Like it didn't look like a crazy shot at all. And Jokic even said that. He goes, yeah, it looked like it was going in.
How do you not laugh just a little bit after making that? Like, how do you not smile just a little bit?
It was funny because Jokic talked, Dan, if you could find it, Jokic talked about that because he was like, why didn't you react? He goes, oh, I feel bad. Maybe I should have reacted. Then he goes, Christian Brown always flexes and DJ just waves to the crowd about everything. So it's pretty funny because he kind of took a little shot at CB and DeAndre Jordan. I think the way Jokic sees it, it's really just not that big of a deal. It's kind of lucky, which it was. But it wasn't an accident, Scott. He throws basketballs like that. He's made passes like that. There's no way you practice that shot. There's zero chance you go 3/4 court to the side and practice that. Zero. There's no functional reason to do that. It's just that he has that skill level and strength, by the way, to do that.
Yep. And his shoulder still is in fine working condition. That's for sure.
No doubt about it.
It's 10th season in the NBA, and if we're being real honest, and we said this on the broadcast, I would say probably 7 of the 10 years that he's played here, he's had the best arm of anybody in town, probably baseball or football.
Yep.
I mean, I mean, think of some of the passes he makes, 60 feet long, the drop in over the shoulder of a guy, and the guy catches and lays it up. I mean, I'm telling you, for 7 of the 10 years, he's probably had the best arm in Denver.
You're probably right about that.
That includes probably pitching with the Rockies, right? But no, listen, someone said a long, long time ago when I was growing up, and I think they were talking about Willie Mays. I had to be a kid when somebody's telling me this story. And they say it's funny how great players make hard plays look easy. And if that doesn't describe Joker, we talked about Malone said there's no more adjectives. He just makes the absurd look routine. And I think that's got to be a sign of a great player.
Yeah, no doubt. It's funny, after the game and I'm leaving the building, I just walked out onto the court because I'm like, I got to take a look at this. And they're Billy Strings in concert. Justin Timberlake coming up in a couple days. No Avs or Nuggets for a week there at Ball Arena. So they're packing up the court a little bit. And I stood there and I just videotaped it, Scott, because I'm like, how the hell did he do that? Like, and I stood there and I'm like, this is absurd. Like, we've all practiced or tried to throw in half-court shots. All right, let me just ask you guys, because I stood there and we're going to try a little experiment because Vic said he was willing to try it. Vic's going to go out, Scott, to a basketball court this afternoon. We're going to put Vic on Zoom, and he's just going to try to make that shot throughout the course of our show. I don't know. I don't think I could hit the rim. I really do not think I could physically get the ball to the rim from that spot. Do you guys think you can do that?
I would.
Yeah.
I'd have to warm my. That's actually my right arm's actually my good shoulder now, so I'd have to warm it up because I have had a surgery on it. But yeah, I think I could get it there, but I don't.
Getting it there is not
deal with the pain after.
Yeah, that's not the problem. Getting it there with touch is the problem.
Well, you guys are 6'8", 6'10". We'll see with Vic. Brett Kane thought he could get there within 5 tries. He could at least get some rim on it. And I'm like, all right. Listen, man, I don't know. I know my limitations. I don't think there's any shot. But Vic's going to give it a shot later this afternoon. We're going to hook up with him a little bit. It was incredible. It was unbelievable. It was so cool.
two things. Brett Kane is a former baseball
He
player,
is.
so if anybody on our staff, you would think that he'd have a shot. He's not a little guy.
No, Brett's a big
And,
dude too. Yeah.
It was funny. I was sitting there, and it's funny you bring up Vic's going to do it later. I was thinking to myself, okay, who's going to get on video first trying to do this shot?
Here we go.
Wingy or Lombardi? And so now I know my answer.
Well, Vic said he was going to give it a shot, so hopefully, Dan, we can check in with Vic here in a little bit if he's on his way there. He was up for the challenge. There's no real bet or anything. It's just like, can you actually – it's more of a challenge than a bet. What do you think? Do you think he can – all right, let's bet on Vic here a little bit. Do you think he can get the ball to the hoop from
in that
3
spot?
hours?
Yeah, you can get the ball to the hoop. You can get the ball to the hoop.
Well, okay.
No.
You don't think he's going to get it there? No.
No, not the first time. And remember, it wasn't like Joker sat there and took 8 throws at it, right? I mean, he's begging. If you go back and watch the replay, he's begging to Aaron Gordon to throw it to him, and Aaron's like looking down the field thinking, let me see if I can throw a long pass first.
Right.
He said, okay, I'll throw it to Joker. And as Westbrook pointed out last night, Aaron Gordon got an assist on that because that was his only assist of the game.
Yeah.
Right, that was a funny moment,
Yeah,
too.
Vic's got about 30 minutes to try to make this thing work. After 30 minutes,
be too tired.
It's going all downhill. But Scott, I did want to ask you about Aaron Gordon because there was a little moment in the game where he was frustrated and he did kick the chair and he did go inside and Malone said he thought he had to go to the bathroom. He thought he had to take a leak, right? And AG apparently said after the game he was frustrated. Don't know, is he talking about his calf? What's going on there?
I just think he just didn't play well and probably bothered him a little bit. I think Darren will talk to you later.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
I've got my own assumptions of what it could be, but just curious.
No, it's a good question. It's definitely a good question.
Yeah, listen, he's played so well, and will continue to play well, and will play better. Did not play great last night. Those games kind of happen, but I don't think I think more highly on anybody on this team than Aaron Gordon. That's for sure.
Super good dude. Hey, by the way, which one of us could pull off the suit jacket with no shirt underneath, like with painted fingernails, like Russell Westbrook? After the game, see that outfit?
Yeah, I could do the painted fingernails, and if I could get the button raised high enough that the dad gut is not exposed.
like this thing. Russell Westbrook has been so great, and then you look at him, you're like, oh my god, this guy is he is in ridiculous shape too.
He's jacked.
He is jacked, and he shows up post game with painted fingernails.
In a little guy kind of way, but he's jacked.
In a little guy kind of way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, jacked.
Right.
Jacked is actually not fair. Like he's toned. He's toned.
He's like an underwear model. He's unbelievable.
He's an underwear athletic build. Christian Brown could pull it off.
Sure could. AG could pull it off.
Did you see AG warming up before the game with no shirt on?
It's ridiculous.
AG can pull it off.
No
AG
doubt.
Can pull it off.
Yeah. Oh, AG has pulled off some looks like that now. He hasn't been shy of the old fashioned.
You kind of forget how good a shape these guys are actually in, man. Hey, listen, man, Scott, what an awesome time for the Nuggets. I like this 5-game road trip. I'm not taking any game for granted, but aside from the Knicks, I don't know, man. I think the chances of pulling out 3 wins out of 5 games is very good. Very, very
I think
good.
I think you win 3 or 5. You have a really good road trip. You win 4. You have a great trip, and 5. You've just sent notice to the entire league.
All right, Scott actually did not ask the best question of the night after the game last night. You kind of blew it.
I had one though. They cut me off.
What do you mean they cut you off?
Oh, because Cody goes, one more question.
Oh, my God. It wasn't even Nick. You could just, you're Scott Hastings. Anyways, the question, do you want to say what your question was, or do you want me to say it? It's a great question.
Yeah, I thought, listen, Russ, we all know, is a fashionista. He's got his own fashion company, clothing company. I was going to ask him, what goes into your mind when you're packing for a 9-day trip, and how long does it take you to decide what you wear? Because I mean, now he's decked out 99% of the time for games.
Right.
You know, I want to know, does it take you like 4 days to decide, hey, I'm going to go with the open suit? Hey, and here's another thing that I don't even know if you got. When he was talking about his fingernails, he goes, hey, I had to tell everybody I went home yesterday and my daughter painted, and they told me I had to wear it for the game, but so we won, so it's all cool, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
His home's L.A.
Right,
so
his home's like California.
He actually flew back home for a day,
right,
and still came out and played that good.
Can I tell you something too?
He's a freak of nature, really.
All the local muggles, complete respect. He's dressed up without a shirt and a suit jacket on. He's got painted fingernails, necklaces, the whole thing. Not one media person was questioning anything about what he was wearing or what was on his fingers. In fact, nobody said anything. It's just like, hey, man, you be you. He was the one that said, hey, everybody, you dummies, I got this fingernail polish on because of my daughters. And we're all like, oh, okay. But we love everybody. Very accepting. Scott, it's a very accepting media room there with the Nuggets. You know, we're just going to kind of roll with the flow.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess he puts...
Soft and kind muggle room.
Soft and kind, non-judgmental basketball muggle room for the Nuggets. No doubt about it.
Yes.
I'm going to guess he's got somebody that just plans that for him. I think he's got somebody that just gives him the new suit of the day and says, here's what you're wearing on your next trip.
Well, I know he's got a whole company, so, you know, they may work together, yeah.
And Aaron Gordon will give him a run for his money, too. We were joking because Scott goes, I just wear a hoodie and jeans. And we go, yeah, Westbrook would wear a hoodie and jeans. The difference was his hoodie and jeans would be worth $10,000. And he could look like that, too. How'd you do packing? Are you good? Everything cool? You organized? You feel clean?
Yeah, I got my suit and sport coats and ties for the 4 games, and then I got 2 sweatpants, 2 hoodies, 9 underwear, and 3 pair of socks.
You're set. You're good. All right, buddy. Well, listen, have a great trip, and we'll talk to you next week. And say hi to the guys for us. And it's a good vibe, man. The Nuggets are on a roll, man, and it's pretty sweet. So they haven't gained a lot of ground, but they're starting to create some separation. And it really looks good that they'll be that 2, 3, or 4. It really does. It looks like that's the way the season's going to go, which is cool. It's good.
Got a chance.
All right,
boys.
All right, man. We'll see you. Bye. I don't know. You could probably pull off suit jacket, no shirt.
No.
You're skinny. You're straight up and down. You're tall.
No, that doesn't work for me.
You got to be a tall and skinny to pull off that look. Dan Tanner could pull off that look. Tall, skinny, no shirt.
I mean, if you really want me to, I'll do the rest of the show without my shirt on at all. I'm happy to do that.
Sexy. If you got a suit jacket, he didn't go shirtless.
All right, I'm just saying. If that's what you're looking for, is a little chest. You want to see a little chest here? I'm happy to pull that off for you.
Is it smooth as a baby's bottom and just?
A little bit unkempt.
You're in good shape, man.
Yeah.
You got nothing to be embarrassed about at all.
A little bit of unkempt chest hair going on.
You're good. Trust me, you're fine. Kelly Clarkson, we could get that waxed off if you want. All right, we got to check in with. So, Dan, have you checked in with Vic yet?
I'm gonna call him here.
Call him here. All right, we'll see.
We're gonna figure this out.
So the concept, who knows if we can pull it off? But the concept is Vic is at some sort of gym. He puts himself on Zoom. Just let the phone roll. So if you are watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, you could see it. And Vic would just be like in the corner while we do our show, just throwing up shots until he hits one. If he were to hit it, it'd be done.
Well, you guys remember him and Kiefer did the hole-in-one thing.
I do. I talked to Vic about that.
This is different, though. Because he literally just might not have the physical strength to get it there.
Well, I don't think, and I think you're right. After 30 minutes, he's not going to get
It might not even be 30 minutes. It might be like 10 attempts. And he's like, oh, yeah, I just can't do that.
You might be right. It could wrap up golf ball. You could hit a 100-yard golf shot forever. And you don't get tired doing that. Yeah. Not really. But hucking a basketball like that, Vic's a wee man like myself.
Well, you either got the strength or you don't. You can't manufacture the strength if you don't have it.
Right. So who here at the station do you think has a shot? You think you could do it?
Of making it? No.
No, just getting it there. Just getting it there.
I think if you gave me 12 attempts, I could hit the backboard.
Kaner said it would take him 5 attempts to get it there.
Yeah, I think he gave me 12 attempts, I could hit the backboard.
I'm putting myself at 0, by the way. I just do not think there's a physical way I could get it done. Dan, what do you think? What do you think?
Of you getting it done?
No, you. Not me. I'm already giving myself a...
I could do it.
Really?
Yeah.
But you know what I might just do?
Okay.
I might just abandon all attempts at keeping like anything like a normal shot, and I just might go 2 hands over the head and just chuck that sucker like an inbounds pass.
I would be unbelievably impressed if you could basically soccer.
I've got everybody's got a far better chance of doing it that way than the other way.
I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you kick it there. I mean, I think it's tough to just get it there. Period. Hey man, that good for you, man. I don't think I could. I think Kaner could.
I really have no context of if I could or could not. Though
it was, dude.
I mean, I couldn't tell you if I've ever even attempted something like this.
I just I had to see it for myself because I've never even imagined. This is like Dude Perfect, Jazz, that guy who does all the trick shot stuff, but T-Jazz. Oh my God, I've gone down T-Jazz wormholes of basketball. It's ridiculous. I think Brett could do it. There's no way Mosier could get it there. Vic, we'll find out. I don't know. Sanford could probably get it there. Big, huge dude in pretty good shape. Raj, I don't know.
No.
I doubt it.
Kreckman, no chance. I'd probably have a better chance than Kreckman. And that's just a chance of 0. Andy, do you think Andy could just physically figure it out?
Andy's a strong son of a gun.
He is so strong, but I don't know if his mechanics would He is strong, though. Andy's really strong.
But the mechanics go out the window with something like this.
You think?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's check in with Vic next and see if we can't do. We got all sorts of other stuff to talk about. In fact, oh my God, with this Liam Cohen thing with Jackson was a riot.
Pretty wild. Never seen anything quite like this one.
Well, you know what? I think I know where Shadur Sanders is going to be a quarterback. I think now that has revealed itself. And Dan's got a piece of tape that's pretty funny because a year ago today, I said, record this. And let's check in a year ago. And today's a year later from that. And I have no memory, zero memory of what I said. Keep this and let's check in a year from now. But Dan saved it, and we'll hear that come up as well. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you are in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Don't waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado. Go to one car dealership, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. You're going to become a customer for life. And if you value relationships like I do, that's why you want to check out Phil Long Ford, because you will develop a relationship for life the first time you buy a vehicle from Phil Long. It's a different kind of dealership, guys. They respect your time. They get you in. They get you out. They respect you as a human being by giving you the best prices. There's great incentive deals. The interest rates are rock solid. And like I mentioned, no reason to drive all over Colorado, because when you go to Phil Long Ford, we're talking about one-stop shopping. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you will find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and feel free to visit him online at phillongdenver.com.
All right, so we got some clarification. Vic at 2 p.m. is going to go to a gym and just start hucking up shots from the spot that Nikola Jokic was. So I encourage everybody to go and try to huck up a shot from there and maybe report back. But Tyler, what do you think is? And you're probably right. Like, this probably won't go that long, frankly.
Well, it could literally be a matter of 5 minutes. Either you could get it there or you can't. And if you can't get it there, there's no point of hanging around for the next hour.
That's probably right. On the Shot Mazda text line, I'm a chick. Can I take the shot underhanded? Sure. No, nobody's saying this has to be in a game situation.
It's called granny style, right?
Sure. Yeah, try it however you want. Yeah, we're not telling people to do this, hey, play a pickup game and then throw it in. We get that. I'm just saying, period. So 2 o'clock with Vic for that. And yes, you can do it granny style underhanded. You can do it however you want. I don't think I could get it there underhanded. I don't think I could get there.
Underhand, nobody stands a chance going underhanded.
It's crazy. And I used to have a pretty good arm, but I've thrown I've thrown too many batting practice pitches, hundreds of thousands of pitches on that. So that's done. There's no way. So we'll see with Vic, man. Vic's in pretty good shape, so maybe he can get it there. We'll see. Do you think he has a shot to make it? If you stood there for seriously like an hour, if you gave yourself an hour, do you think you could make one?
I mean, probably not. I don't know. I feel like I've got the strength to get it there. Like hitting the backboard doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me, but I have no context to this. I don't know.
I'll tell you this. If you gave me an hour.
I've got zero faith of like actually making it.
Yeah, I think if you gave me an hour, I think I could hit a half-court shot. I really do. I think I could get lucky enough to just huck it up and get it there. I think I could physically get it there if you gave me an hour to do it. But from there, no way.
I don't know about that one either.
Half court, I'm not.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure if you could do that.
No guarantees. Maybe I couldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if I couldn't. But I think I'd have a shot. I mean, at least it's a shot that I've actually tried. Everybody does like a half court shot to fool around. But that's ridiculous.
I mean, if you really wanted to make it into like fully contextualize how difficult it was, no running start.
Yeah, take a pass.
Like you got to take a pass and just turn and shoot. You don't get to crow hop.
No running start.
No crow hop. No running start. Just stand there.
Get it, turn, huck it.
Let's see. Does he take a step or not?
I don't think so. Right there. No.
He literally just barely pivots.
Wow. No.
He does kind of throw that with his right hand though. Do that again.
He does. He actually does throw.
I guess in real time, I thought it was more of like a regular shot, but he really does kind of just launch that thing like a pass.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like a football pass or a baseball thing. Probably a football pass, really.
Yeah.
Yep. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he just one hand passed that thing.
Yep, he turned, passed it like a football. But he does make that type of throw. That is not the first time we've seen him make that type of throw that distance. That is true. We've seen him make full court passes.
I'm just telling you, if that's me, I make that shot in an NBA game, I'm Christian Browning the hell out of that thing. I'm flexing up and down the entire court. I mean, I'm doing a lap. I'm flexing. I'm going to the north side, the south side, the east side, the west side. I'm making sure they all know that I made that shot.
Yeah, Jokic is just like, okay. Everybody else is freaking out. Then he was like, yeah, CB gets a dunk. He flexes. DeAndre yells about everything. He goes, I should have celebrated more. You know what happened there too? That made it a 25-point lead, Tyler, at the beginning of the fourth quarter. That's how the third quarter ended. That was the last shot of the third quarter. So we didn't think we were going to see Jokic back on the court. But then the Kings went on like, what was it, a 13-14-0 run, something like that? And then Jokic is back in the game. It was just like what we talked about Malone the other day. Like, well, what's the magic number that Jokic gets to sit on the bench? And Malone was actually a little pissed off after the game. He was pissed off because, they just did not have the eye of the tiger there in the fourth quarter. And then the Kings put in McDermott off the bench, and that dude just was ridiculous.
Well, they were dominating all game long, and then in the in the fourth, it was like, what's going on here? but they were in control the entire game up to that point.
It was over, and then they got back into it. And
I mean, technically speaking, they lost the fourth 38-22.
Yeah, they got outscored by 16 points and won the game. Can you imagine? You lose a quarter by 16 points and you win the game by, 11?
Yep.
Here is Jokic. Is this about the celebration, like not celebrating, Dan? Is that right? Or what? Is that it? Yeah. Okay, here you go.
I mean, I think in all my life, yes, of course I have some reactions, some big plays and this and that, but I don't know. I don't know why I didn't react a little bit better, but like CB, whenever he dunks, he likes to flex, or DJ, whatever he does, he wave to the crowd, talk to the referee, talk to other coaches. He always do something. I think that's why he played the game, to make fun.
So here's a good text on the text line. This is covered something that says, I'm a 6'7" college basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to do those all the time, and the strength to be able to put the perfect backspin on it so that it flies straight is the real problem. If you don't put the perfect backspin on it, the ball's going to curve quite a bit on you. That's another good point. Like
okay,
you can't just, because if you think about it, you throw that as hard as you can, your hand's going to naturally just lean to the right, and it's going to end off your pinky finger. But in all likelihood, because you're going to throw it like a football, you got to throw it with backspin.
It's all ridiculous. All right, well, we'll get to Vic after 2 o'clock. Vic will be at 2 o'clock doing the Jokic challenge here on PhD, and we'll go from there. Adam Schefter on the debacle. It's funny because Adam was on with us yesterday, and we're like, you're going to break news after you're off with us. He did, but it was actually way after he was off the air with us, and it turned out to be one of the more bizarre days in NFL history, personnel-wise. Here's Adam on it.
In 20 years, this century, since the turn of the century, I don't remember the last time I heard one team this hot and bothered about a coach taking another deal. Like, they were hot. But by the way, his side is like, we didn't do anything wrong. We were exploring our rights. We took this contract. We let them know. Again, you believe what you want to believe. I'm just the messenger giving you all the sides of the story.
All right, so this is the Liam Cohen, who I never even heard of before. But all right, what do I know? Nothing. And he's with Tampa Bay, and Trent Baalke says, come on down here to Jacksonville. Goes there, it's looking pretty good. But then he goes, I really don't want to work with Trent Baalke. I'm going to go back to Tampa Bay. Okay, great. We're going to make you the highest paid OC ever. Oh, okay, that sounds good. I'll do that. And Jacksonville goes, oh, wait, hold on a second. Baalke, you're fired. And he was like, I'm sorry, what happened? You fired Baalke? Hey, I'm still interested in your job. And he tells the Buccaneers, pound sand, I just didn't want to work with Baalke. I'd love to be your head coach.
Yeah.
Am I getting that? Is that more or less right? Is that the deal?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a weird situation. The Bucs are flat out ticked off. They're ticked off because they felt like they had done what they needed to do to retain his services as an offensive coordinator as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers OC, right?
Mm-hmm.
They made him the highest paid OC in the NFL. And then if you talk to Liam Cohen's camp, they're going to say, well, you were strong-arming us. You were just doing whatever you could to prevent us from taking another opportunity. I've never seen a team publicly get mad for one of their guys becoming a head coach somewhere else. The whole thing is pretty childish. I have no idea what's going on. I tend to lean in the camp of Liam Cohen. But then again, I do also understand if a guy says, hey, look, I'm flirting with taking this Jacksonville job, comes back to your original employer, says, you know what, I'm not going to take it. I want to stay put. I'm going to stay put. Mm-hmm. They say, okay, but I need you to keep me happy. All right, what you need? I need to become the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. No problem. Here you go. This is it. Now, from your point of view, you're like, look, man, like you did tell us we were okay with you taking the interview. You did the interview. You come back. You say you want to stay put. We gave you what you needed to be happy, and now you're bouncing on us. It's an interesting situation that I don't think I've ever seen pop up before. Liam Cohen's a young dude. He's only 39 years old.
Right.
He's well respected within the NFL, but he is a little bit of a no-name guy, but without a doubt.
Is it a scumbag move by him?
No, this is different. This isn't a Josh McDaniels move. Not at all. I do understand why Tampa would be irritated, but at the end of the day, dude, you left become a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really? We're gonna be that ticked off that a dude took an opportunity to become a head coach somewhere?
How about the fact Jacksonville just said
he didn't hire a staff. He didn't like say yes to a new job. He just said to his current employer, yeah, I think I'm going to stay put.
But how funny is it Jacksonville was willing to just get rid of their GM to get him?
Well, yeah, no kidding. Shad Khan was doing an interview with Trent just like a month ago, and he's talking about, yeah, we got rid of our head coach. Reporter asked him, what would you do if the new head coach comes in and says, we want to get a new GM? He said, well, if he gives me a good reason, I'd get a new GM.
Just what a business, man. What a freaking business. So there you go. And so stuff did happen with Adam after he was off the air, but not while he wasn't hiding anything from us. The voice of the people, if you want to get your 2 cents in, maybe you can brag about hitting the shot. Can you hit the Jokic shot? Can you do it? I don't know. Go to the app, the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Maybe throw in the voice of the people, Dan. Play a few of those. You can brag about it. I'd love to see some videos. If anybody can video it and send it to us by hook or by crook, send it to us through the app. That'd be fine. Twitter or whatever. Give it a shot. I mean, who can do it? Vic will start giving it a shot at 2 o'clock, so that'll be kind of fun to tune into. All right, I got some mock draft stuff. Scotty, I mean, he's so sad that he's not going to be here for this.
He loves it.
But it's got to do with a new coach hire, some real interesting twists that may happen. And it does impact Travis Hunter and Shadur Sanders. Details next. Funky Friday. So after 1 o'clock, we relive something that I said, keep this for a year from now. But again, I have literally no idea what it is. So we'll see. We'll open the time capsule after 1 o'clock. No clue what it is. Hey, let's get into a little mock draft stuff here. I feel like we should have Scott. Dan, you should just be like, ugh.
Who cares? Really? Why does anybody even like the draft?
All right.
Wait, what's today's date?
So we got like 6 more months?
Right. Well, it's it's funny. I think it's April 24th is the draft. I think today
4
is
months?
January 24th. It's exactly 4 months from now.
Dang. I'll be
3 months.
I'll be the big
3
4.
months.
I'll be the big 40 by then.
Oh, how do you feel about that?
I don't know.
Your life's over.
Time to get my life in order.
When's
time to stop being a child.
When's your birthday?
April 10th.
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh my God.
I got 1 or 2 grays. That's it. I don't have a lot.
You know,
It's just like half my head.
I didn't really hate 40. 50 didn't bother me at all. You know what's funny? The age that bothered me the most was 30. 30. I felt like such a failure.
I felt like I was on top of the world at 30. At 40,
30
I feel like a failure.
30, you were killing it.
Yeah, at 40,
30.
now I'm feeling like a failure.
40 has been rough.
Yeah.
All right, here's happy birthday to you 3 months from now. Mock draft. This is interesting. This is one coming out today from CBS. Again, NBC Sports Boston. Again, not as good as, of course, Sticky.
OrangeStickyFingers.com.
I keep getting that wrong. Orange Sticky Fingers, OSF. But we'll get into that
What's
later.
this one from?
NBC Boston.
Why we got to choose the Boston one?
It's just the first.
Who gives a rat's you know what about Boston?
Just the top. Now, what's interesting about this one is that it's based on what Tennessee said about a generational player. So how seriously are we taking Tennessee that they're going to take a generational player? They don't care about the position. It'll be a generational player.
I'm taking it relatively serious, and the only reason, usually I don't take anything teams say right now for a grain of truth. But the only reason I take this one serious is because they've got no reason to play games. If they want to draft a quarterback, just take a quarterback. If they've got a guy that they love, take a guy that you love. They've got the number 1 pick. They don't need to play games unless they either want to open themselves up for business or unless they're already trying to justify to their fan base why they might select Travis Hunter instead of Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward.
Well, that's what this mock has. Tennessee taking Travis Hunter. This Abdul Carter, I don't know much about this guy. I should definitely do some work on him, but he appears to be the other generational guy as an edge rusher out of Penn State because his name is right there with all these other dudes. And this mock just, I guess, says, you know what? You can't get out of that Deshaun Watson deal. We may stink here for a little bit. It sucks, but we're just going to lean into it and take the next best position player because we can't get out of Deshaun Watson, which might be a real thing, actually. I just don't know why they wouldn't trade back, but whatever. We're not doing trades in this one. Abdul Carter. They have the Giants taking Cam Ward. Will Campbell, an offensive tackle, goes to the Patriots. Again, makes sense. They're into Drake May, and they've got the Panthers taking Mason Graham, a defensive lineman out of Michigan. Again, you're just saying we got Trevor Lawrence. So this one has Shedeur Tyler going 6 to the Raiders.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you, I have seen a couple of different mocks that have the Raiders taking the number 1 pick. And we know now Pete Carroll is the head coach, with Spytek being the GM and Tom Brady running things. Brady, Spytek, they're quarterback guys. Pete Carroll, who, I don't know what you call him these days, rah-rah guy.
What makes Spytek a quarterback guy?
I don't know. He's just worked with Tom Brady and Buccaneers. I assume he's a quarterback guy. Is he not a quarterback guy?
I don't know that he's ever drafted one.
Well, he's been an assistant GM. He hasn't drafted anybody.
Well, I know, but I mean, he had Baker Mayfield. He had Tom Brady. I mean,
he's a free agent quarterback guy. I don't know. He's working there with Tom Brady. The question is, do you think the Raiders will sit there at 6, or will they make an aggressive move to go get Shedeur Sanders and move up to 1? And what would it take?
Oh, I don't know if they'll move up to 1, but If they
that's the question, though, because that's what you.
Well, I'm saying I don't know if they would do that. So I heard the question, and I'm answering it. I don't know if they would go up to number one because I think that is it's going to take a lot, man. And you got a lot of problems out there, right? So how much are you willing to give up? How much do you really love Shedeur Sanders? It might be one of those cases that we love him enough to take him when he's there, or we might love him enough to try to bounce up to number 4, where we know that they've already got a quarterback with the New England Patriots, right? So if let's say in this particular scenario, if this unfolded where Travis Hunter went 1, Abdul Carter went number 2, New York Giants do select Cam Ward with the first quarterback off the board, then I could easily see the Patriots getting nervous and being like, we're only 2 spots away. Let's bump up a couple spots just to make sure we don't miss out on our guy. But I think that's a different story than jumping up to number 1 and giving up multiple first-rounders.
I get the feeling, Dan, save this. I get the feeling the Raiders are going to make a very aggressive play. I think my take is Tom Brady is going to want to splash. Pete Carroll has, just the clock's ticking on period. A lot of energy, but he's the oldest coach in the NFL. My point is he's not going to die or anything. But his time being an NHL.
He's going to be 74 years old by the time he meets with his full team for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we have 80-year-old presidents, so I'm not going to pull the rug out from under Pete Carroll's feet. He can do it. But that being said, it's not an exhaustive amount of time. He's going to want to make things happen quickly. They've got Brock Bowers. I think Antonio Pierce, just by winning a couple games, really put them in a bad spot. I think they are. That if I had an early hot take on this whole thing, I think they'll figure it out. They'll make an aggressive play to get to number 1 to take Shedeur. And I think Tom Brady's relationship with Shedeur is going to matter. I think that's going to be a big deal. And I think he's got a pretty good relationship with Shedeur, from what I can tell at least. They definitely text and they've been around each other and, it looks all right.
Maybe, but you're also assuming that the Titans would want to move out at number 1. I mean, if they're sitting there saying we're not passing up on generational talent.
Is Travis Hunter that good that he's worth multiple first-round picks?
I mean, I'm not telling you that I can guarantee that Travis Hunter is going to be a generational player. I'm not telling you that. I don't play those games. That's a dumb game to play. I don't know. I've never seen him play down in the NFL. But I can tell you this. If they're talking about a generational player in the draft, my opinion would be they're referring specifically to Travis Hunter. Yes.
Not Abdul Carter. Travis Hunter.
My opinion would be that they're referring to Travis Hunter.
Well, this is going to be a fascinating top part of the draft. It really is. There's not a slam dunk number 1. There's a lot of machinations here. There's a lot of changes. The Raiders now with Pete Carroll.
So the Pete Carroll deal is fascinating because a lot of times when you hire older coaches, you do it with a transitional plan in place. You do it with Bill Belichick for Steve Belichick or whatever. We've seen examples of this.
Mm-hmm.
What's the transitional plan for Pete Carroll?
I don't know. No clue. I don't know if there is one. So it
Deion Sanders?
Oh, that's pretty good right there. I didn't even think of that. That's pretty damn good right there. You know what, Tyler? That hits some chords right there.
I mean, I'm joking about it. But
no, I think you get Shedeur. You get Pete Carroll for 3-4 years. Give Prime a little time under his belt to, kind of get up to speed on certain things.
It certainly would be good timing for Deion. If he continued to have success, it would be good timing.
That's pretty good right there. That's pretty good right there.
I'm not, for the record, I don't think the Raiders are doing that with intent, but would it make sense down the road?
Yeah.
Sure.
I see the Raiders as being the most logical team to be the most aggressive team to move up. And maybe the Giants are fine with Cam Ward. Who knows?
I don't know. Maybe the Giants might get spooked. Maybe they'd be willing to go up to number 1.
Hey, as good as Travis Hunter is, and he's unbelievable. We all love him. I don't think he's as good as the value of multiple first-round draft picks.
I do not think the Browns will pass on a quarterback.
You think they're going to go there, huh?
They'd be insane. You got one way out of this. You only got one way out. You got to draft a quarterback. That's it.
3 months to the draft, and it's getting just much more interesting. Right, Scott?
Yeah. Who cares?
All right, when we come back, we'll
Basketball.
we'll open up the time vault and see what I guaranteed would happen a year ago today, which I have absolutely no clue what it is. Vic Lombardi hoisting up basketballs from Jokic land after 2 o'clock. Stick around. It's PhD on 92.5. Ow. One of the best moments of every Nuggets game in warmups is when Kyle Speller sings this song live, Tyler. It's unbelievable. He sounds, this is Cameos, the band. He sounds just like the lead singer. It's unreal. And he does it almost, I mean, you got to be there a little bit early to hear it, but so shout out. I always think of Kyle Speller when I hear this. He's man. Kyle's the coolest dude.
This is a staple of Nuggets shoot around.
Don't you
pregame.
think? Yeah.
Oh, they play it every game.
His voice is his instrument.
He's got an unbelievable voice. Talented dude. He's the best.
Kyle or Alan Roach, who's got the golden.
Well, they're not comparable. They're not comparable.
It's kind of two different things. As a straight up PA announcer, it's got to be Roach, and that's no offense to Kyle. I mean, Roach.
We'll see how he feels about that.
But
hey, no offense, Kyle, but it's straight up Allen.
But as a entertainer PA announcer, try to top Kyle Speller.
Kyle is pretty unique in that because a lot of PA announcers they don't even try to involve themselves in the action. They're just informing of information.
Every Nuggets game it's Kyle Speller on stage in front of 19,000 people.
I think Kyle Speller and Connor McGahee hang out like every Friday night. They sit by the fireplace and they just like come up with things that they want to say.
Maybe, but like you realize Kyle's so much cooler than Connor McGahee.
Really?
Oh.
Listen.
Connor's
Again,
cool guy.
if you're going to say no shot to Kyle here, right? I'll give a no shot to Kyle. He's a little bit corny. I mean, let's keep it real. It's a little bit corny, you know.
Wow.
Yes, I mean, so is Connor.
Oh, that was a little bit of a shot.
So is Connor. Shot fired.
Okay, let's get in 1 hour from now. Vic Lombardi will be at some sort of basketball gym, and he'll be hucking up shots from the Jokic spot to see, can he hit the rim? Can he make the shot? How long will it take? I don't know. Who's going to rebound for him? You know what I'm saying? Like, how exactly is that going to work? Like in a public gym?
He needs to get the rack of basketballs.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't there be other people like at the gym just shooting the ball around? And
Watch out.
Kyle Keefe will be there to rebound for him.
Kyle Keefe is going to be there. Kyle's got nothing else going on. Just, you know. Okay, Vic.
I'll be there.
That's funny, Dan. All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know how it's going to work. I really have no idea. I didn't even think of that. Like, who's going to get Vic more basketballs? I mean, to do it, you really need like 3 people. You need like a little relay. You could do it with 2 basketballs if you had 3 people rebounding. You know, kind of chase it down, somebody next to Vic to get it, and just keep handing him the balls.
He really does need an empty court, though.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would you do this with just other people out there? Just heads up, everybody.
Hey, guys, I'm doing a thing. I need you guys to clear out. I got a thing.
What? I actually don't know how he's going to Well, we'll see. We'll find out at 2 o'clock. Stick around. We're all in this together.
I mean, Vic talks about that gym like he's the god of it anyway.
We'll find out, won't we? We are fixing to find out where Vic stands in the world of basketball gyms. All right, Dan, I'm ready for open up the time capsule.
Open up the time capsule, but. Time capsule, but. Hey, Charlie, I can watch you do that for hours. Time capsule.
What the heck was that? Was that something we did? Did I hear myself? Wait, what was that from?
Not you.
Was Tyler in there?
Open up the time capsule, but. Time capsule, but. Hey, Charlie, I can watch you do that for hours. Time capsule.
I thought I heard a Dan in there at the very end.
That's too funny.
It's the prestigious show, Always Sunny.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's good, man. That's really good. All right, let's hear it. A year ago today, I said this. Okay. I've got to sort of come to a realization here, Tyler and Scott, that the Broncos may not draft a quarterback. They may not. So
you got to draft a quarterback.
Okay.
Dude.
So I'm coming to grips.
Let's keep it real. If the Broncos drafted a quarterback, you wouldn't know what the hell to talk about.
Oh, I'd be so happy.
You would be all out of hot takes.
I would be so happy. I just would be I'd be so encouraging, whoever that person would be. I just would be like, hey, Penix Nix McCarthy and Jaden, I would be thrilled. But I've got to come to the realization there's a very distinct possibility it doesn't happen. So sitting here in the hot tub time machine, we're here a year from now. Do you know who we're talking about? Inevitably, you know what just happened?
Shedeur Sanders.
We are talking about Shedeur Sanders. And here's where I'm going to go. At 12, you know what you're going to draft? BPA, best player available. You're going to be hit by the cap. You can't add in free agency. You don't have many draft picks. Stinkum's probably your starting quarterback, Scott. You're probably adding a vet like Jameis Winston or something like that, but that ain't going to work out. And then you're drafting some dude in the 4th or 5th round. You're probably winning 5 games if you get best player available, 4 or 5 games. And then it's like, well, is Shedeur Sanders really that guy? I really do think if you mark this digital, Dan, a year from now, knock on wood, I don't get fired before then, I think we're talking about Shedeur Sanders on January 24th, 2025.
Of course, that is a realistic outcome. Of course. Now, look, Shedeur's got work to do. He is definitely. I do think that Shedeur Sanders would be drafted at the worst in the 2nd round this year. That was last year.
I think I kind of nailed that.
Nailed what?
Well,
you literally didn't get a single thing right.
No. It was if they don't take one. The whole. You kept hitting the buzzer on that
because of all your predictions.
No, but my predictions were predicated on them not taking a quarterback and what would happen if they didn't take a quarterback.
Have you ever seen somebody be able to spin anything the way that D-Mac can?
What are you talking about?
I mean, have you ever met anybody in your life that could spin something the way that this dude can?
Stinkum's the starter.
But
unbelievable.
Whoa. The whole thing was if they don't.
No, that was your prediction.
No, it was. Listen to it again.
Roll it back.
Listen to the beginning again. Okay. I've got to sort of come to a realization here, Tyler and Scott, that the Broncos may not draft a quarterback. May not. They may not.
So,
they may not.
You got to draft a quarterback.
Okay. Wait, keep letting it roll.
So
coming to grips.
Let's keep it real. If the Broncos drafted a quarterback, you wouldn't know what the hell to talk about.
I'd be so happy.
You'd be so happy. Out of hot takes.
I would be so happy. I just would be I'd be so encouraging whoever that person would be. I just would be like, hey, Penix Nix McCarthy. And Jaden, all true. I would be thrilled. But I've got to come to the realization there's a very distinct possibility it doesn't happen.
Possibility. Possibility. Very distinct.
No, the whole thing. Wow, am I really that far off on this?
Dad, you tell me how you heard it.
I'm saying there's a possibility it doesn't happen. And if it doesn't happen, what would happen after?
Your possibility was correct, sure.
Right, but I'll stand by the rest of what I said. If they hadn't drafted a quarterback, they likely would have had the same season the Raiders just had, which was 4 or 5 wins. What would I have got wrong there? They would have brought in a veteran quarterback like Jameis Winston. They brought in Zach Wilson, who is a veteran quarterback. I mean, did I get that much wrong? Was it really that wrong?
Pretty big difference, yeah.
A veteran quarterback's a veteran quarterback. Zach Wilson had 34 starts. He's a veteran quarterback. Dude, I think I kind of nailed that. The season would have sucked, and we would have been.
Why are you so scared back there?
Well, I don't know what he's scared about. I think I nailed that. We would be talking about Shedeur Sanders.
Of course,
and you said Shedeur's in the 2nd round.
As of last year.
Well, who's right and who's wrong here, Dan?
I said if he were drafted last year, I said he would be no worse than a 2nd rounder.
All right, so you're using an if as well.
But no, mine was in context as of last year.
Mine was in context of last year too, saying we'd be talking about Shedeur Sanders.
What are we fighting about? I couldn't care less about this stupid take.
I don't blame you not caring about it because you got Shedeur Sanders as a 2nd rounder last year, not me.
That's a fact. Last year, he would have been a 2nd rounder.
Well, you talk to your boy D-Mac because I had him as a 1st rounder.
I'd bet anything he would have been a 2nd rounder last year.
And last year, at this time on this day, I said he'd be a 1st rounder and we'd be talking about him, which is absolutely what we're doing.
Good job.
Dude, I think I don't know, man. I'll put it on the text line. The whole premise was if this doesn't happen, then this. Not this is the way it's going to go. Because I wanted them to take a quarterback. Dude, I think I killed that, Dan. Help me out here. Am I missing something?
I mean, you gave yourself a lot of outs.
A lot of outs. I mean, about 12 outs.
Well, the premise was they weren't. What would happen to... Let me throw it out there, fellas. Hindsight being 2020, I guess. But if the Broncos took Brock Bowers, And they could have. If they did what Andy and Nate wanted, if they took Brock Bowers instead of Bo Nix.
Well, that'll be fascinating. That'll be really, really fascinating.
What do you think we would be talking about?
I almost really hope that the Raiders could draft Shedeur Sanders, because then that whole thing would have unfolded the exact way that we said it could have. You could have selected Brock Bowers last year and then waited another year and get your dream quarterback. Where you have always been in the camp of you can't choose when you suck. I've been in the camp of, but you can't choose not to draft a sucky quarterback, so you can wait until the next year if you want to do that. And this might actually unfold in the exact manner in which we said it could have unfolded. So we will see. In theory, if the Raiders were to draft Shedeur Sanders, who's going to be better off in the long run?
I like this conversation. Say the Broncos, for the sake of argument, draft Colston Loveland.
Nick says you're the best lawyer in town.
Well, good. I don't even think this is much of a stretch here. I don't think this is that hard. If this, then that. I mean, I don't know. I didn't predict it was going to happen. And I clearly, as you heard in the Hot Tub Time Machine, wanted them to draft a quarterback. I said I'd be happy if it's anybody, Penix, McCarthy, Nix, whatever. I said that too. But let me ask you this. I'll go on your premise. Who's got a better chance of success? Let's just presume the Raiders do draft Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Bowers. The Broncos have Bo Nix with a year under his belt. You get that too. And Colston Loveland. And the Raiders had to fire their coach, so obviously it wasn't that great of a plan, right?
Honestly, quite frankly, I think both those situations sound very good for their current franchises.
Who's better off?
So if I'm in either one of those situations, I could convince myself that my situation is better. I could. And so I think it's actually a scary situation for the AFC West to be in a situation that is going to be this healthy as a whole. If the Raiders do get a quarterback this year, the AFC West will never have been more healthy than it is right now. What would I rather have? Oh, man. Brock Bowers. So we're going off the assumption here that I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
Will it be pretty good in year one? My actual prediction on that is that it might even be a Caleb Williams type of season.
Fine.
But in the long run, I do think it's going to be pretty damn good with Shedeur Sanders.
I'm all about the long run, not the short term.
So in the long run, would I rather have the league's best tight end, say by the time Travis Kelce, George Kittle phase out, right?
Sure. Yep.
The league's best tight end and Shedeur Sanders
and Pete Carroll. Yeah.
I think I might rather have that.
Okay. Dan, what would you rather have? I mean, I'll throw this out to everybody in the text line, too.
The best tight end in the NFL?
That looks to be the trajectory of Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny that.
And we're all operating under the assumption here that we think that Shedeur is going to be pretty good in the long run.
Yep. So what you're saying then, over the course of the next 5 years in their generation, the Raiders are better set up than the Broncos. If Shedeur goes there.
But it's kind of a tomato. Do you love Jim Kelly if you don't have John Elway? Yeah, I mean, do you love Dan Marino?
Okay,
yeah, you do.
So Shedeur and Bo Nix are going to be
that's not
arguably on the same plane.
That's not. Okay, yes. I mean, I'm not predicting they're going to be Dan Marino and John Kelly. That's not what I'm predicting.
Or Jim Kelly. John Kelly or Jim Kelly?
John Kelly. I don't know who that is.
One of the Kelly brothers.
One of the Kelly brothers. I'm sure. I mean, they do the J thing, you know.
John, Jim, Jeff.
Yeah, they do that thing.
Yeah, but Jeff spells his name the annoying way with a G.
Oh, that's weird.
Stupid.
That kid was definitely coming from the mailbox, man. I think it's a tomato situation, but I do think that would slightly lean towards the Raiders. Because neither team's really got the wide receivers yet. So you got to assume that you're both more or less starting from scratch there.
You're working on it, yeah.
To back up D-Mac.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Yes.
Before the draft, and this is God's honest truth, on our calls, he said, Bo Nix is my guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they're going to take Nix.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is January and then April. So when we finally, I remember that because it was like, hey, man, you got to plant your flag in the sand about something at some point. And I was like, good enough, Nix. I do think it can't hem and haw forever, but, you know, you got to call it as you see it.
What would you rather take? I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I would much rather have Nix, Colston Loveland, Sean Payton than Pete Carroll. Oh, I think Bo Nix is a top. I don't think Shedeur. How about this for a hot take? I don't think Shedeur is going to be a great NFL quarterback.
On the surface, who do you think is a better coach, Pete Carroll or Sean Payton?
Sean Payton.
I would argue that.
But they're both really good.
I would argue that Pete Carroll's got an edge there.
Okay, I'm not even going to fight you on that. I mean, they're really cut from the same cloth.
So on paper,
they're both excellent head coaches. They're both Super Bowl champion coaches. I'm not going to fight you on that. And you played with Pete Carroll.
Yep.
So you would know better than me.
So on paper, I'm giving a slight edge to Pete Carroll there.
Okay.
On paper, who do you think is going to be better? Why am I trying to blank on Raiders tight end? What's wrong with me?
Brock Bowers.
Thank you, Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers or Colston Loveland?
Brock Bowers.
Okay. So you're 2 for 2 in the Raiders camp, or at least I'm 2 for 2 in the Raiders camp there. On paper, who's going to be better between Bo Nix and Shedeur Sanders?
Bo Nix.
I would say on paper today, next season, Bo Nix will be better. In potential, Shedeur Sanders has got a higher upside than Bo Nix.
I think Bo Nix is going to have not a little better career than Shedeur Sanders. I think he's going to have a much better career.
Well, then you're pretty much saying he's probably going to be a bust.
Shedeur, yeah, I think so.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's going to be.
There's a take.
It's going to be a tough run for him, I think, in the NFL.
I absolutely could see him coming out with a Caleb Williams type of rookie season, but that dude's got no, you don't get a arm like he's got. You know what he's got?
Oh, he's got all the talent.
You know what he's got that you cannot coach? He's got that Jaden Daniels, Nikola Jokic ice in his veins.
Okay.
Where that blood pressure does not rise. It doesn't matter what is going on in the game. It doesn't matter good or bad. You look at those dudes, they've got the same stone cold face on them at all times. He's got that in his blood that you cannot replicate. And
well, here's my stupid football breakdown, okay? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Because I'm not an X's and O's, mechanics, all that sort of guy. But just looking at things on the surface after watching so much NFL football, the dude retreats before he steps up.
Yep.
And he's not a running quarterback. He doesn't have the athleticism, in my opinion, as Bo Nix. He's got a hell of an arm, and he's one hell of a competitor, and he's a tough guy. But right now, I see so many freaking bad habits with Shedeur that will kill him in the NFL. And I do wonder if he'll be ruined before he can get right.
Well, what happened to get you like this?
Thank you, Prime.
I think that is a fair take in terms of what his rookie season could look like. And he absolutely has got a bad problem with backpedaling too far out of the pocket, as a lot of young players do, which he had to do out of necessity to survive. But it's going to be a habit that's going to be difficult for him to break when he gets to the league. I agree with it. But you know what Shedeur's got? He's got a freaking arm that you
does.
If you could build a Madden character, that's what you would build. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last player that came out of college football that throws as beautiful of a deep ball as Shedeur Sanders and connects every freaking time. Every freaking time he drops that sucker into a bucket. Whereas our guy, he's a red line deep ball thrower. He's a red liner.
Hey, man, I would be thrilled to be wrong about this take. By the way, I'm not all that impressed with Cam Ward either. I just don't think it's a great year for quarterbacks this year. But again, like I said, you can't choose when you suck. What are you supposed to do? If you're one of these quarterback-needy teams, you got to give it a shot. And maybe Jalen Milroe is something to look at. We haven't really talked much about him. And my guy from Syracuse, maybe
if you thought Josh Allen was wild in college, watch Jalen Milroe.
All right, so I haven't really spent a lot of time watching him, but he's the other guy that's popping up. But either way, hey man, this is why the draft is.
Shedeur Sanders is going to be a bust, huh? Wow,
I fear so. Yeah,
you fear so, or you predict so? That's a big difference.
You know what? Just give me a fear on that one. Let me not make a prediction, because that sounds like I'm hating on him.
Another out. Dan called it out. He already predicted it. He's backing out.
You give me a second to adjust things if we're doing this or that. I fear it. I can't predict it. I don't know how it's going to go. I fear it, though. There's a lot of red flags that's the way it could turn out. But I don't hope for it. And when I say that, it sounds like I'm a hater. I'm not a hater. I want Shedeur to be incredibly successful. No, I love watching Shedeur Sanders.
Look, I do think that his rookie year could make or break him. And it's a fair take.
All right. Vic Lombardi hucking up basketballs at 2:00. That was a good one, Dan. That was a good one. That was good, man.
Hopefully we're playing your Shedeur take from today, a year from now.
Oh, save this.
After he wins Rookie of the Year.
Save it. Oh, he ain't winning Rookie of the Year. You know who's going to get Rookie of the Year next year? If I could give you a little hot take, I bet you Tyler Warren wins Rookie of the Year next year for whoever he plays for.
Dude, that is the dumbest hot take of all time.
Save that tape.
And that is the dumbest hot take of all time. And Brock Bowers is all the proof that you need.
Save
Brock Bowers just proved that it's impossible to win Rookie of the Year as a tight end.
Well, he might win Rookie of the Year. You don't know.
Yes, I do.
NFL honors.
I know damn well who's winning that.
He's a nominee.
I know damn well who's winning that.
That's because it's going to be Jaden Daniels. All right, it's No Dumb Questions coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Who needs it? What a pain. What a waste. What a bummer for your relationship. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you if you fail to perform in the bedroom and you're just like at wit's end, like what is going on here? It's a week. I want you to have a great weekend, not a good weekend, not an okay weekend. I want you to have a great weekend. And it may start at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to get things between you and your partner in a better situation. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're incredible. They're unbelievable. The initial visit at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test oath. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today and get that weekend going in the right direction. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Wow, I thought I was going to take some heat on the text line, but damn. Shadur being a bust is only a hot take in Colorado. Okay.
Well, it's actually not true. It's the most trendy thing going on in draft evaluation right now.
Can't believe I'm texting.
Would you agree with that, by the way?
Sure.
The most trendy thing going on in draft evaluation is knocking on Shadur Sanders.
Yep. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just
following the trend.
I guess. Can't believe I'm texting this. Agree with D-Mac's Shadur take. I'm with D-Mac. Sanders is a bust. I fear it. I hate, but kind of agree with D-Mac. Oh, a lot of people hate me. Agree with D-Mac. Jeff George had an arm too. Strong arm. Sanders a bust. Damn, man. You're blind or obtuse if you don't remember Shadur being inaccurate on deep balls. Damn. Okay, well, all right. We'll see how it goes. That's what makes the draft interesting, man.
I'm not blind, but I am obtuse.
Obtuse. I got a no doubt.
I got
question.
one too.
Do you know what today
Who sent
is?
the email?
Do you know what today is the 9-year anniversary of?
Who sent the email?
Who sent what email?
Who sent the email?
Huh? Is that your question?
Yeah, but I'll ask you it after. I'll ask you it after the 9-year
email?
anniversary. I'll ask you after the anniversary.
Okay. Do you know what's the 9-year anniversary of?
I do not.
You beating Tom Brady in the AFC Championship game.
Oh, there you go.
Today's the 9-year anniversary of that. What's your memory?
We get to do that every year. I get a new anniversary every year.
9, then it'll be 10.
I get Beastquake every year.
Yep.
I get the Patriots every year. I get the Super Bowl every year.
It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
What's your...
The only anniversaries I got.
Well, they're good ones. Oh, God. See, now you're just bagging on yourself. You're just destroying yourself on that.
What do you mean?
What do you remember?
I got?
What do you remember from that the most?
Here's what I remember.
9 years ago today.
And my good buddy Nate Solder is playing tackle for the Patriots, who was an All-American at the University of Colorado.
He's a man.
Had 10 times the career I had.
Made a lot more money than you.
Made 10 times the amount of money I had. I mean, 10 times the human being I am.
I don't know about that.
He is one of the best human beings you'll ever meet in your life.
He's a great guy, but so are you.
And I mean that with all my heart. He's one of the best human beings you'll ever meet in your life.
He's better than you.
He had a rough go that game.
Really?
Von Miller and
Really?
DeMarcus Ware, I have never seen two defensive ends dominate both tackles.
Really?
The way that those guys were getting dominated the entire game. And, I mean, I'm talking every freaking rep to the point that I was watching it, and I've got love and care for Nate, and he's playing there on the other side. And I say this with nothing but respect for the dude and how good he is. But that game, it was one of those games where you almost felt bad for the human being because you've been there. I've been there. I've gotten my ass kicked that way.
Mm-hmm.
I know the way that feels when you just feel like, man, there's nothing I can do that is right in this game. And Vaughn and D. Ware just wrecked shop the entire game, start to finish, all the way down to the end to the 2-point conversion with Rob Gronkowski, who was wide open, and Tom Brady couldn't see him because he was seeing ghosts. I remember C.J. Anderson breaking the long run out in the snow, and Ryan Harris was playing left tackle. We called 19 truck, and 19 truck. We got our left tackle out in space, and he's pulling out and around out to the left hand side, and Ryan gets a great cut out there on the defensive back, and CJ makes one cut and takes it. Man,
awesome.
that game actually is by far the most memorable of the playoff run for me,
that's awesome.
Including the Super Bowl.
How cool! Well, happy anniversary on that, man. It was fun to be in attendance. It was a moment of like, holy cow, they're going back to the Super Bowl. And to this day, I cannot believe Brady did not try to throw that 2-point conversion to Rob Gronkowski. And he was kind of open too in the corner. Just didn't look at it. Do you remember who made the interception?
Aqib?
No. Oh, God, I don't even. Number 29. I don't even know.
Bradley Roby?
Was it Roby? I guess so. Bradley Roby was 29, wasn't he?
I'm guessing.
And he fumbled the ball, too, after he picked it off. He didn't fall down. He kind of ran and fumbled. But
actually, I don't remember this pick.
It was on the 2-point conversion. You don't remember what happened?
No.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Well, you're up by 2. Got to have it. And Gronk's running kind of wide open in the.
He didn't just go down?
No, he started running out, but it didn't matter. It was a 2-point conversion.
Oh, okay.
He ran out. I mean, yeah, he should have run out. I mean, you got nothing to lose. It's a 2-point conversion. If they recover, it's, whatever.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, they'd have to, I guess they could take it back for 2 points, I suppose. But no, he ran it out to about the 30-yard line, and then he fumbled. It didn't matter. Game's over. Yeah, Tom Brady it was weird because the touchdown went to Rob Gronkowski. Gronkowski caught that long pass down the seam. Remember that? To kind of, it was like Rob Gronkowski is just always going to be open here. And then on the 2-point conversion, he freezes up. He doesn't go to Gronk.
Yep.
It's wild.
Yep. He was seeing ghosts. He was seeing ghosts from Vaughn and D. Ware.
All right, it was Roby, by the way.
It was Roby.
It was check.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a deflection. It was right in his lap, but still, he made it. It was good.
Yeah, my no dumb question of the day was who sent the email. And what I'm referring to there is we had an all-staff meeting today, and D-Mac, for the 156th time since he's been here, has been nominated for Employee of the Month.
You're welcome.
Someone's jealous.
He's only been here for 12 months, but for 156 times, he's been nominated.
It's good math. That's CU math right there. That's CU football math.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
So they read in our all-staff meeting why they've been nominated, because somebody has to nominate you, right? So they send out this email at the end of the month, say, would you like to nominate anybody in the building? And so they read why D-Mac was nominated. The person that nominated D-Mac said it's not every day that you get to grow up, that you get to work with the guys that you grew up listening to and idolized.
Right.
And then you get to realize that they're just such a great human being, and
there you go.
Just he's the full package. Just he works hard.
Small package.
Yeah, small package.
Very
good things
small.
come in small packages, I guess.
Work twice.
But you get to work with your idol.
Yeah.
Who sent the email?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
I really I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
Could be several people.
Let's think about it. It's not hard to figure out.
It's okay. I really do not know. You want to take a guess, Dan? Was it Dan?
I'm not guessing. I know.
The people on Twitch already got it.
I don't know who it was.
Let me go to Twitch.
Are you asking me?
They got it.
Are you asking me to guess who it was?
No, you know who it. Stop playing stupid.
I definitely don't know for a fact who it was.
They
but I
grew
can
up
guess.
idolizing you.
Well, there's a couple guys here in this building.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
You realize Big Rob was an intern of mine at KBPI. I don't know if you knew that or not, but that's true.
Okay.
Josh Grismer grew up in high school around here.
Idolizing you.
I don't want. What are you doing to me here? I mean, Dan Tanner grew up here in high school. Raj grew up in high school here. Raj reached out to me.
Can I get a ding ding?
Oh, was it Raj?
Of course it was Raj.
Oh, all right. Raj's a great guy.
Well, you did throw out a wild card there that made me think a little bit about Rob. Maybe Rob.
Yeah, Rob.
Maybe Big Rob.
Rob said he likes my hugs.
But I don't know why Big Rob would have nominated you, because he doesn't really work with you.
I don't know. I've been pretty supportive of Big Rob over the years.
But he doesn't work
guy.
with you right now. Why would he nominate you for Employee of the Month when he doesn't work with you?
I don't know. You gotta go ask him. I got no idea.
Yeah, it was absolutely Mr. Syracuse Raj himself.
Well, if we're going to play this game, I think it's a much bigger chance that it's Big Rob than Raj.
Really?
Well, yeah, because Raj could have nominated me theoretically any time for the past 15 months. So why now? Rob just started here. If it's anybody, it's probably Big Rob, not Raj. It makes a hell of a lot more sense. Big Rob's only
It
been
actually
here
doesn't make any sense for Rob to nominate you. You guys don't cross-pollinate. Like in what areas in this building do you guys work together?
Oh, I talked to...
I'm not asking if you say hi. I'm not asking if you guys are friendly to each other.
I know this is foreign to you, but some people here have deeper relationships than, hey, how you doing? See you later.
I'm talking about in a work context. What do you work together
You would have to
about?
go ask him. I don't know. I didn't tell Rob to nominate myself for something.
Did you send it?
Did I nominate myself?
Did you?
Yeah, I nominated myself because these type of conversations are so great. This is what I want.
You confirmed who it was.
It was Rob.
Really?
What was it, Rob?
Dan says
No.
he's got confirmation.
I have confirmation.
Who was it?
It was Raj.
It was Raj.
Oh,
Of course it was Raj, you idiot. Of course it was Raj. Wait, did Raj just call you and admit to it?
I called him.
You called him.
Yeah.
Well, that was very nice of Raj to nominate me.
Unbelievable. That little weasel.
That was very nice.
He is such a little weasel.
Hey,
like
what's
that's
wrong with
actually
what Raj
unbelievable.
said,
Tyler is so jealous.
What
Oh my
a
God.
little weasel.
You are so jealous.
I mean, listen, get it out of Never mind.
You are so. What is so? Thank you, Raj. That was a very nice thing to do.
Like Raj, the way that Raj idolizes you is actually creepy. It is.
Why?
Like I guarantee you, he's got a poster of you on his ceiling.
I hope it's a nude. On that one, Vic Lombardi.
I can't believe he admitted to it.
Hucking up bad. Dan, you had a no dumb question too? You want to?
I was just going to ask you guys, where does Joker's shot last night rank of all-time best shots from Joker?
That's not a dumb question. That's a really good question, and we can dig into that. And Vic Lombardi is going to be hucking up shots after 2 o'clock, and I'm just going to go mentor some more people during the break. It's PhD on 92.5. I'm actually kind of excited about Vic doing this basketball challenge for weird reasons.
You really are. I think you're. I feel like Scott here. Like I feel like you're the only one. But
all right. I think the logistics of it are pretty fascinating. Like, how do you just commandeer a public gym to?
That's actually probably the most interesting part of it.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to do that. I mean, he's
hey, boys,
not,
clear out. I got a radio show bit to do here. I am Vic Lombardi, though.
I think Vic, if he really wanted to, could have just gone down to the Nuggets practice court and done this. I think he's got that kind of power and pull. He knows everybody in the building. They would have had racks of balls. Nobody would have been there. They're traveling. They're on the road right now. But there's still people around the facility.
That's true.
So that would have been easy. But he's going to go just to, like, the Denver Athletic Club and just huck up basketballs? Like,
how many courts they got there?
I don't know. I would imagine wouldn't you imagine it's like there's one end to end and then there's some on the side that go back and forth? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I bet there's two. Unless they turned one into pickleball courts, which I think they did, come to think of it. Because then you have a rant about that.
Indoor pickleball courts?
He did have a rant about his gym putting pickleball courts
They put
courts
pickleball courts inside of the gym. I've never even seen that. Inside the gym?
Oh, yeah. No, that's a thing.
Not on tennis courts.
Lifetime Fitness is doing that everywhere.
I never even thought of that.
They're taking the second basketball court and turning it into
pickleball.
Yeah.
Do they put turf down, or are you just whacking it off the basketball court?
I think you just go off the basketball court.
No.
It's not, I mean, you don't play on turf.
Well, you play on
a tennis court.
A tennis court, yeah. I mean, that's a different surface.
Is that turf? I guess back in your rich neighborhood, they play on grass, but
no, clay.
Everywhere else, they
please get it right. It was a clay court in Stowe, Vermont.
Yeah,
please. Well, anyways, we're gonna try to figure that out from Vic here, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But what a night last night. We'll get into that as well. Dan, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
Where does Joker's 66-foot shot rank in like the best Joker shots of the year? Like last year, we had the Golden State
that was the
half-court
best
buzzer beater winner.
Well, let me ask you
this:
best. Do they even keep track of this sort of thing? I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. But could that arguably be the longest three-pointer ever made by a Denver Nugget?
Oh, by a Nugget? Because I think it was like the 6th longest basketball shot ever made.
So they do track that.
To me, it was like weird. It's got to be the longest shot by a Nugget, unless the Nuggets are in the top, somewhere in the top 6. I would guess. I mean, there's only 5 or 6 shots in NBA history that have been longer than that shot. So
do we know how far it was?
66 feet.
66 feet?
Yeah.
That feels off to me.
Hold on. How long is a basketball court? I guess I have no context of how long a basketball court is.
94 feet. 50 feet wide.
It's got to be longer than 66.
I think so too.
He was below the free throw line, right?
Slightly. And almost like out to the out of bounds line. And the court is 50 feet wide. He might have had 4 feet between him and the out of bounds line directly across.
Yeah, so that's an added
foul line extended. So that adds feet onto it.
Well, you measure in a straight line.
You know what? If you want to math it up, go for it. I am the worst.
How do you measure from A to B in a straight line?
I wanted to just take a string out and just, put it at the hoop and then just go, right back to where he was. You tell me.
I don't know. 66. So if it's 94.
I thought it was longer than 66 feet.
If it's 94 feet long.
It can't be. It's got to be longer than 66.
It feels to me, I would have guessed it was like 80.
All right, let me do some dumb math here because I'm a dummy.
Yeah,
I'm a moron. The court's 94 feet long.
Okay.
He's at the foul line extended, almost exactly even with the foul line.
Okay.
The foul line is 10 feet from the foul line to the hoop.
So that's 84.
And you probably have another, foot until you're out of bounds. There's like a little room under the basket before you're out of bounds. So say 11 feet. So he's only 11 feet from the end line to where he was. The court's 94, 11 feet would put it at 83 feet.
But when you take into account that the world is round and it's just...
All right, see, now we're losing it.
Oh,
what are we doing here, Dan?
66 foot.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I think it was longer.
Can you put it back up there, Dan? Do you have it that accessible? I want to see where he shot it from.
Look at where Yeah, that's a good question. Like from the foul line, because I do not think he was in front.
So it's 84 feet from the foul line.
Well, no, because there's like a foot.
I thought you said it was 94 minus 10.
No, but it's 10 feet from the basket, but the basket hangs out, and there's probably another couple of feet.
I got you.
See what I'm saying? Where the basket is and where the out of bounds is? It's like 2 feet.
Okay, from the baseline.
But he's right there at the foul line.
Hold on. You're
right there. See, foul line extended, boom, straight to his toe. But that's probably from there to there is probably 12 feet. Right there's 10 feet.
Math. He's a little bit further up than I thought he was, though.
Even 94 feet.
It's actually not even that impressive.
There's no way it can be 66 feet. It's got to be longer than 66 feet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could make that now.
Well, we'll find out from Vic. I don't think I could even get it to the hoop. And then he just, he shot it so easily.
Well, he threw it like a football. He literally threw it exactly like a football, except for he put backspin on it.
Is that all our math?
Free throw is 15 feet, you dummy.
Oh, it is 15 feet. You're right. Oh my God, you are so right. You're right. So it's more like 17 feet. Oh, you're so right. It is 15 feet. 10 feet is how high the hoop is. It is 15 feet. I told you I was a moron. So 94 minus 17. Just, we'll give you a couple feet there. 70. That's still 77 feet. And what about the fact that he's off to the side? It's not a direct shot. Doesn't that add something in?
No. Straight line.
But it's at an angle.
The
angle's got to be... No? Am I really wrong on this? I got to be right on this.
No.
It's longer at an angle than straight. Is it not? Am I seriously wrong on this?
Somebody call in.
All right, I don't know.
Somebody call in.
I suck at all
Somebody
this
with
stuff.
a PhD in math.
I suck at math. I suck at word problems. I suck at all this. I don't know. It feels to me like a straight line's there, and that if you took the string and did it out to the side, it would be shorter. It would be longer.
It would have to go with the curve,
right? So I'm not wrong on that. I don't know how to figure it out, but I don't think I'm wrong on it. Dude,
I don't think it's longer at the angle.
Actually, does that make sense?
I don't think it's longer at the angle. Yeah, it is. Yep, it is. Hold on. It's got to be longer. If it's a straight line all the way across the court.
Because it's a string, right? You just...
Yeah. It's got to be longer.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a string.
If there was an arch, it would not be.
And you just kept doing it, it would be like out here.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So it is longer.
Yep.
Right.
I'm with you.
God.
I'm with you. Yep.
Holy cow, are we stupid? You are all much dumber for listening to this conversation.
And may God have mercy on your soul.
We'll check in with Vic Lombardi invading an athletic club coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. It happens to the best of us, and I know it's a bad feeling. And you might have already gone online looking for answers, and nothing's working the way that you want it to. So it's time to invest in yourself with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. It's why they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and it's why I want you to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is flat out amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. Guys, there's no reason to go anywhere else. You want to go to Advanced Hair Restoration. And what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. So call 720-459-HAIR or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right. We'll get into where the Nuggets are at and all that in a little bit. Vic Lombardi apparently
But we got important things.
Yeah, we talked to some. We have an absurd amount of math nerds that are associated. Both.
You're welcome. I went to the Excel sheet in the break.
Okay.
I started doing some math. I entered some formulas.
Okay.
And I came to the conclusion of what it's supposed to be.
All right. I'll tell you about my math nerd conversation here in the break. And my pal Mark there in California listening on the app. We appreciate it. Thank you to the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Voice of the people and the app itself. Vic Lombardi was supposed to, well, we were hoping at noon he would be doing this. And now he said 2 o'clock. And now, Dan, it's like he said 15 to 20 minutes. And now I wonder if it's even going to happen, frankly. But is there an update there, Dan, with Vic in the basketball court?
Nope.
Okay.
He got denied access. No, I don't know.
So we're not sure where he's at. Well, Vic, what's the deal here? Is this thing happening or not? I mean, if it's not happening, fine. But I mean, you've had 3 hours to try to pull it off. Okay. There's an article. Thank you, Mark, for sending this. And I talked to some math nerds. The article says, Tyler, about the distance of the throw, it's certainly not 66 feet.
Certainly not.
Definitely not. And Kaz saying 78 feet, Kaz just calling that, Kaz was crazy close to what the actual distance probably was. Way better than 66 feet. It's 18 feet and 10 inches from the baseline. The free throw line is 18 feet, 10 inches from the baseline.
That's what she said.
Okay? He was at the free throw line extended. Now, according to our nerds out there that know math, and they scoffed at me about how easy this was.
Let me just clarify.
By the Pythagorean,
who are the nerds?
They're just nerdy guys back there.
Who?
They're nerds.
Nerd.
The Pythagorean theorem would state it's the total distance squared from point A to point B plus...
Yeah, that's actually called the hypo-obtuse.
The distance from the center point out. So if it's 66 feet from the foul line to the hoop, one end to the other, and then you're out about 8 feet, it's 66 squared plus 8 squared, and then you get the square root of that sum, which turns out to be around...
What freaking loser came up with this?
Now, what they said is...
This is the most loser talk I've ever heard.
The distance out to the side isn't really much more than straight on. Because
like I said.
You were right, actually. You were right. It's a little bit, but not a lot. It's not like worth even kind of mentioning. Instead of like 66 feet, it'd be like 66.4. It's something like that. Pythagorean theorem, dummy. So what the distance is of that shot really is what's the distance from the foul line to the hoop on the other end, and the answer to that is 75 feet.
75 feet.
Are you really confused? I thought seriously.
What
are you
you
confused
just
by
said
that?
made no sense in any world.
Okay.
Just say it was 75
I'll
feet.
say it more simply. By the Pythagorean theorem to figure it out.
Which means what? If you're going to use that, if you're going to use that word, you have to tell me what that word means.
I just told what Pythagorean means?
Yeah.
I have no idea what Pythagorean means.
Then don't use the word.
Nerd math. The distance squared plus the distance out together and then the square root of that. Just go with me on this.
I went to Blue
You
Ribbon
were
High
right.
School.
I'm trying to say you were right.
I don't care about all this. Just tell me how far it was.
It's about 75 feet.
Thank you.
Ish.
Was that so hard?
No, but I thought you would want to know the reasoning behind it.
Do you think I know how to do a square root?
I am fascinated the fact that you don't want to hear why you're right.
How is ESPN off by 9 feet?
That's
a good
question.
That's a great question. I don't know.
I mean,
they're really off. I mean, that's crazy. That is
two D-Max they're off by.
Thanks, Dan. And I'm just taking shots left and right here.
What high school did you go to?
Ipswich High School, home of the Tigers.
Did it have a blue ribbon around the outside?
It sure didn't. It did. Blue ribbon.
Because mine did. Had a blue ribbon, literally wrapped around the building.
We know all about Cherry Creek High School. Hey, you're one of 17 kids to get a perfect SAT score. Don't you feel special?
No.
Hey,
I feel like I underachieved.
Hey, literally everything you've done at this school has been done 100 other times by 100 different kids.
Do you know how hard long form math is right now in my life? Like,
I have no clue.
I actually, like, I I was pretty proud of my SAT score. Like, it was pretty good. Got me into Stanford. It was good enough to get me into Stanford.
Can I ask?
If you asked me to do like long form math right now, that would be woof.
Can I ask a dumb question? Why
do they teach math different also?
Why do they teach math at all? We have calculators on every phone. Why do they teach math at all? Seriously, I'm not joking.
Well, there's no point. Literally, ChatGPT has replaced the schooling system.
Yeah, what do we need?
It's the creepiest thing of all time.
I'm sorry, man. Am I sounding like a jerk? Like, why do you have to teach math? Why don't you just teach people how to do math on a phone? That's what I need to know. I don't need to know how to do math. I just need to know how to do it on my phone.
What's a hypotenuse?
I don't know.
It's part of the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay. Is it related to the hypotenuse?
Yeah, hypotenuse.
Anyways, I feel like we've just wasted all this time because Vic couldn't get his ass to the gym on time.
What if the grid went down and we had to figure out how long Nikola Jokic's shot was? There's no grid. The cell phones are dead.
Wait, how did we find out about the game?
You had to be there.
So we went to the game. Wait, hold on. Dan's premise is great. We went to the game. We came home, and the grid's down. But we're dying of all the issues we have because the grid's down and we have no power, no cell phones, no electricity. But our biggest issue we have is figuring out how long the shot is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great premise, Dan.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. If you can't figure out how long that shot is, you have zero chance of getting the grid back on.
How do you get ink into a pen? It confounds me. I don't know. I don't know how
Somebody claims that this is 6th grade math, and I'm calling BS on that.
Well, by the reaction,
I'm calling such BS on that.
By the reaction of the nerds in the back, I think it probably is 6th grade math.
No chance. No.
Dude, they scoffed at me for not knowing how to do this. Like, it was like...
Who are the nerds?
This is the guys back there. I don't know what half the people do around here, Tyler. I try to be nice to everybody, but I don't know. Got me.
Hypotenuse.
All right. Anyways, great game for the Nuggets. There was actually a lot of different cool moments from that game. This is going to be fine. With Jamal Murray was what, 8 of 18 or something like that.
What is Common Core?
Have you just lost focus completely?
Yeah.
Have we lost you?
People are talking about Common Core on the text line, and my kids are learning Common Core, and I'm like, why? Like, why did we have to change math?
You're asking a dad of a 25 and a 22-year-old what Common Core is?
Like, I thought of all the things that would never change in life, I thought math would be the one thing that would never change. Scientific formulas.
Okay.
Why are there different ways to this now?
Do you need to go sit on a mountain and just get some incense going or something?
Somebody brought some sage to me the other day.
Yeah. Do you need to go somewhere to have some deep thoughts?
It didn't work.
Is there part 2 to the Common Core question, or is that it?
No, just school's stupid.
Hypotenuse. Common Core is BS. Obama math. Oh, it's politics,
Oh,
Tyler.
it's Obama math.
It's Obama math.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
That actually makes sense to me.
Obama was out to get everybody with math.
That actually adds up to me. The math on that adds up.
That's what it is. It's Obama's fault. And they said no politics on this show. We figured it all out, stupid Obama. And I think he is having an affair with Jennifer Aniston. I'm just going to say it.
Would you blame him? Would you?
Seriously, congrats.
All right, anyways.
I'd say it was worth it.
Math hasn't changed. It's the same exact thing as when you learned it. All right.
Not the way my kids do it.
Pythagorean theorem is the theory proposed by Pythagoras in ancient Greece that says how to find the missing length of a triangle. Oh, that is what we're talking about. We are talking about a triangle. You're right about that. Basically, one side squared plus another side squared equals the third side squared. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's exactly what it is. We're talking about a triangle. That's exactly what it is. You're right. See, that's a smart person right there.
I don't know how to do square root.
It's just the number times itself.
That's hard. 5 times 5.
25.
Wow.
You get this thing out. It's called a phone.
Wow.
And what you do, in my phone, I go into the right corner and I swipe down and I press on this little button. It's a calculator, and I can do everything. Just tell me what was it?
Hold on. Do you really want to go down a deep wormhole and I'm being serious on this one?
I do not.
Look up 2 + 2 is 5. Look it up. Look it up.
All right.
They're like,
hey Siri, why is 2 + 2 5? Is that what I need to do here?
I don't know what Siri's going to say, but I'm curious.
Okay. Well, we'll see. 2 + 2, it says 27.
There are people trying to reinvent math that 2 + 2 is 5.
2 + 2 is 5?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's your stage right now, pal. You got the kids in school, not me. Where do you want to go with this?
I think it makes sense.
On the text line, radio people stupid. I'll go with you on that one, my friend.
Was this like our most important segment of the entire show?
Yeah.
2 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, was it?
It
Yeah.
was.
I feel like it went well.
Well, it was going to be Vic hucking basketballs.
All I can hear is Kevin in my ear. Tyler, it's 2 o'clock. Shut up.
I can't blame him. I tried to move on a couple
times. I guarantee you this segment right now was 10 times better than any BS we were going to talk about with sports.
Okay.
So suck it, Kevin.
We technically have 1 minute to go. Anything else? Anything else you want to pass along?
I think we got to go to break.
All right. Let's see if we can get Vic figured out. If not, let's football go. There actually is a ton of stuff going on in the NFL, that's for sure. Is wow, really? PhD? Really? On 92.5. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. You guys are the absolute best. We love you guys. We did get an update from Vic Lombardi. Now, we're sitting here in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Vic is at a public basketball court, and sure enough, he's having problems because there's a daycare class using the court.
Stupid kids.
So it's Tyler, we kind of were like, how exactly is he going to clear the court? Well,
start launching basketballs. They'll clear out of there real quick.
Show those 3-year-olds something. When a Wilson lands on their head, we'll see what's what when Spalding clears the court. So anyways, we're kind of in a holding pattern until the daycare class clears away. This may turn out to be a great bit for Nate and Andy. That's my prediction on this whole thing.
I don't think they're going to like your bit.
Well, then the bit goes to die. It'll be on Vic's Instagram and whatever. But he's there again. We're a multi-million-dollar radio company waiting for a daycare class to clear out. He could have just gone to the Nuggets practice court, right? Okay, just checking. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, let's football go. What do you got?
All right, let's start with Cam Newton and Shedeur Sanders. Here he is on ESPN. Stephen A's getting on him. Orlovsky's getting on him for saying Shedeur doesn't like to be challenged.
The thing about Shedeur, I am the guy that's been pushing him to the greatness. I want to see Shedeur picked early. I want to see Shedeur picked as the first quarterback taken off the board. But Shedeur also does not want to be challenged. I said certain things that I'm just keeping it a buck and just say how I feel. That doesn't negate how I feel about him, his brother, his other brother, his sister, and his father.
Respectfully, listen, I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying. What do you mean he doesn't want to be challenged?
That got my attention too.
So
I'm asking. You on first take. You damn right I'm asking you.
There's been history there. And I've always challenged Shedeur publicly and to him in ways that, like, bro, I want to see the best version of Shedeur. Shedeur has always played in a very convenient situation.
Okay.
I've said that numerous times. So I don't have no beef.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
Do you guys think, do you agree with Cam there? And also he said, I'm the guy that created Shedeur. What does that mean?
Oh, the whole thing from Cam was him wanting to make a statement, but being afraid to offend Shedeur Sanders. That's what the whole thing was. And that's what was irritating Stephen A. throughout it as well. It's like, look, man, say what you're trying to say. If you're trying to say, then say it.
What are you
You're
trying
on
to say?
first take right now. Don't dodge it because you've got some relationship with the guy, that you've got history with him. Say whatever you're trying to say. For anybody that doesn't remember what Cam Newton is referring to when he says there's history there, at the Colorado UCF game this year, Cam Newton approached both Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter before the game.
Didn't go well.
When they're in the middle of warm-ups, for the record,
Right.
where Cam's got absolutely no place to be out there trying to talk to him while they're in the middle of the warm-ups. Actually, the Shedeur one was technically speaking okay. The Travis one was ridiculous. But both of them absolutely denied him, said, "No, we don't got time for you, Cam."
Right.
So that's the history that he's referring to, because Shedeur was ticked off about some comments that Cam had made on his podcast.
All right.
I don't get his take, to be honest. He's played where it's convenient.
I think he's saying,
What does that mean?
Daddy ball.
Okay, fine. Did he excel or not?
He did. I'm not agreeing with Cam, but that's what I think he's trying to say. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I think it's a bit of a lazy take. I mean, he played where it's convenient. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I get it. And I could say that about Cody Hawkins. I could say that.
Right.
I could say that about some other guys that have had convenient opportunities to play. But Shedeur Sanders, you don't get to have that take on, in my opinion, when he's excelled the way that he has.
If I was talking to Cam Newton, and I would love to talk to Cam Newton, I would tell him, I understand what you're trying to say, but I would make the argument it puts more pressure on the quarterback to excel if your dad's the coach. And I would absolutely use the Dan and Cody Hawkins example. Like, you've got to rise kind of above it, not because of it. Because at that high stake of a level in Division I college football, we're not talking about some low-level sort of thing. This is all eyes are on you. Pressure's more. I think there was way more pressure on Cody Hawkins at CU than if he went where he should have gone, like Montana State or something.
I will say this, and I think this was part of Cam Newton's take, is that he's just a little bit sensitive to what other people have to say. If there's one knock I would have on the entire Sanders family, and I'm a Buff, don't knock me out of the club, please.
Good luck.
They got rabbit ears, man. They do.
Oh, that's for sure.
They got rabbit ears, and they hear everything.
Now,
and you just don't need. It's okay to hear everything, because everybody that tells you that you don't hear it, they're lying. You do. Everybody that says we're not on social media, they're lying. They're there. They hear it. They know it. They know what is said. But you don't have to respond to everything that is said. And I hope that Shedeur Sanders, when he gets to the NFL, learns that he doesn't have to do that.
Now, if I'm defending Cam Newton just a pinch, he and 99.9% of other high-level players do not get the favor of having their dad be the coach. You got to earn it if you're Cam Newton. Or, frankly, if you're any athlete, you or anybody.
Which I agree with. But did Shedeur earn it or not?
He didn't earn it initially, but he earned it eventually. But from Cam Newton's perspective, everybody else has to earn it initially. No, Shedeur Sanders did not earn it initially. He did not.
When he went to Jackson State as a freshman, he didn't earn it down there?
He just, he earned it eventually. He earned it eventually.
I'd say when you come out the gates balling, you earned it.
Fine, but I would make the argument if he really wanted to earn it initially, he just should have gone to a Florida State or Florida, wherever he had another offer that his dad wasn't the coach. And that would be earning it. That would be earning it. He didn't do that. He went to a place where there was no earning it. He was given it.
All I know if you ball, you earn it.
Okay, fine. But listen, the advantage. What was he? His dad going to bench him? Was his dad not going to start him?
Probably not. And if he was bad, then you could have that conversation.
By the way, you also had the Shiloh gravy train going on. Shiloh Sanders at CU without his dad?
And I think you could have that conversation about Shiloh, but you can't have it with Shedeur.
Right, but he was good enough to get it eventually.
No.
Why didn't
he was good enough from day one.
Tyler, okay, why didn't he go to another school then? Why didn't he go to an SE school and just do it?
Because he wanted to play for his dad.
Why did he want to play for his dad?
Because he wanted to play for his dad. I don't know.
Why,
because he likes his dad. He knows his dad. He trusts his dad. He thinks it's the best opportunity for him.
Is it Cam Newton's reasonable argument that the reason he wanted to play for his dad was because, from Cam Newton's perspective, it was going to be an easier path?
I think that's an argument. Well, my take on that would be that's a lazy take, because I think I think that's true about Shiloh. I think that's true about a lot of sons that have played for their dads. But when you excel the way that Shedeur did, it's no longer a part of the conversation.
I'll tell you this. I do think, and hey, listen, man, I've coached my kids, and there's a little bit more focus, and I get it. It's at a youth level. It's not the same thing. But I would make the argument, any kid who plays for his dad, even if dads are harder on the kid than the other kids, at the end of the day, if you play for your dad, it's going to be an easier path for you at any level than if you're playing for somebody independent.
And I agree with that. But some guys rise above it. And Shedeur did.
I agree with you on that, too. All right, Dan, next story.
All right, guys, we've got a new head coach in the AFC West. Pete Carroll and the Las Vegas Raiders have reached an agreement on a 3-year deal with a 4th-year team option to be the team's new head coach. He is 73. He's one of 4 head coaches to have led teams to both a college football national championship and a Super Bowl. So the AFC West is now stacked with head coaches of some of the NFL's all-time best. Andy Reid, Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, and Sean Payton are the 4 head coaches in the AFC West. Who's the worst head coach in the AFC West right now?
Wow. The way you say that is unfair.
Reid's got to be number 1.
Because the way you say it, it does imply that Sean Payton is the worst coach.
Well, Reid's got to be number 1. Got to be.
Okay. Fine. Go on. You'll arrive at the same spot I did.
I guess technically based on accomplishments in the NFL, Harbaugh would be the worst coach because he doesn't have a Super Bowl.
Okay, that's fine. That's not how I went about it, but that's fine if you want to go by accomplishments.
I don't know what else to go by.
Oh,
we got Vic. I'm sorry to interrupt this because we're crapping on Sean Payton, who wants to get in the way of that. Look at this, Vic Lombardi. Oh my God, this
He's
is
cleared
beautiful.
out the kids. He started throwing dodgeballs at the kids. Got him out of the gym.
Oh, we lost him. He was on Zoom and now he's not. But he really does have an entire gym to himself. All right, we see you, Vic. Can you talk to us? Dan, I don't know how this technically works here. Vic's got the entire court to himself. This is phenomenal.
Hello.
We can't.
Hello.
We can't.
Can you hear me
are.
now?
Vic.
Yeah.
That's
What's up, boys?
That's great. We can see you. We got. You have 2 basketballs and you're by yourself.
All right, hold on, Vic. I'm gonna know within your first 2 throws if you should walk out of there or not.
Here, turn the music down,
Okay.
Dan. This is
Hold on a
great.
sec. All right, Mario, you rolling on that side? We had a rangefinder. We brought a golf rangefinder, and we have the exact spot where we're supposed to be.
How far is it? How far is it?
74 and a half feet.
Okay, we got it.
Okay. All right.
Talk to us.
Can you see everything?
Yeah,
Here
we got
go.
you.
Here we go. This
All
is
right.
my first attempt.
First
Here we go.
attempt.
And this is much harder than it looks, by the way. Here we go.
Well, I think it looks impossible.
Okay, that missed everything. That missed everything.
I missed it to the left, but
Actually,
a good distance.
hold on. No, that first
Okay,
throw.
that missed everything.
That first throw wasn't bad.
No, he's gonna get it there. Here's his third throw.
Yeah.
God, I'm missing left. Boy.
Missing
No, hold
everything.
on. Hold on, Vic. Can I give you a coaching?
Wait.
Hold on. Can I give you a
Wait,
coaching
hold
point?
on. Did he get the rim right there? Did you get the rim? Did you get the rim right there?
I barely hit the rim.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can I give you a coaching point? Okay, because
Coach me.
we had somebody text in, said I'm a 6'7" college basketball player. What you're doing wrong, you're throwing that thing like a football. Your pinky is the last thing that's hitting that ball. You got to put backspin on it. Okay, if your pinky touches it last, it's gonna curve.
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
you got to put backspin on it. But you got
All right,
the
here we
arm
go.
strength for this.
He did get it to the rim. He scratched the rim.
He's got the arm strength.
He's 75 feet away. He's got rebounders. He hucks it up.
Okay, that wasn't bad.
He's got a shot here. So that's
that was full backboard
here's
right there.
5. Now he's missing to the left again. He's getting tired.
No.
Here's 6.
That was good. That was good.
Oh my God.
That was really good.
It almost went in on 7.
That was really good.
Here's 8. It's fading to the left. Oh, he's got the distance though. Good for
I
Vic.
got this, boys.
Dude, you really do have the strength. Here's 9. Now
Okay, that was missed it by 15 feet.
Yeah, now he's probably getting a little tired.
Yep.
Here's number 10. Hucks it up. That looks good. Oh my God, he almost made it.
Wow, that was pretty damn good.
He almost made it on the 10th shot.
Pretty damn good.
All right, here we go, number 11. He throws it up. No,
Hey, I mean, he's hitting mid backboard.
He is getting so. You can see this right now if you're following us on Twitch, by the way. You can watch this for yourself. It's on Zoom. Here's 13. Missing to the left. Why is always fading to the left a little bit?
I'm telling you, because he's hitting it with his pinky. That's why.
He's got a couple of
curving it.
rebounders. Here's 14.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was off the backboard. Hold on. That last shot was off the backboard, hit the front of the rim, had a little slight bounce back, had a chance to baby on in, but it didn't. That was damn good.
All right, here's 15. He's right on, well, a little short there, but yeah. All right,
that one off the backboard, that was pretty damn good.
Here's shot. Oh, now there's some people walking in the gym. There's walkers. There's like housewives who are trying to get some exercise.
Hit that lady.
Hey guys, is Vic kind of creeping up a little bit closer and closer with every throw?
No.
I'm not.
But hold on, Vic. You are crow hopping for the record.
Well, that's all right. Oh my God, you're right. He is right on it. That's 18. The fact that Vic is,
I guess what we've learned here, if anything,
19. Oh, that's way off.
What Nicola did really wasn't that impressive.
Well,
What are you talking about?
that's what we learned.
It wasn't impressive.
I mean, if Vic can get this close, I mean, clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Hey Vic, this is shot 20. Oh, where'd he go?
Okay.
What?
No, I got it.
No,
you turned the video off, dummy.
You turned the video
you
off.
turned the video off.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Turn our video on.
Hold on. I'm coming back.
All right.
I'm coming back.
20 shots. Okay, good.
All right, Mario, come on, collect the balls. What are you doing? You're making me lose my patience here.
His rebounder, Mario.
I'm losing lifespan.
How Italian is Vic?
Like Pete Carroll.
His rebounder's Mario.
He's losing lifespan.
All right, here we go.
21. Here we go.
No.
Terrible.
God, I got to admit, I'm impressed that he can just get it there. 22.
Oh,
that
that's
looks
good.
good.
That's good.
Oh.
You saw the net.
Did that just go in?
No, it was a little short.
No, that looked like it went in from this
Here's
angle.
23. Yeah, this is not gonna go well now because he's he's 24. Here's 25.
He's redlining.
25. He's kind of right on it though. He's kind of right there. Here's number 26. The accuracy is falling away.
His accuracy is losing.
All right, Vic.
Almost as much as my interest.
Vic. All right, Vic, stop for a second. You're on shot 28. We can watch two more and then we got to take a break. Do you want to keep going or what do you want to do here?
Yeah, I'm going to keep going because I've got a camera rolling on the other side. I'm going to see how many it takes me.
Okay, here's shot. We'll do two more on the air. Here's 29.
Hey, I think you need to pace yourself a little bit here. If I just was giving a little advice, just a little pace. Like, give yourself just a little breather.
Yeah, but we got a Zumba class coming in 7 minutes.
That's true. That is true.
So I don't know if he has that much time. Here's shot number 30. You got to be tired.
That's like terrible.
Dude, you look like a lunatic just hucking these shots up for the people like are walking around. 31. All right, we got to take a break. He's on his 31st shot, and he's hit the rim several times. Like, it does not look impossible.
No, he's had at least two that were really, really
32.
close. 32. That's pretty good right there. No.
You're so close. We'll take a break. We'll keep counting with Vic trying to make a Jokic shot right here on. Oh!
Did that just go in?
He got it!
No,
he got it.
No, it didn't. No, that didn't go in.
I think he got it.
I don't know.
I think he got it on shot 33. You got it.
No.
That was all net.
All net.
Oh, my God. It looks so good.
Yeah,
34.
hey, listen. Hey, I'm telling you, you could post that online and people would not know it didn't go in.
We got to take a break. He's on shot 35 right now, and we'll check in coming up next. Well, if you got a lot of spirit like Vic, but it's just you don't have the production. Erectile dysfunction can be an issue for you as it is for thousands of men, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has certainly come to the rescue over the years, and they could do the same for you. They're there for you. Whether you can make the shot or not, it's the Rocky Mountain Clinic, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Listen, they work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment rates well over 90%. I'm joking around. But listen, having problems in the bedroom is a serious topic. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. You can reach them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Come on now. Let's get it together. Let's have a great weekend. You don't have to settle for less. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the solution. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Everybody, we are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Thank you, Backus and Shanker.
This is what Vic's doing right now. Shots.
He's trying, man. He's at the DAC. He's cleared the court. There is a Zumba class coming in, so if he doesn't have that much time. But it was great. Joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Where are we at right now, Dan, with Vic? Because he's not on the Zoom right now.
Why is he off video?
Yeah, well, he's doing a whole production about this. Vic's taking this as an opportunity.
He can only give us a little bit of it.
Right.
The rest of it, he's got to get social credit for.
Right. He's multi-purposing right now, so he was doing some other, shenanigans.
Sure.
So what's the story, Dan? Are we going to see Vic
Vic's going to check back in with us here in a second. He's doing, some of his own production stuff.
I was just showing off my Transformer hat. You like my Transformer hat?
Your Washington Commanders hat.
Yeah, it's a Transformer.
Look at you.
Pretty cool.
Can be two different hats in one.
Yeah.
Thanks to our pals at Revitalize.
Go Manders.
Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Yeah, we could go through that, bro. Like, what are you thinking, man, this weekend? I'm rooting for your Commanders, man.
Me too. Me too.
I don't like the Eagles. I don't like Philadelphia. So, in pound sand, Philadelphia, Bradley Cooper can stick it where the sun don't shine.
Now, here's what I really think is going to happen. What I really think is going to happen. I am actively rooting against the Chiefs. I want them to lose as much as anybody else, but I don't think it's going to happen. I do think the Bills are going to bill. I do think the Bills are going to choke City. They're going to lose this game. There's too much confidence. They're feeling themselves. D-Mac's all behind it. He's trying to get Denver to unite. He's like, everybody's got to root for the Bills.
Got to be a Bills
You don't
fan.
have to root for the Bills.
You
can root against the Chiefs, but you don't have to root for the Bills.
It's the same thing.
Okay, in that game,
This
maybe.
week, it's the same exact thing.
They're going to lose. They're going to lose. They're going to lose the game 24-21. And it's going to be a heartbreaker.
That will be a heartbreaker.
And Patrick Mahomes is going to get the ball with 43 seconds left, and he's going to march down the field, and butt kicker is going to kick that ball right through the uprights and just take you back to misery. Yep.
So they're going to get the ball back in a tie game. So somehow the Bills
21-21.
So the Bills
scored. They were happy.
The Bills tie it up.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they just but they score with too much time.
Yeah. 43 seconds.
That's way too much time.
Yeah.
It's
an eternity.
Oh, that would be heartbreaking. That would be absolutely heartbreaking. That would be awful.
I just saw Victor jump on with his heartbreaking right now.
Okay. Is he back? I'm sorry. I got off the Zoomer there for a second. All right, Vic, what's the story?
I hit the back of the rim on successive throws.
Okay.
I'm on about 40, throw number 49 now.
Okay.
This is 49. I had to take a break. Here we go.
Okay, you're so close.
I know, dude.
I mean, you could definitely do it. Way better than I could ever imagine.
That's good.
No.
50.
No, it's about hand size. I can almost palm it. I mean, it's like
you can actually.
I'm there.
Wow,
right,
actually, that's weird. That's weird. He can do that.
It's all about palming and getting it in your hand correctly.
So,
oh my God.
So for a short dude, you actually have pretty big hands, huh?
Oh, that's off.
That's way bad.
Come on, Mario. Mario, you're meant to run.
Hey, by the way, who the hell is Mario?
My brother.
Brother.
Oh, his brother. Oh, I was thinking about the other brother.
I'm in a groove.
And Vic is demanding another ball from him. That's great. He can. By
There
the way,
it is. Oh my.
That wasn't even close. Like of all the ones that you've had, that one wasn't close.
It felt good. All right, you guys. Here's the story. Here's the moral of the story is this.
Yeah.
Moral of the story is this. I'm about 53 shots in.
Yeah.
What Nikola Jokic did last night.
Yeah.
It's so freaking hard. It's so hard for the common person. And I'm an elite athlete.
Obviously.
So just think about the common person trying to execute this.
Mosier. Mosier, for example.
Exactly. Wouldn't even get it there.
Oh, Mosier would be looking for a cigarette right now.
Oh, my God, that looks so good.
I will tell you, Vic, you know what strikes me, though? It doesn't seem impossible, like how you're doing it. Like, you're way closer to making it than missing it.
D-Mac, it's not impossible, but
it's hard.
It's 1 in 100 shot. It's a 1 in 100 shot.
Well, right now you're 0 for like 55, so you're proving that.
Oh my God! I thought that.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, you know what, Vic? You got to factor in a little bit of a fade, don't you?
I mean, look, you do need to start to the right a little bit.
Yeah, just fade it.
That's terrible.
No, that's too far.
So
not
don't
a
take
hook.
coaching advice. Don't do
well,
that.
It's obviously it's a little fade. It's not a hook. It's a little bit.
Aim for the top right corner. Top right corner.
Okay. All right.
58? I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty good. That was pretty good.
Right.
How's this translating on radio, right? Did that just go in? That just went in. That just went in. That just went in. That just went in.
Shot number 60.
That just went in. That actually just went in. That is not a lie.
You got it.
He actually just made it.
You got it.
You know what we just watched?
Yeah.
We just watched the Bryson DeChambeau hole-in-one challenge, and he actually made it.
On your 60th shot. Your 60th shot, just like your birthday. You got it.
Wow.
Turn the music down. Vic, what's your reaction? You did it.
I'm going to go with the Nikola Jokic reaction. No reaction. It's not that big a deal.
Dude.
Holy cow, Vic did it. 60th shot. He really did it. He really
That was impressive. Had that not been on video, had he come on air tomorrow and said he got it on his 60th shot, I would not have believed him.
Dude.
But I did just witness that with my own eyes. Unless that's AI, I do believe that was real.
60th shot. I'm proud of you, man. That's awesome.
And now I'm going to issue a challenge to all of our listeners and viewers out there at Altitude 92.5. Shoot your own videos and see if you can beat 60 shots. See if you can get in less than 60.
I love it. And we will definitely, we've got it on video, right?
Yeah.
Because we're recording this. So we'll post it. You'll post it. It's a great challenge for the weekend. Hey, Vic, it's the 60 shot challenge. The 60 shot challenge. Can you make the Jokic shot in less than 60 shots?
This just proves, guys, and I'll leave you with this.
That's awesome.
Me and Nikola Jokic are one in the same.
One in the same,
We're the same person.
Or
we're the same person.
You're 60 times less the person of Nikola Jokic.
That's it right there.
Hey, dude, I'm flat out impressed. I don't even know what to say. I'm just flat out impressed, dude.
Hey,
well done.
Look what they're doing now. They're getting ready for pickleball. So it's pickleball time.
Oh, my God.
So the gym is now closed.
I told it. I was just telling D-Mac about this.
Yeah, by the way,
pickleball is here.
Basketball courts for pickleball? You got to be kidding me.
Vic, do you want to say thank you really quick?
To who?
To the man that told you to aim at the top right corner, and you made it on like the next shot. Like the very next shot.
I want to thank my parents for making me and my parents for giving me the inspiration to get to this level of life at the age of 55. Because, D-Mac, you know what it's like at 55. You lose everything. You'll lose it all.
No doubt about that.
But I overcame the adversity of daycare here before I got here, and now pickleball. And pickleball now that follows me. So thank you, God. Thank you, my parents. Thank you, Columbus. Thank you, D-Mac.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Vic. That was awesome.
I'll see you later.
Top right corner, baby. That's actually incredible. I literally cannot believe that he actually made it.
He did it.
Now you feeling a little self-conscious?
Oh, no. He's Vic's. Vic beat my ass on a bike up Lookout Mountain. It's no surprise. He's a really good athlete.
What I couldn't believe was the consistency that he had.
He was right there.
Like he was right on the button at least every third shot.
Oh,
every third shot was on the button.
Vic's a little bit of my hero right now, frankly. That was awesome. Hey, I think it's, in all honesty, I think it's on Kaner and Moj right now. I mean, especially Kane. Moj, hey, Moj, whatever.
We have no reason to go embarrass ourselves.
None.
Let them do that.
Well, I'm claiming I couldn't even get it there in the first place. So there's nothing for me to prove. But Kaner, man, I don't know, bro. Are you going to just sit there and take that? All right, here's the bet. Could Brett Kane do it in less than 60 shots? Mosier, of course.
60's really good.
60 shots. Vic got it on the 60th shot.
He made it look, what I understand from that is that when you throw it like a football, it's not as hard as you think to get it there.
Yeah. Maybe,
to get it
yeah.
To make it in 60 shots, no. No.
Oh, that was pretty.
I gotta give him credit though. I'm not even
damn
gonna call that luck. Like he actually, he had that sucker down.
He looked pretty athletic doing it to me. Hey, I'm impressed. I'm just flat out impressed. So Dan, we'll post that online here very quickly. And Vic's recording it too, so you'll be able to see it for yourself if you missed it.
Oh, believe me, all of Denver's going to know this on his Twitter account here in about 0.3 seconds.
We're going to know that Vic made a birdie at the BMW, and we're going to know he made a shot from 60 feet. And with that, we give way to Nate and Andy right here on 92.5.
This is Ska Friday. We play ska on Fridays. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. We are with you today until 6. We have mucho to habla about Los Deportes with you. Yes, the Nuggets victorious.
You know I don't speak Spanish and English, please.
Last night. The Nuggets, they won the Partido de Basketball, Andy. Plus, there are dos Partidos de Futbol Americano coming up on Sunday or Domingo.
What happened to get you like this?
If you will. I'm trying to remember as much vocabulary as I possibly can.
Good, you're doing all right. You're doing all right.
As I'm doing all of this. But yes, there is 2 big football games coming up on Sunday. Conference championship. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald all about it today, 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Obviously, our pal Dan Hyatt going to stop by at 3:45. I asked him for additional research today.
Uh-oh.
So we'll see.
How do you feel about that?
That's the funny thing about Dan is you can give him assignments. He's like, oh, you want me to look that up? Cool. Because that's Dan. So yes, I asked for Heave stats. I need further Heave stats.
60 shots, Lombardi got it done.
Not bad.
Sure, it'll paint all our social media for the next 48 hours.
On the season, Andy, and I sent you the tweet earlier today, Basketball Reference, which I think is a website you just learned about. Basketball Reference tweeted out today the season's Heave stats. Heave defined as
I get it.
Shot.
Not throwing up in order to play basketball. Although I was a little worried maybe Aaron had that going on last night. But anyway.
Projectile vomiting on your shoes. But no, it shot beyond midcourt.
Okay.
Joker has taken 10 of them this season, most in the NBA.
Yeah, okay.
Mikal Bridges has 8. Tyrese Halliburton, Kobe White, 6 apiece. Fred VanVleet with 5, all of them 0-for. Joker had taken 9 before his end of third quarter attempt last night from 66 feet. He is now, for the year, 1 of 10.
Pretty good.
Not bad.
10%.
Should we now add that to, the 50, 40, 90 thing that you're always chasing? Well, Joker's at 50, 40, 80 right now because I think he's at like 81 or 82, whatever, from the free throw line. Should we call him 50, 40, 80, 10 on Heaves as well? Let's add that in.
Well, all right. You know what I like about that? Because if you put in the Heaves and you take it away, because that counts as a 3-point shot, right?
It does.
Technically, that's hindering the 3-point percentage.
It does. That's right. If you took out Heaves for the Joker,
9 Heaves prior to this.
That's 9 of them he did not make. That only going to improve those 3-point shooting numbers, which are still, I believe, second best in the NBA. Fun one last night. I told you scheduled win. It was.
I kept thinking about that all night.
Yeah.
Until the fourth quarter, then I was like, wondering how Kreckman's feeling now. They got it down to what, 5?
Yeah, they got it, I think, to 6, and then Joker hit a turnaround, and that was pretty much it. It was all over. It was a little fluky. Nuggets took their foot off the gas. Doug McDermott hit a bunch of shots, and suddenly it became...
Yeah, what was going on with that? Hastings pointed out the reason why he's getting to play was this was a blowout. He's not in the regular rotation. And now all of a sudden he's shown up as a superstar, and we got a game again?
Former Nuggets draftee Dougie McBuckets gets in there last night and hits 5 threes in the fourth quarter, and it's like, okay... All right.
How do we look at the Dougie McBuckets trade now? Who'd they get for him?
That was Gary
Nurkic.
Gary Harris and Yusuf Nurkic.
All right, Gary's a good.
That was a great trade.
The night it happened, though, I kind of wanted a little because again, I like a good 3-point shooter.
Right.
So the night of the trade, I was like, why don't you just hold on to him? You don't have any 3-point shooting.
You were one of those.
So
okay,
I wasn't passionate about it.
But yeah, no, McDermott's had a fine NBA career. His dad is a friend of the program, obviously. But he made the 5 threes last night. He was a plus 20 in the fourth quarter, but the Nuggets held on and got the win. Yeah, that opening fourth quarter lineup wasn't great, but they win. They win. And here's the other thing I'm kind of curious about now, Andy, and I was telling you this before, is Christie went for it. He put Sabonis back in there. He put DeRozan back in there. He put Fox back in there. Hell, Fox played 11 minutes of the fourth quarter last night at altitude on the second night of a back-to-back. wonder what the fallout's going to be on that on the rest of their road trip. I wonder if the Kings look a little sluggish after this. I'll be curious to see if that's a young coach. Doug Christie, I know he's been around NBA forever, but kind of a young coach. I wonder if that'll be a young coach mistake from Doug Christie.
And say, don't try that again.
Yeah, got his hackles a little bit and thought, hey, maybe we got a chance. It's like, dude, they got Jokic. It's, you know what that is? It's somebody coined the term fake close. That game got a little fake close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do feel like, though, the Nuggets have been known to, and even Scotty brought it up on that broadcast, that they have shut it down before only to be caught.
Yeah.
Now, had it gotten to 3, I got annoyed. I'll admit it. I was getting annoyed there for a minute.
25's a little much. Oh, Malone was annoyed last night. He didn't even see the heave. He missed it. Did you see his quote after the game?
No.
Oh, he's like, I didn't even see it. I was just pissed off about our defense. He had already like turned around and was like, he was like asking for the tablet of being like, all right, I need something to yell at these guys for right now.
All right, then you want to know what my version of Malone was last night?
Let's have it.
Game got done. I knew they got the thing, and I was so irritated, I turned on some Call of Duty so I could blow some stuff up. How about that? Now, I was more annoyed by the Avs, obviously, the previous night, but I was just relieved that, because it felt like that thing wasn't going to go the right way for a half second. And then it did. Then it was all fine.
It was fine.
But you see it all the time when teams kind of dial down, I'm not in compete mode anymore, it's not always easy to turn it back on. Again, when you got the big Serbian, all rules are out the window.
All is good. 30. So he had his first 35, 20, and 15 game last night. First in the NBA to do it since Wilt in 1968. So check another item off the list for Nikola Jokic right there. He also said after the game last night that he's playing the best basketball of his life.
I don't think he's wrong. You gonna tell him he's wrong?
I completely agree with him. And here's where I think, because honestly, Andy, like how many dudes in year 10 when they've won 3 MVPs and a finals MVP, how many of those guys get to this point where it's just like they keep getting better?
Only the great ones.
I don't even do they? This is fall off spot.
Well, but
this is where you're supposed to.
But remember, when we say great, it's a small club.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like when I talk about the great ones, Jordan found another gear. Kobe found another gear. People can say whatever they want to about LeBron. He's still a big reason why his team competes. He found another gear.
He's averaging 30 for the first time in his career. He's averaging a triple-double for the first time in his career. He is top 2 in the NBA in three-point shooting 4 threes per game. Again, something that he has never done before. I also think he just, and it's funny because Katie Winge after the game last night was sort of asking him about taking over. And as soon as she said it, I was like, well, he's not going to accept that premise because he never does. But he did sort of make the point of, I just find whatever the team needs. And even when he started to win MVP awards, I thought that there were still times where, okay, like he didn't want to impose his scoring on the game too early. Okay, I want to get everybody else involved. All right, let me get a feel for this game. Is this a 12-assist night or is this going to be a 30-point night? And he would sort of allow the game to come to him. And sometimes I think that he would go too long in a single mode, if that makes sense. And now it's from possession to possession. He's whatever the team needs him to be. If he catches the ball in an advantageous scoring situation, it used to be, okay, I could score right here, but let me get the ball moving. Let me get it popping. Let me include everybody. Now, when he catches the ball in an advantageous scoring situation, it's just like, I'll just score. Okay? That's the easier thing to do right now.
Yeah, but he used to have Aaron Gordon who'd be there for a quick dunk, and he's always going to take that opportunity.
Yeah.
Or you could rely on, now Jamal's rounding back into shape. Well, let's be honest. Jamal's not been Jamal. We all know that. It's been the context of the conversation most of the year.
Yeah.
And I think Nikola this year knows, I got to score. I just got to do it. And again, I wonder if it's not lessons learned from that loss to Minnesota. I'm telling you, I feel like everything that Nikola has improved upon, or the aggression change, or the direction of focus, or whatever it is,
yeah,
comes from that guy just seeing the competitor he is. I don't know Nikola Jokic at all. I don't feel like I have to. I've seen guys like him, the true greats, where I promise you, he told himself this offseason, I will never let us lose a game 7 like that. I will never even let the series go that way if I can help it. Because he started scoring.
Along the lines of what you're talking about right there. Great text here from Golden Garrett. Says, I don't think enough people are talking about what great shape Nikola looks to be in these days. He looks like a beast.
He said that too last night. He's in the best shape of his career.
He is, and also like you see that in the possession to possession. Again, like when I say these criticisms, they're like minor quibbles with a guy that's a damn maestro. But in the past, if there was too much defensive exertion on one end of the floor, then you might get a lazy offensive possession out of him, or you might get, sometimes he would catch at the top of the key. He'd scan the floor, and if he wasn't pleased either with spacing or movement or anything, to hell with it, I'll just fire a 3. And honestly, he was doing so just out of a little bit of frustration and a little bit of, oh, well, I just hope I hit this, and then I'll jog back on defense.
Well, and I'm too tired to go, dribble past a guy.
Exactly.
Bang in the paint and try to get a shot off.
Tired leg threes, he doesn't really, he's not taking them anymore. And again, as Tony Jones told us, he's using his legs less and less in his three-point shooting. He's shooting more with his arms and his wrist, and it's led to why he's gotten better. Like, there's just he doesn't ever take one possession too long anymore to find the perfect way to play. He's just basically playing the right way in the moment at all times, and what you're watching is basketball perfection. I don't know any other way to describe it other than the offensive basketball this guy is playing is flawless. And that's like, it doesn't mean he makes every single shot that he ever takes or anything like that, but you offensive basketball can't be played better than what he's doing right now and the way he's orchestrating it all.
If he's not scoring, he's setting you up for a good possession.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean it always goes in. Doesn't always mean they make the shots.
Yeah.
But he got the shot that you wanted.
Russell missed threes. It happens. He made some last night, though. He had a good shooting night last night.
God, we could name everybody missing threes.
Christian Brown played great last night.
Well, he was great at cutting.
Yeah.
You know the low-key great play Jokic made last night? How about the one where Russ makes the late decision to pass to him, and he just has to react out of nowhere and still saved it. And that was when they were making their run. That was kind of a key basket.
As soon as the game ended, I went back and I had to look at the play-by-play of, like, did Russ get credited for an assist on that play? Like, did he lose it and then Jokic came up with it? Like, what the hell was that? They did credit, Westbrook did get the assist on that. It's just it was a high degree of difficulty catch and score, but a massive play last night.
Well, he made the late decision to pass, and Joker was already in rebound mode. He was like, what the hell?
Oh, they're 8-1 in their last 9, which has prompted us to have to revisit a conversation that we had, I want to say, just like 2 weeks ago here on the Crackman and Lindahl show, and it has to do with the brilliance of your Denver Nuggets. We'll do that coming up. Legwald at 420 to preview championship weekend. Dan Hyatt on the Nuggets, plus Tim Legler is scheduled to join us today, 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Nobody talks ball better than that guy. Looking forward to that conversation. This is Crackman and Lindahl. It is Ska Friday.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's still that New Year time. It's not the end of January just yet. Let's not be losing those New Year's resolutions you set. And if the New Year's resolution was to get rid of your AED or finally go face this, get some answers, talk to somebody that knows a little something about how to help you, that little somebody should be the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You don't have to continue to live with the embarrassment that erectile dysfunction can cause. It's important you go and get the help with the right people. And I'm telling you, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are the right people. They've successfully served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have you feeling better, if it's not working in the office, if the Evinrude isn't cranking, the old visit's free there. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We play ska music on Fridays because it's Ska Friday. And congratulations to you if you celebrate. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20 on the championship games. Dan Hyatt, 3:45 today. He will have 2 Nugget stats you need to know, one you don't. And Tim Legler, who will be doing the Nuggets-Timberwolves game tomorrow for Rivals Week.
I know it goes against things.
ABC.
But shouldn't we, what if we started with the one we don't need first?
Oh, you want to mix it up today?
Dude, I'm telling you, everything he says we don't need somehow comes playing back into my life lately. I don't know why. I told you, all these 80s songs, I think of his comment from just a week ago. All these 80s songs are clearly duty-free, royalty-free now because they're all over the commercials. They're dominating everything.
Is it possible there's no such thing as useless knowledge?
Well, won't go that far. I know some things I wished I didn't. How about that?
Seen some things, have you? Secrets kept, etc. Let's move on quickly. Last week, 2 weeks ago, I don't remember when it was. I don't remember what we did yesterday.
It was about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Because you know how I know? The Avs are in the middle of a road trip and they were getting wins, and Kenzie Blackwood felt like he was at the peak performance, and man, what a move. It's all solved.
Yeah.
We're scoring, we're stopping shots, we're
winning, generally winning. Yes, yes.
Oh, I thought you were just ready to talk again. That was my bad. Dude, look, man.
I was really waiting for you
to finish a thought.
You know, sometimes
I'm just done.
Sometimes you're in the middle of a thing. I take a knee and I gander at it. That's all I'm doing. That time it was I had to spring into action a little faster than I was ready for.
I'd like to just be able to take this right here and just about a half inch, slide it over a bit. Because when I sit down, I don't always see you. Got to do a little.
I see how I see you fine.
You leaned over to do your little typing thing, and I lost you.
My little typing thing.
And then there's other times where you're giving me the hand gestures that we do between questions and interviews, and I don't know. I can see, like, all I see is this.
Well, what's funny is
I see the shoulder and then I lose the hand.
So one day you gave me this entire treatise on where you wanted me to place my hands to do it, and then I started doing it, and then you never saw it.
Because I stand up, I sit down. In the other studio, I can always see you. And we try to keep, like, for what people, we'll pull the curtain back. We both have a little hand signal, hey, let me get another one in.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like missing calls at third sometimes where I can't see. You didn't want me to steal, you wanted me to hold, and I went ahead and went running as soon as the pitch was thrown. And that's not what you had in mind. So I got to be able to see the third base coach better.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Sure.
This
call it that.
This probably would have been around first week of January, I'd say. The Avalanche were, coming off a nice win over Buffalo in overtime, and we're looking at this Avalanche team and we're saying, okay, you acquired Mackenzie Blackwood, who is playing Vezina quality goal right now. Everything is clicking for this team. Since that time, Val Nichushkin exited the lineup. Who knows? And it's the Avalanche have basically been trading wins and losses, except they've lost in back-to-back, although they got the overtime point. They go to Boston tomorrow, at the Rangers on Sunday, at the Islanders on Tuesday. After your lengthy monologue yesterday on the struggle of the Avalanche, I doubt you still have them at the top of your list of who is most likely to win a title next.
Yeah, should we call this our parade tracker?
Sure.
We need a fun name. How about we just call it our parade tracker?
Okay, I like it.
So on the parade tracker, this period you spoke of earlier in the month, I had felt like with the goalie additions that the Avs are atop the parade tracker list. For what that means is, you guys all know, we all took part in it, the victory parades, the Super Bowl championship parades, because we've had the Cup parade, we've had the NBA Larry O parade.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what, a Cup parade may be in the future again. This team's got it. They've got this unstoppable wall, a goal. Look at the scoring. It's coming around. Everything's fine. Injuries are getting healthier. They're getting fine. And then, as you said, The injuries have them falling off again. And I guess what I've been shocked by, part of my little soliloquy, my statement from the other day, I guess it was just yesterday, I am shocked that even with Blackwood, the complaint always was with the Avs, we're not getting the saves that help you keep momentum. Well, they're getting them now.
Yeah.
They're getting them for the most part. And they can't seem to all of a sudden score, and they can't figure it out.
Power play's lousy, yeah.
And we already covered this all yesterday. The Nuggets are on a run, and Nicola said it the other night. We know that it's time to take it seriously, or at least agree with the questioner, that yes, this team feels like it's in its serious mode, and it's that time of year to start getting where we want to be. And what are they, a game out of Houston now for that second spot?
8-1 over the last 9, Andy.
I keep waiting for the Avs to do this. They were kind of doing it when we made this statement, so I hope we don't put the old whammy on the Nuggets. But after last night, after watching, because they've been doing this with basically, I know they're saying Aaron Gordon is fully healthy, but he's not playing fully healthy minutes yet.
Yeah.
Okay?
They have the benefit of being able to be so cautious with him at the moment.
Right. So, and it does feel like Jamal's finally in down the stretch Jamal, if you will.
He's playing much better. He's playing much more consistently. Didn't have a good three-point shooting game last night, but Jamal Murray is back to being a generally reliable entity on this team.
Affecting the game positively.
Very much so. There's a lot that's going on right now. Christian Brown went through a pretty substantial shooting slump, sort of back half of December, and of late. He's just playing better, and he's doing it mostly by getting to the rim. This is his last 5 games, Andy, from the field. 10 of 11, 6 of 10, 6 of 10, 8 of 11, 8 of 14. It's getting out in transition. Last night they did Jokic had a 3/4 court outlet pass to him that was just in stride, and boom, he gets that thing to a dunk. That's a great play that happens in that game, but he's doing a lot of that. He had the dunk basically to put away any hopes of a Kings comeback last night. Christian Brown is playing great. Russell Westbrook, here's the thing you always got to remember. It takes a minute with Jokic. It didn't happen immediately for Bruce. It didn't happen immediately for KCP. And Westbrook had to get there. I would argue Westbrook has gotten there faster than almost anybody else with Jokic. And as it turns out, another feather in the cap of Nikola Jokic, like Russell Westbrook is having his best season in, 5-6 years? And it's the benefit of playing with Joker. And for a moment, should anybody have doubted that Westbrook would take off playing with this guy? The balance of the bench playing with AG, I know they had terrible fourth-quarter minutes last night, but again, that's going to happen. But generally, it's been good. And they found a role for DJ. And he's just kind of solidified that backup big man role, and he's playing, what are they getting, 10, 11 minutes a night right now out of DJ, and they're generally good-ish.
He's holding up better than Reggie Jackson did in that kind of unsuspected role a year ago.
I know that Oklahoma City is an absolute behemoth. I'm not here to knock them at all, but outside of the Thunder, is there anybody in the Western Conference you're scared of right now?
Not really, because the teams that you're playing against, and remember, Memphis is a young team. Memphis still is not a team that's actually gone through a lot of playoff wars. Houston, I think it's too early for them.
Yeah,
Houston feels like the team this is going to be the year that they get their confidence about them, but probably have a harsh reality smack them in the face in the playoffs. The Nuggets went through that when they first got there.
Everyone
right?
does. Yeah.
So, yeah, OKC is the team that scares me because they had their hearts broken last year, and I do think they know that you got to dial in even more. So I don't know. Like you said, the 2 seeds, you've been laying this out for a couple weeks. It's important you get the 2 seeds to avoid Oklahoma City until the Western Conference Finals if you can.
Yeah.
And then let the dice fall where they may. Like you said, maybe people are beat up. Maybe OKC's not used to that deep a playoff run. Some things fall in your favor. But you do not want the first-round matchup or second-round matchup with OKC.
You look at the stretch run going into the All-Star break for the Nuggets, and it is very favorable, and that's even with a 5-game road trip coming up right here. Obviously, tomorrow's going to be a big one, a slugfest on ABC taking on Minnesota. After that, you go to Chicago to play a Bad Bulls game. You'll go on Wednesday to the Garden to play the Knicks. That one feels like almost a definitive L to me.
It does, but I would hope what they did to you in your home building early in the year kind of comes back.
Well put.
You know what I mean?
Well
Show
put.
a little competitive pride is what I'll call it.
At Philly, they're atrocious. At Charlotte, they just lost Brandon Miller. Back-to-back against the Pelicans. Home against Orlando. At Phoenix. Back-to-back against Portland. And you go to the All-Star break right there. They're 28-16 right now. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask this team to be 20 games over 500 by the time they get to the All-Star break.
And again, kind of like we always look, we got to live in the moment. Sports talk radio wouldn't exist, quite honestly, if we didn't. But, you kind of, the Nuggets are showing you can get worried about things in November, December. We're going to get it fine by March.
Yeah, and also, and
this year prior to.
I was thinking about this, and I the other day I went through the schedules of the last couple of years, and there's some similarities right there, but the thing that I was trying to decipher was, okay, what did the Nuggets learn from the year that this core won a title versus the year this core didn't win a title? And what did they learn about rhythms of the season? And last year, these guys had a much harder push at the end of the year versus the year they won the title. They were so much above and beyond better than everybody that basically, remember they beat Memphis in mid-March, and it was over. And you and I are going on the radio going, I don't like the way they're playing. This is troublesome going to the postseason. And then, they shut us up in a hurry by the time that they got to the playoffs. They knew how to turn it on, and they were ready to do so. Last year, this team decided to push a sprint to the finish, and they ran out of gas hard. And so I wonder how much of it is could be gleaned of we're in a better spot if we don't have to push it all the way to the finish. Now, maybe, just maybe, Houston, Memphis, Dallas, whomever will make it interesting enough that the Nuggets will still have urgency playing those games the second and third week of April before they get to the playoffs. But hopefully the Nuggets will be in a spot where it's okay, we can start to ease off the gas a little bit right here going into the postseason and then know exactly what we have to be going in.
Yeah, I could see that. How about this? Are we getting enough out of Strawther? This is a bit of the question you asked yesterday, but are we getting enough out of Strawther, out of DJ, out of Peyton this year that Malone will trust a deeper rotation? Because another thing that you talk about with the sprint, and especially when we got to the playoffs, they were lucky to go 7 deep in a game.
Yeah.
He just wasn't playing a lot of dudes.
Right.
And Reggie Jackson, by the second half of the year, he kept trying to play him, and Reggie kept showing him, I'm too tired, till basically it became Justin Holiday's role a little bit. But for the most part, he did not trust his bench. And quite honestly, they didn't give him a lot of reason to.
I think what I honestly think what Malone is trying to do right now is he's trying to solidify this second unit of, okay, it's Jamal and AG, then with Strawther and Watson and DJ. And maybe they add another big at the deadline. Maybe that's the incremental move. But, in terms of big restructuring of the core of the team, no, don't do it. No, the basically the locker room told you don't need to do that by the way that they've played.
I would fully agree. And as far as we continue to remind everybody, the only tradable piece is MPJ.
Yeah.
And
he's been very good.
Yeah, you don't mess when it's good like this right now.
I completely agree. He has been very good of late, and quite frankly, the trade talk that was happening. God, well, it was early mid-December.
Yeah.
When Levine's name starts surfacing, and then it's Jimmy Butler's disgruntled. Could Denver be on that one? And it's not the worst thing in the world sometimes for the locker room to hear that stuff.
Yeah. Realize this may not stay together.
You're not doing the job.
The funny thing about it is the guy that got mentioned was MPJ, who was on the podcast saying, we know if we can't perform, they're going to break this up.
Yeah. And they've played great lately. Yeah, so on my parade tracker, Andy, I've flip-flopped the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I got Nuggets 1, Avs 2, Broncos 3, and the baseball team's a flat line at the bottom.
Yeah, I got the Mammoth and the Rapids ahead of the baseball team. What other teams we got?
We got
we got Buffs for a national title, CSU for a national title.
The ultra rare group of 5 national titles.
I've got CSU winning a volleyball title.
Good volleyball.
What else you want to put in front of?
It's a good program.
The old Blake Street boys there.
Wouldn't DU men's soccer? Weren't they a powerhouse this year?
Is there some race we should know about?
Really good. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, not only the DU Pioneer hockey team.
Yeah.
I'll put the lacrosse team, the soccer team,
gymnastics team,
the basketball team.
Little Jeff Wolburn and the Pios.
Yeah, I'm feeling them.
Over there at Magnus. Yeah. Get it done, fellas. Yeah, be that first 16 seed to go and win a dance. I'm all for it. Sign me up.
I got the Grandview track team just to pull a school out of my backside. The Grandview track team is going to do big things before the hometown 9.
That Green Mountain Junior Rams football team that I see out there practicing.
Who needs a shout-out?
They're tough, man.
Ponderosa's had enough of you in badminton. They're coming for you. The Pomona wrestling team would like a word.
Ooh, yeah. Look out for those grapplers. Can't mess with them. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The Denver South debate team.
Well, actually, we have to talk to, speaking of the debate team, Dan Hyatt's going to join us when we come back. 2 Nugget stats you need to know, 1 you don't. Maybe we'll flip-flop the order up today. We'll have some fun with this thing next. Oh, I'm happy to be telling you about my friends over at Apple Air because I needed a new furnace. Turns out the heating unit that had been installed in my home in 1993 wasn't quite up to snuff. Yeah, so I needed a new furnace. Guess what? I called up my friends over at Apple Air. I says, hey, we're not in good shape over here with the furnace. They come over and start giving me the tune-up, and they're just like, this thing is no good. But here's what I can tell you. $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace. You want to do this thing? I said, you know what? Let me get a couple other bids. And I did, and you know what? Apple Air came in the lowest bid, and they did the best work. And like I said, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace that's in my home right now. This Arctic Blast, it's been nothing over at the Casa de Kreckman. It's been great. Apple Air, family-owned and operated, serving the greater Denver area since 1988. You can call them up, 303-733-2813, if you need any new heating, cooling, or plumbing system in your home. Plus, they will check your furnace for $43.95. That's a new customer exclusive offer. Just tell them Nate Kreckman sent you. They'll know. 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or visit AppleAir.com.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow!
Consummate professional, Jason Kosmiski right there, everybody. 66 feet, that's what the official play-by-play decrees. Joker on the Heave. By the way, 1 of 10 on the Heaves on the year. Joining us right now to give us 2 Nuggets stats we need to know and one we probably don't. It is our pal Dan Hyatt, statistician extraordinaire, helping out the fine folks over there at Altitude Television, and obviously those of us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. What's going on, Dan?
Hi, boys. How we doing?
We're doing great, Dan. We were talking Heaves before, by the way.
Yes.
You got any Heave notes for us?
Well, you asked me about it earlier, and I saw that he was 1 for 10, and I know that this offseason there was talk about whether the NBA was going to change the rule on this, because the last couple of years there's been plays where Gilgeous-Alexander, Doncic, I think LeBron did it too 2 years ago. They don't take those heaves. And they kind of wait for the buzzer to end, and then they just throw it up because it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But they don't want to hurt their three-point percentage. Jokic obviously could not care less that he's the second best three-point shooter this year, if he makes or misses a heave. And it says a ton about his character. But the G League is experimenting with that. So now in the G League this year, if you heave it and you miss, it is not an individual miss. It is a team miss. But still, in the NBA, since this is still experimental, the NBA, it still counts as a miss. So 9 of those misses of those 10 heaves are still going against his three-point shot.
I think I'm going to start adopting that, by the way. Anything stupid I say on the show, I'm just going to call it a team take. It's not my take. It was a team take. That's all.
It was a collective miss. We all shot and we all missed.
Dan, are you good at theories? Or the Pythagorean theorem and all that?
Well, in terms of the math of this thing, all I know is that was not 66. And if you go back and look at some of the videos, so I did some digging on the heaves, longest ever. You know, someone said 6th longest at 66. That would not have mathed. But 89 feet is the longest recorded. Baron Davis in 2001 just hucked one. You know, and I don't know exactly where they got 89 from. Math was different back then, apparently. But LeBron's got one where he's in the top 5. His was 83, and it looked pretty similar to Jokic. But if Jokic's was 74.5, which it sounds like Vic determined on his golf measurement tool, and Kaz was actually closer than anyone, probably in the 78 range, you're still talking top 10. So I can't do the math. I can't figure that out other than knowing that 66 is garbage.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's 74.5. I just want to see if you're our math guy. I want to outdo D-Mac's math guy and Vic's rangefinder. That's all.
No, I can't outdo the math part of this, but I usually, and I'll get to the useless part of this, which I can.
Let's do it now.
Anybody.
Let's do it now. Here's what I want. I want the useless fact we don't need first. Can we do that first?
Yeah, but yes. But I had you raised a very important question in my life, which is there actually useless knowledge? And the answer is no. Everything is useful. The problem is letting the information make you useless. And a good example of that is earlier this week, my garage gave out. And as I'm sitting there trying to diagnose this thing, I'm still busy thinking about 80s music and what squash hands actually is. And all I had to do was kind of like work the track a little bit and open it up. But instead, I couldn't think that way because my brain was so busy with the other stuff that I ended up paying some guy $200 to come out and be like, "Oh yeah, here you go. Here's your bill." So there's not useless information, but an information overload of these things can make you useless.
Oh, we're going to go have a drink one time. We'll see if you still feel that way.
The damn squash hands.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is dry skin. Just so you know.
That's all it is.
Because he kept showing me. Nate came over every break. Look at it now.
Just dry.
And I was like, no, you're right. It is cracking more. There's no doubt about it. But
I'm doing much better today, by the way.
It's not like you got Skeletor hand or something going on because of the damn butternut squash. But anyway.
I was worried.
It's a malady. It's infecting literally dozens of us. Okay, so let's dive into it a little bit, Dan. And yes, let's on Andy's request, give us the stat we don't need to know to begin our information overload for the afternoon.
The stat you don't need to know, which I'll tie back into the Nuggets, is that stage names, right? Actors, musicians who don't use their real name dates back to 16th century or 6th century ancient Greece, and Thespis, how we call thespians, actors, was actually Thespis of Icaria, but that wasn't his actual real name. And he just went by Thespis, kind of a one-name guy, because he was trying to protect his identity. He was acting and giving, speeches and things through his performances, and he was trying to protect his identity because he was fearful that someone might try to kill him if they didn't like his work. And I got to this because Jokic's big thing right now is that, he knows all the words to Many Men by 50 Cent, right? And 50 Cent said, if you perform that at the All-Star break, I'll back you up. And I remember when 50 Cent came out, his actual name is Curtis Jackson.
Ah.
And I did know that in the back of my lizard brain, and I knew that Snoop Dogg was Calvin Brodus, right? And all of these guys throughout history have a lot of them have stage names. I didn't know a couple of them that I went back and looked at, like Elton John. He's Reginald Kenneth Dwight, but he was paying tribute to two of his friends, one Elton and one John. Bob Dylan is actually Robert Zimmerman. Those are names that don't stick out as like a Lady Gaga. You obviously know that's not real.
Sure.
And then Alice Cooper was like a Vincent Fournier, which I just thought was interesting. So it's like, that's actually kind of a cool name.
Is he related to Avon Fournier?
They're not related.
Okay.
But Alice Cooper is not actually Alice Cooper. The one you'd appreciate, Nate, with your background was Jamie Foxx.
Okay.
He was Eric Marlin Bishop, but he was doing stand-up when he started his career, and he was getting less time because they needed more female comedians.
Okay.
He went by Jamie Foxx because you couldn't really tell, so he got more time that way.
Ah.
Which I thought was kind of cool.
Little name androgyny there from Jamie Foxx. That's smart.
Yeah. Next time we're going to do hotel aliases, but anyway. By the way, Stout says hi to you, Dan Hyatt. Mark Stout, who I think is a Mark Stout. I know some radio people that don't use their real name.
Brett Kane's not a Brett Kane.
Alan Roach is not an Alan Roach.
Ooh, there we go.
Hey,
well, listen, if you get your stage name the way Post Malone did, which is like a generic rap name.com kind of a thing, because his last name is actually Post. So he typed it in and he got Post Malone. If you type in Nate Kreckman, you get Nathan Chill.
Nice.
Yeah.
I kind of like Nathan Chill.
Yeah.
If you do Andy Lindahl, you get Andrew Beats.
Ooh. Beats with a Z?
This one had an S, but Z is a lot more street cred.
Yeah, let's be honest. The Andrew part whitens it up, so you ain't getting the Z. You're not getting any street cred with Andrew.
All right, let's now get to basketball stats. We need to know here, Dan. Let's dive into some of those, and we begin with Nikola Jokic. I was watching Inside the NBA today, or what is it called? NBA Today, whatever they call that show. And naturally, there they are, the MVP debate already heating up between Joker and SGA. Give us some Jokic stats.
Well, the Jokic stat you do need to know was the historic nature of the performance last night, right? 35-20-15. If you're 56 years old or younger, you hadn't seen that in your lifetime. They landed on the moon after it was last accomplished. Mm-hmm. But it was necessary because he had to come back in there because a 25-point lead was dwindling down to 6. And I know it was a fake close game, but I think you give the Kings another 3 minutes there, and Dougie McBuckets makes a couple more threes, you're in trouble. And that was one of the worst fourth quarters Malone's had in a while. But Jokic, the other stat that caught my attention, and I guess you don't really need to know it, but it just shows how impactful he is that he led the league last night in points, rebounds, and assists. Like all the games that were going on, he had the most points, he had the most rebounds, and he had the most assists. And there were 8 games, so 16 teams played, more than half the league. That had never happened. No one's ever done that on a night when more than half the league plays. But SGA has put up these ridiculous numbers, but when you look at, they're equivalent in points. Jokic gets 10 assists per game. SGA's at about 6.
Yeah.
If you look at points created by assists, There's a difference of about 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, it doesn't really matter. Jokic doesn't care about the MVP. We know that SGA is on a great team right now, and Gilgeous-Alexander has weapons around him. When he's off the court, they're basically a 500 team. That's how it nets out. When Jokic is off the court, they're one of the worst net ratings that a winning team has ever had. So the Jokic stuff is important to know. All these historical things he's doing, you hope that they get more games, especially in the stretch coming up, that he doesn't have to be relied on to continue to, crash the record books and can, take more of those fourth quarters off. Because right now, you took him out of that game last night, they almost lost it. The momentum was almost gone.
Yeah, no, it was, God, man, I think minus 16 for Jamal last night in the fourth quarter alone. That lineup, I think it was a 14-0 run to begin things, but they were minus 11 before Jokic came out. Not a good fourth quarter last night. But they get the victory, and they do so yet again with a starting 5, Dan, of Jamal and Russ in the backcourt, CB, MPJ, and Nikola Jokic and Aaron Gordon coming off the bench. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? What should Michael Malone do?
Well, Andy asked, are we getting enough from Strother and DJ and that second? And the answer is no, right? But AG coming off the bench does a couple of things. It gives you an actual big boy to take up some of those non-Jokic minutes. Jordan's just not going to do that. That's not how he's built, and that's not what he needs to do. Gordon, they're going to be able to take him and give him these minutes back a little bit. He's one of the few people you can say, hey, come off the bench. You'll still get 30 minutes a game. This is still going to work. You cannot break up the band right now because that starting 5 last night of Murray, Westbrook, MPJ, Christian Brown, and Jokic, they've won 8 straight games together when they've started. They're 11-2 on the year. Their net rating is essentially one of the highest in that short burst of time, but they are as efficient both ends of the court, mostly offense, as almost any of these other starting 5s. So you have to leave it alone. You get good health from those guys, and you don't need the Strother and the DJ. And I know that burned us last year with that bench. But if Gordon's coming off, and Strother can give you 10 to 12 with a couple late threes, Watson's your other variable. He played really, really well in those Malone stats, the blocks and the deflections. He made a jump into the stands to save a ball when they were up by 14 in a meaningless possession that ended up leading to a three-pointer. Those are the things that will be enough to lead that team deeper into the playoffs as opposed to last year's bench, which just couldn't cut it.
Good stuff right there. Yeah, don't mess with it. It's we've brought it up as a talking point. Here's the answer. As long as it works, you don't need to mess with anything right now. You just kick that can down the road. Dan Hyatt, everybody, statistician extraordinaire. His coverage, his stuff is always available to you. Chris Marlowe, Scott Hastings, citing him consistently.
By the way, I've got aliases for both of you, Dan, because of course you gave me something to think about, and I just lost everything you said there. But I'm going to deem you Dallin Haynes, thanks to the alias name generator. And Nate, I'm going to give as, do you want to go Niley Kane or Norbert King?
I like Norbert King.
Norbert. Oh, Norbert.
You could also be Delaney Horton or Dwayne Hendricks, Deron Harrington, Desi Hune.
Also,
none of these are spelled right. Like DeDante could be Dewante if we really want to get funky with it.
Also, isn't Dallas Hayes? Isn't that a CU running back? Oh, Haynes. Okay.
He could be Derek.
If any of these end up on the scroll or in the post, about a bank robbery or whatever, don't be surprised.
Okay.
Darnell Ho, Dixie Herman. If you go on stage, I want it as Dixie Herman.
See,
not Dixie, something else. Okay.
Dan Hyatt's not getting me anywhere. Talking to you boys.
Nate could be Nat Khan. K-H-A-N.
Nat King Khan.
Nat.
Good stuff, man. We appreciate it, Dan.
All right, boys. Good luck.
Listen, you could inherit the Jaguars.
Shad's kid went to U of I.
Yeah. Would you rather be Niels Knox?
Niels Knox?
Yeah.
I had a roommate in college named Niels.
Nandi Cook?
Keep going.
Ninoshka Keller?
I like the name Ninosh. Does that have
AliasNameGenerator.com. Go ahead and find it yourself.
Does that have an apostrophe in it? Ninosh?
No, it's Ninoshka Keller.
Ninoshka.
Ninoshk is better, but Ninoshka Keller.
Okay.
Niley Kane is Nilay.
All right.
Nicholas is Nikkolas.
Okay.
Kelly. Norbert King is Norval Klein. Nat Khan. Nikolai Kennedy. Or Nikki Key. And Nikki is spelled like Nikki Six.
Nikolai Kennedy sounds like a spy. That guy's going to get arrested. It's Crackman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4:20 to talk conference championship games. Oh, Andy, we got to hire. Raiders got a coach.
Yay.
74-year-old Pete Carroll. I couldn't help but think of Charlie's grandpa from Willy Wonka getting out of the giant bed with the 3 other grandparents, putting the suit on, throwing the cane, starting to dance. That feels like Pete Carroll going back to coach in the NFL
Well, you saw he was like going to go be a professor at USC, apparently.
Yeah.
It's the week of changing your mind for NFL jobs.
It is. It's, hey, what the hell? 3-year deal?
Yeah.
I'll take the Davis family's money. I got no problem with that. Yeah, they hire Spy Tech. They hire Pete Carroll. So now officially here, everybody is the oldest retread you can find here in the AFC West. Although Andy Reid, by now,
he's more Chiefs than Eagles.
That's a good point. But he coached
He was
there.
really good with the Eagles.
And he was there forever.
He was. They had a lot of very good teams.
Jim Harbaugh, retread.
Yep.
Coming off a national championship, it's pretty good. Here's what's funny about it is it's not like any of these coaches. It's not like anybody hired Wayne Fonts or something like that. Like all these dudes are championship winning coaches.
Where did you get Wayne Fonts? Why was that on the edge of your memory?
I don't know why he had to catch a stray of all of the
No, he's the appropriate one to point out. I'll give you that.
Just random.
Of all the coaches I would have thought of, Wayne Fonts would have been down there.
NFL coaches that I could think
Joe
of.
Gibbs wasn't floating around your brain or anything.
See, but that, even Joe Gibbs, he...
Super Bowl winner.
Yeah. Again, this isn't, it's not John Fox.
Right. Well... Why is he catching a stray?
Again, these
the
guys
Bear thing didn't go well.
Right. So that's what I'm saying here is these guys are all really good coaches.
At least were.
I mean,
still, yeah.
3 of the 4 were in the playoffs this year.
Fair enough.
Carroll's got a lot of digging out to do with that franchise right now, but it's not like the Seahawks completely turfed out at the end either.
No, it was. I thought it was kind of weird when they moved on from him.
Right.
I can't say I saw that one coming. Here would be my thing.
There was tension with ownership.
There was. But it's not like Russ came and balled here and it was all, because there's weirdness between Carroll and Russ. And
right.
As you laid out many a times, Russ did try to get him fired, and ultimately they chose to go with Russ rather than...
The idea of him bringing Russ to Vegas, I don't see it.
Well, but... How about this? I mainly, from the people I know that know the relationship, it seems highly unlikely.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe they shared a room together during his retirement, but they did. What if Russ gives you the 1-year good guy deal like he just did for the Steelers?
I mean, it's
a $1 million.
That's all he has to sign with anyone.
Veteran. You need a veteran QB, right?
Right.
Whether you get Shador or Cam or... Jackson Dart or whatever.
Is Pete Carroll just going to overlook the thing where Russ tried to get him fired in Seattle?
Well,
I think you can still have a relationship once you pulled out of the fire, but once you've gone down that road.
Yeah, but do you call him in and go, "Hey, have you learned from your mistake?" Because remember, we just played the audio yesterday of Russ making sure Sean Payton caught the strays. That he felt that he did get at the end of the presser.
He's complimenting
where
Pete
he
again.
talked about Tomlin and Carroll, the 2 great coaches I played for.
Right.
So Russ has put it back out into the old public waters. Does that smooth the sailing a bit?
Does Pete feel like a guy that forgets a slight?
Well,
he's an ornery old fella.
You know how it is, Nate. I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but let's not kid ourselves. Pete doesn't have
a lot of options.
Pete's not a guy where you go, well, it's a 10-year deal.
Yeah.
Pete probably wants to get back in and get to the winning right away at 74.
Well, then that means Russ can't go there.
Well, but what other...
Hi-oh.
Hey, you know what? Is it a Kirk Cousins deal? Hey, it sounds like Atlanta's about ready to pull the old Broncos and eat what they got with Carroll now, or with Cousins, I should say.
Sam Darnold.
Well...
Isn't this so awesome? We get to have this conversation about the Raiders and not the Broncos this year. This is great.
What if they just draft somebody and do what
Feels
the Broncos
like we're on vacation right now.
Who is going to be the OC? Because that's going to be the key.
Yeah.
Does he got any of his old guys hanging out there? Darrell Bevel, wasn't that his guy for a while?
Yeah. Where's Darrell Bevel now?
Was Bevel the one that had the most success with Russ? Just get the whole band back together. Just go Blues Brothers and go call everybody at the house and let's get this going again.
Murph and the Magic Tones. Is this going to work?
We said it yesterday. The way I see this going is this is the John Fox hire, 2-3 years. You get back on a professional course.
Yeah.
Because I know this. I don't think Carroll's there to Carroll, listen to what Brady's got to say. Carroll ain't gonna let Brady run this thing.
Right.
So that's probably good at this point, right? But yeah, I think it goes. Now look, unless you find a Peyton Manning, you're not going to a Super Bowl. But let's be honest, Fox righted the ship here for the Broncos. Now I know he didn't do the same thing in Chicagoland, but I do believe that Carroll can get things right, make people feel good, get the positive energy going again.
So Pete and Schneider, they had their thing going in Seattle forever. And again, I'm just throwing stuff at the wall right here. And this is expecting guys with massive egos, which you have to have and be to be an NFL head coach, to put things aside. But what if Pete looked at it and said, all right, I had a chance to step away for a moment. All right. And in that time, whatever amount of perspective that Pete gained in the last year. And he could look at it and say, all right, I'll go work for Brady. He hired Spy Tech before me, so the GM is already in the building. I'm just going to go coach football. It's a short-term deal. This isn't going to be my life's work as the coach of the Raiders. That's already done. I'm 74. I got a 3-year deal. Could make it a 4th, but this is an opportunity to now just get back in here and just coach football. Let everybody else take on those headaches that I think by the end in Seattle made it tough on Pete.
Let me ask you this, though. See, again, this is where I think the coordinators are interesting.
Yeah.
Does he just manage the building?
Right.
Does he let the coaching of the football, as you say, go to the coordinators?
Right.
And I'm going to get this building right because this building isn't right now.
Which was kind of mostly what Pete was by the end.
Right. That's why the coordinators are so important.
Right. CEO type, vibes guy, Pete Carroll, chomping his gum, smacking everybody on the rear.
Walking around, being incredibly energetic for a guy his age, so on and so forth.
Right, yeah. He's a spry fella. You know that. And Pete can kind of find his way and help. But the quarterback thing just hangs over them so hard. But it did over Denver. And quite frankly, the Broncos, they righted the course on the quarterback thing in 1 year. Raiders have the number 6 overall pick in the draft. Maybe they can do it.
Well, I'm just telling you. I don't know. It's all early draft buzz.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised at some of the negativity coming Shador's way. He might be there at 6 for them. They might not have to make a trade at all if they want him.
Matt Miller today, I was looking at his rankings, and he had Shador, I believe, outside of the top 20. He was like 21 or 22 in terms of draft prospects coming into this thing. This is just straight up prospect ranking. He went Abdul Carter 1, Travis Hunter 2, Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan 3, Mason Graham, the interior guy from Michigan 4, and Jalen Walker from Georgia at 5. He's got Genty at 6 in the top 10. Your guy Ty Warren at number 9 out of Penn State. Luther Burton out of Missouri is at 10. He's got Cam Ward at 12, highest quarterback that Miller had on his list. And then scroll down. Yeah, Shador at 22.
So Cam Ward popped off on First Take today.
Mm-hmm.
And he just was talking about how Shador doesn't like to be challenged. Just said the other. We got to get to Tim Legler. I'll just say this. I'm going to be interesting to watch. It would be very interesting to watch the draft season of Shador and what this does. Because I think the football's there.
Yeah. By the way, text line dropped at Norm Chow on the...
Dude, the text line's coming through with some strong... Name that old coach guy.
Can I get a Chan Gailey, anybody? A Chan Gailey.
Chan Gailey's a good one. Yeah. Dude, doesn't Brian Schottenheimer kind of feel like a Chan Gailey?
We will talk to Tim Legler about those Denver Nuggets next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off Road. Do you have a truck or 4x4 enthusiast in your life? Do you have somebody that's maybe been looking for accessories for their truck or 4x4? Colorado Off Road is the place. Whether it's bed covers, step rails, those KC lights, the tow packages, maybe some upfitting for contractors. They got it all. They can do it over at Colorado Off Road. This is a good Colorado business. These are folks you're going to feel comfortable and want to do business with. I know this because I've been working with them for 5 years now, coming up almost to 6 years. We're at the 5.5-year mark right now. First time I went in there, I got my Ford F-150 and needed some aftermarket accessories for it. And Jerry and his wife, Wendy, they've done it all for me. And I'm glad I found these people, and so will you. It's Colorado Off-Road. You want to go by the old showroom? Again, I've been recommending this time of year, remote starts. It's a game changer. Got to have it. Get that car warm before you get out there. Colorado Off-Road showrooms are located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them right behind ACC. Give them a call at 303-761-1264 or find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
No, Fox hits.
Julian cheated way in.
Jokic going to throw it up from way.
He got it! Oh my! Nikola Jokic! All the way from Sombor!
Yeah. 74.5 feet. We're figuring out with the geometry in there. Official box score called it 66. It was more than that. Jokic at the end of the third last night. Unbelievable performance for the three-time MVP. Jokic goes for 35, 22, and 17. First 35-2015 game in the NBA since Wilt Chamberlain, I believe, back in 1968. Joining us right now, getting set to call Nuggets Timberwolves on ABC tomorrow from ESPN. The great Tim Legler joins us right now. Tim, how are you, sir? Tim, you got us?
Tim, can you hear us? Hello, Tim. I guess yeah.
All right. Phone challenges.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what you need to do when we bring him back on? You need to, he's a Nuggets alum? It's our second Nuggets alum of the year.
90-91.
Yeah, I'm looking at the roster right now. Played with the likes of Mahmoud, Michael Adams.
Deep pull.
Greg Anderson.
Yeah.
Kenny Battle, Anthony Cook, Walter Davis, T.R. Dunn.
He had been with the Omaha Racers before he came to the Nuggets. Not the E-Racers, but the Omaha Racers.
Dude, he played with one of my low-key favorite Nugget players.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Jerome Lang at all?
No.
Yeah.
Enlighten me.
He was a power forward.
Okay.
Never really turned in what they hoped for him to be, but he was kind of a fun player.
Okay.
So Marcus Liberty was on that team.
Illini legend Marcus Liberty.
Reggie Williams. Oh, the late Joe Wolf.
All right, let's try
Big
again.
O Orlando Woolridge.
Tim Legler, you got us?
Yeah, doing well.
Tim, you got us, man? All right, we're having cell phone difficulties.
You got to love Denver. Right? I'm assuming he's here, so you got to love Denver.
He should be in Minnesota, I believe.
Oh, is that? Oh, I forgot the game's out here tomorrow.
They get a road game.
It's going to feel like Minnesota here tomorrow,
Yes.
but anyway.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Mark Springer is in the hell of the
Yeah, Mr. Producer guy hates us.
guest that he booked, and the phone doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Kyle says your setup was breathtaking. That's really.
I have faith you can do it again.
As a talk show host, that's where you really nail it right there. When you really build it up, you're really excited to talk. Nobody knows hoops better than Legler. Like his post game breakdowns that he'll do that he'll do with Van Pelt, and like he'll get out the telestory. Hey, by the way, his wizardry on whatever that program that they have of telestration on SportsCenter is absolutely phenomenal. Nobody does it better than Legler, and we couldn't get him on the show.
Don't think he's hearing a word of it. So
I don't know if it was his hotel room or what it was.
Listen to the feed. Poor Mark. It's all right.
Well, wait a minute.
Are we giving up on this?
Isn't the haunted hotels in Milwaukee, not in Minnesota? Remember
Milwaukee and OKC.
Yeah, it's the Pfister. That's the.
It's not just the Fister.
No, it starts with a P. You got to pronounce it every time. The Pfister is the haunted hotel in Milwaukee that the NBA teams always have to stay
Hastings is
in.
in the same spot until they walk down and give him your phone?
Is Scotty's phone going to do any better?
I don't know. Look at poor Spring. Poor Spring. So angry.
Spring is just like, I put so much time.
I've done
into
so much to make this
booking
happen.
This guest.
Yeah. Well, can't offend him if we don't have him on.
970 said you losers said we were going to have Jeff Legwald at 420. Well, we had to change things around.
Yeah, we were changing it because we thought other things were happening.
Assuming that phones were going to work.
And now it isn't.
But we were not so fortunate today here on the show.
Hey, listen, not some person you haven't heard of. Tim Legler's ESPN royalty, pal.
He is.
Are we giving up on this? Hey, you want to call Leggy?
What was your all-time guest booking fail? Do you have one that you remember?
Boy, that's a great question. I'm positive we do.
Yeah. Because the one that I remember off the top of my head we had booked Jeremy Roenick.
Okay,
to talk,
that's a good one.
To talk Avs. Yeah, and he was like, it was like he was in New York, and my producer had called him, and he was like on the subway, but he's like, yeah, just like give me 10 minutes or whatever. And then he never answered his phone again.
Okay, the one that got me,
and he was like one of my childhood heroes was JR.
So I'll give you a few of these stories as we try to make something work.
Yeah.
I really feel bad for Spring.
No, I can't risk putting him up again and then that happening again.
Okay, so we're just going to punt?
Yeah, it's
okay.
over.
I'm sorry, Spring. We appreciate your efforts. Hey, you did your job.
By the way, Hyatt just texted, said if you need another guest, the Dallas Haynes is available.
Yeah. The people that got me really fired up it was going to happen, and I told Dave Logan too soon. Drew Carey, back in the height of his comedy, the Drew Carey Show.
Yeah.
Because he was a Cleveland guy, I'm like, hey, so I originally
Cleveland
started
rocks.
with, we're not too far from Dave's birthday because it's Groundhog Day. And I was like, hey, would you come on and just wish Dave a happy birthday? We're all big fans, Cleveland legend, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, for people that don't know, whenever you're going after a guest, you try to make it as worth their while as you can. And the guys are like, oh, he loves Dave. He remembers Dave. He'd be happy to do it.
Sure.
I walked in like, I think we're going to get Drew Carey. I should have just shut my mouth because we never, it was like an endless chain of emails and they finally just quit responding to me. Now, in the other way, there was a guy out at the Pro Bowl one time who told me he'd get me Javon Curse and Peyton Manning when they were basically the rookies of the year.
Those are good gets.
And I didn't think it was going to happen, so we didn't promote much. And the next thing I know, I'm talking to Peyton Manning. And I remember Peyton sounded annoyed, and I put it on hold. I go, Dave, pick him up and tell him you liked his dad or something. He's going to hang up. I know it. And so Dave picked him up and like BS'd with the guy for a while. Little did they know they'd be working together later on. The final one was I'd asked Bill Walsh to come on and talk about Roger Craig when he passed. And 2 days go by, and I forgot I called him, and I got the private number thing on my phone.
Yeah.
I was like, what sales? And I picked it up, and I go, hello. And it was an angry hello.
Ooh.
And the guy goes, Andy? And I go, yeah, like a total jackass. And he goes, Bill Walsh. And I was like, oh, my God. I'm so sorry, Mr. Walsh. Oh, can you come on? I'm so sorry. I'll name a child after you. Please just accept the interview.
Mr. Walsh.
Well, by that point, I felt like a jerk because I really wasn't turned to him. I can't. We stole a guest one time.
What's that? Let's have it.
Well, you know, kind of like this station. So it used to be the Zoo. It was the Zoo and KOA, and then there was another station that had it was like it was a sports show was on literally across the hall like we have here. Right?
Okay. They called the wrong
and
studio.
It was Treadwell and Ryan. No, Terrell Davis is coming in the building.
You intercepted him in the hall?
I had to.
It's a good move.
Job was on the line.
Good move.
And then I felt really bad. It was probably the kind of the low-key dirtiest thing I'd done, but I needed to pay the bills. Because, again, I will say, my guys said they didn't want him necessarily because they were all hurt about something.
Mm-hmm.
But then, of course, they forgot about it and then really wanted him. But he was technically – now, he went and did both shows, but once upon a time, I don't know if you and I care. Well, you had to have him first. If we don't get him first, we don't want him. I was like, all right.
Who cares?
So I just cut. Yeah, you and I just want to have a good conversation. So Roger Craig, someone passed that Walsh talked about. I thought Craig had passed. Someone said Roger Craig's still alive. Yikes.
Did you kill Roger Craig
God,
live on the air today?
I thought that was the reason why.
Oh.
God, did he go into the Hall of Fame? I thought he passed. I thought a famous Niner had passed.
I don't think Roger Craig is in the Hall of Fame. He did have a 1,000 season, which is really cool.
Let me tell you about Roger Craig Smith, is who popped up first for me.
Roger Craig is indeed alive.
Well, I'm sorry to all of you that thought he'd. I swear it had something to do with. You say he's not in the Hall?
No.
All I know is I talked to Bill.
Pro Football Hall of Famer, 3-time Super Bowl champ.
Snubbed from the Hall of Fame.
Hey, speaking of Peyton Manning.
Why in the hell did I have Bill Walsh on then? Anyway, tell me about Peyton Manning.
So Lamar Jackson loses last weekend, right?
Yes.
2-time MVP.
Yep.
3-5 now in his playoff career. Obviously has yet to go to or win a Super Bowl so far. but he's 3-5 in the playoffs after 7 seasons in the NFL. You know who also had 2 MVPs and was 3-5 in the playoffs through 7 seasons in the NFL?
I think you gave away your source.
It was Peyton Manning.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I was telling you, it was when we talked about the potential for an Allen, Patrick Mahomes rivalry. I told you it reminds me of Brady and Manning because Manning was always getting it done with the Colts in the offense in the regular season.
Yeah.
And usually, you want to know why that was? Oftentimes, the Colts and Patriots would play the first game or a very early game in the year, and they were always focusing. I swear to God, 9,000 times they're like, "We're focusing on pass interference this year. We're not going to let you get away with the holding." And so the Colts would always smoke the Patriots or beat the Patriots in the early season. Then they get to the playoffs. And again, the Patriots were one of the first teams to say, "We're going to hold every play and we'll see how often you want to call it."
Right.
And they would not call it till finally, who was it? It wasn't the owner. I think it was the GM of the Colts finally went to, Leggy would know, he went to the NFL and said, enough of this. Enough of this. They're holding our guys. And we can't get anybody open. They finally made the change, and the Colts had a little success against the Patriots.
Yeah.
So they changed up the old pass interference and illegal contact rules a bit.
I mean, it's also just you're playing a behemoth, okay? You're going up against Brady and Belichick. Like, this is just it. It's like Lamar his brilliance is at the exact same time as Mahomes and Allen. And that's going to make your life tough. And this is the thing you always got to remember is in the midst of all of Brady and Manning's dominance, we talked about it yesterday. Flacco won a Super Bowl. Drew Brees got a Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers got a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson's going to win a Super Bowl. Josh Allen is going to win a Super Bowl. Joe Burrow is going to win a Super Bowl. It's just they have to do it concurrently with one of the singular all-time greats. You know, one of the count on one hand's Mount Rushmore guys, which is what Mahomes already is.
Who else had to deal with that with Peyton and Manning, or with Peyton and Brady? I mean, Rodgers kind of got caught up in some of that.
He won one, as I said.
Phillip Rivers.
Yeah,
Rivers got caught
Rivers
up
never
in some
got
of that.
one. Went to an AFC Championship game, but never won one. Yeah,
Breeze. Would you say Breeze got caught up in a little of that?
As I said, yeah, Drew Brees got one in there. Absolutely.
No, but I mean, would you say? See, I feel like Lamar legitimately is getting held back because he's got such a gauntlet to go through. Breeze and Rodgers technically just had to go through the NFC.
Yeah, but you had to
and
get
neither
there.
one of them faced the Patriots.
And actually, Breeze got
play,
his.
You're right.
Breeze got his by beating Peyton Manning.
By the way, there could be some potential beef coming.
But the point being, like, it takes a year, you know? Like, you have to have the right year where the other guys are injured enough and you get to that place. Like,
okay.
This right now, like, what this game tomorrow, or excuse me, on Sunday feels like is Josh Allen's invincible. He's playing perfect football. But Mahomes is just inevitable. And if it's a close game in the fourth quarter and Mahomes has the ball in his own building, he's probably going to win because he just always does in these spots. That's the thing about it is I think the Bills are a better team than the Chiefs. I think they're a more complete team than the Chiefs right now. But if I'm betting on what I think is going to happen, it's Mahomes, it's Spagnuolo, who always calls the right blitz, and it's Andy Reid. I think the Chiefs are going to win this game. I don't want them to, but I think they're going to because they always do.
All right. Is what Mahomes doing even more incredible? See, I'm trying to remember the era, and it didn't matter because whether it was Elway or Marino or Jim Kelly or Tony Eason the one year, who I think was kind of part of that class too, none of them could go and beat Montana, right? Montana and the Niners. I wonder, like, again, I hate to give flowers to Patrick Mahomes. He's got enough. But Mahomes, I think, I don't know that anybody's had to go through the quarterbacks Mahomes has in his own conference.
Right.
Like, again, it was Manning and Brady, and Rivers was in there, but Rivers, again, I don't know. Like, it was Manning and Brady, it felt like always at the AFC Championship, right?
Right now, the four quarterbacks in the AFC, and I'll include Burrow in it, even with his team not making the playoffs this year, these guys are all perpetual MVPs every single season. They're all that good. Mahomes, here's a question for you. You think Mahomes ever wins another MVP award?
It's a great question. I'm not going to count it out, but I know what you're talking about.
His numbers are pedestrian.
Right. Because let
me just win the one-score game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I ain't worried about it.
Right.
Because you know what I want to do, and I'm worried we're in the middle of it again. It's playoff time.
Yeah.
I'm going to win all of those.
I was looking at third down numbers earlier today, second best third down team in the NFL. It's just you're not going to put up the prettiest stats on that, but if you give that guy a 3rd down and 4, he's going to convert. It's just what he does.
I know. I hate you for bringing this up. By the way, thank you to everybody saying Dwight Clark. This was like 2003, 2002 when I was trying to get Walsh. So I don't know what the hell was going on.
Dwight Clark was still alive?
Was until 2018. No, a lot of people have been nice enough to say that's who you're probably thinking. I swear it was connected to Roger Craig. I don't know why.
We will do our best to get Jeff Legwold on the show coming up here on
he's just down the street. If it doesn't work, you can drive his sorry rear end in here.
Meanwhile, we're going to go console Mark Springer in the break. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, it's Nate Kreckman here for Sport Trade, Colorado's premium sports betting experience. Stellar prices, very high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. Yeah, Sport Trade. They got a feature called The Tape. You can see every bet happening on the service in real time. Follow the sharp money as it is getting laid down. You can see all the action happening on the sites right there in the bottom tab. Just go ahead and click on that. Plus, Sport Trade has a great feature where you can bet games as probabilities. That's right. View the odds as probabilities. You can bet a team to win pregame at 40% odds. You can sell your bet at 60% odds when they got a lead at the end of the first quarter. Cash out. Buy low, sell high. It's real simple for first-time bettors out there. A lot easier than trying to figure out money lines and all of that nonsense. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's try again. Let's get the real legs. Jeff Legwold joins us right now here on a Friday afternoon. Jeff Legwold's appearance is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Leggy, let's start at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Manders Eagles, they're in Philadelphia. Jaden Daniels is indeed something special, and yet I can't get past the sneaking suspicion that unless the Manders win the turnover battle substantially, this could be a tough one because of the way that Philadelphia is running the ball right now. What's your view on that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's not an injury we would talk about because it's not a skill player, but the fact Sam Cosme won't be in the lineup for Washington.
Do they have to double Jalen Carter without him in there?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's a big difference, and nothing really messes the quarterback up quite like interior pressure, and the Eagles get a lot of that. They play vintage Fangio defense, a lot of zone, shell, disguised stuff in the back that's very complicated and murky for a quarterback to read. And then a whole lot of interior pressure, and then, their hope is they pin you in and then the edge guys get the ball out. So, but the fact Cosme's not in there is a big deal. So I would think, Kingsbury and Washington, they got to get the ball out of his hands. I think the longer he stands there, the more trouble there will be. So, Fangio isn't going to let you get the big plays very often. They're going to be hard to come by. So it's really better to be patient and take what you can get. And, I think that would get the ball out of his hands quicker. But, and what's Jalen Hurts' knee, we've all seen he's said himself, he's probably going to wear a brace on the knee in the game. And sometimes players don't like that very much if they haven't done it a lot. So, there's all kinds of little things to sort of concern themselves with, but I think you're right. The Eagles are big, physical. That's sort of a playoff football built team, big and physical, can pound you and then, get you with the big play when they see the chance. And they're just better, frankly. Daniels has had maybe one of the best rookie seasons ever. So nothing that happens Sunday takes away from that at all to me. But I think the Eagles are just better top to bottom because they're a lot, they got a lot more distance down the developmental line than this Washington team does right now.
By the way, and I heard this number today against loaded boxes. Barnwell had this. Saquon Barkley is still averaging 6 yards a carry. That's against loaded boxes. And, you saw it on his big run early last week against the Rams. It's like you may stop him, 1, 2, 3 times, but then it's just like when he gets to the second level, there's no one to stop him, and there's no DB that's going to take down Saquon Barkley one-on-one. Saquon's just going to make that guy miss because he's that damn special. You mentioned Hurts and the knee injury. They've had like virtually no passing game in the postseason, but I'm not sure they're going to need one to win this game, Leggy.
That's what I mean. They're sort of built for grinded out playoff football. I mean, nobody really chucks it around a ton.
Yeah.
It's hard, well, at least, people do, but it's really difficult to, find that wide open playoff game. The Detroit loss, Washington, Detroit doesn't happen very often in an outdoor playoff environment this time of year in a cold weather place. So I think the Eagles are built for home playoff games, and the reason, the loaded box, it's because the Eagles are massive up front. I mean, they are just massive in the offensive line and they don't much care. And, quick hitters are what to do against a loaded box. Don't give them a chance to string you out. And that's what the Eagles do really well in their run game.
What does Josh Allen have to do? What do the Bills have to do? What does the play calling have to be to rewrite this story as it's gone for him in the playoffs in KC?
McDermott has to have one of his best days as a defensive coach. That's just, you got to figure out a way to beat a team that will be a lot more relaxed than your team is. You're talking about a team going for a three-peat, trying to go to its fourth Super Bowl in the last 6 years. They're not going to be bothered in the least running out of the tunnel for this game. That they'll have the usual butterflies, but they'll be settled down by the second play.
Mm-hmm.
And that's across the board. So you got to deal with that. And, there's just being in Buffalo when the Broncos were there is an inherent pressure. And I've covered that team at the end of the Super Bowl run. There's an inherent pressure that every single person feels about getting back to the Super Bowl. And if you're McDermott, you got to limit the impact of that on your team somehow. And he's got to have a great day against Mahomes. Now, the fact they're going to be missing the safety, he was a big part of how they played coverages the last time. They kept it all hemmed in the last time they faced the Chiefs this year, and he was a big part of that. And they're going to have a rookie in that spot. So McDermott has to have his best game, maybe of his career, as a defensive play caller.
Leggy, we'll get your Super Bowl pick before we're done here, but let's bring it back closer to home. Yet another new head coach in the AFC, and yet a guy that has raised a Lombardi trophy elsewhere. Pete Carroll with the Raiders. Illustrate for us, with this new organizational structure of Brady and then Spy Tech and then Pete Carroll, and obviously they got the quarterback thing they got to solve. But how could this work? What's a scenario where this looks successful for the Raiders?
Well, you got to figure out what the long-term vision is. You got a first-time GM. Does he have the power, or does a 72-year-old head coach, or 74-year-old? I mean, does the 70-something head coach have personnel power? And that's the only way that Pete Carroll would have gone to Seattle back in the day. He had to have final say. And to me, that's the dilemma you've got to address. If you've hired Pete Carroll, looks like a sort of a win now type decision.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell you the last time I heard of an option year in a coaching contract, and his fourth year is an option year, which tells you, they think he's 70 something. So it's really who's running the show, a first-time GM or a very veteran head coach who's going to have very specific ideas about what he wants.
Or is it a guy that's off broadcasting another game every Sunday?
Exactly right. I mean, so if it's just going to be this hodgepodge thing, you're not going to make much headway in the AFC West right now because, welcome to the show. I think it's one of the tougher divisions. You got a lot of coaching firepower in the division now, a lot of quarterback firepower, and, you're a team that's a mess. Now, they have a ton of cap space. I mean, a ton. But they've got to decide who's running the show and what the vision is, or you're just going to be doing this again in a couple of years. Think about it. This is the fifth head coach they've hired since 2020.
Since they got to Vegas. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's you can't function that way in the NFL. You just can't. I mean, that was the Broncos' problem for 8 years. You can't have a coach for 2 years and then redo it all again.
All right, we're getting up against it, Leggy. Who's playing in the bowl?
I like the chalk, frankly. It's hard for me to pick against Eagles Chiefs. To me, they have the best pedigree, but I will say Josh Allen is good enough to have one of those days where he just pulls everybody along with him. But if he doesn't, I think it's really hard for them.
Going chalk. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN. Read his stuff right there. Obviously, watch him on ESPN as he is here covering the Broncos and all the wildness in the AFC West. Jeff Legwold, as always, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Well done, Jeff Legwold. Thanks, man.
See you, fellas.
All right, Championship Sunday. We got to get all the news and notes going into this thing coming up in the High Five. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Big-time coaching hire, draft rumors, and championship game notes. That's all happening next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. time for football news. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Mark Springer, what do you got for us here today?
Here's what I got for you in the high five. Brought to you by Bet365, whatever the moment.
That felt ominous.
It is never ordinary.
Hey, I show you what I got for you.
At Bet365. Hey, Pete Carroll's your new head coach of the Raiders.
He sure is. 3-year deal to coach the Raiders. Fifth head coach since they moved to Vegas, 74 years of age. That's what he turns on the 15th of September. One of 4 head coaches to have led teams to both a college football national championship and the Super Bowl. Andy, the others? You didn't hear the question, did
No,
you?
I'm trying to remember both
What's the
college.
question?
No, Jimmy Johnson's one.
There you go. You were there. Another guy from Dallas. Did it right after Jimmy.
Oh, Switzer.
Barry
How can I
Switzer.
forget about Switzer?
Uh-huh.
Jimmy.
Mhm.
Jimmy.
Yep.
Go
ahead. And then this guy didn't actually win a Super Bowl. He just got there, Jim Harbaugh.
I was going to say,
Yeah, it was
Harbaugh
Jim.
went with the Niners.
Yeah.
You know what I'm amazed by? There's not some 70s or 80s guy that did it, but it does show you. There was a lot of times where the NFL would just simply, if you were a college guy, you either were a college or an NFL guy, and they didn't cross too much.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
What about
now the college gigs pay so damn well? These guys are okay going ahead and taking their money.
what? Why can I not remember the Florida coach's name? The one before, the old ball coach,
Spurrier.
Spurrier. He didn't. Did he get close? Did he make the playoffs when he was with Washington?
I don't recall it being particularly good. He may have
Saban
made the
never
playoffs.
got close
Yeah,
when he was obviously with the Dolphins.
may have made the playoffs. But yeah, Pete Carroll is going to coach the Raiders right now. Was not their first choice, clearly. Like, Vrabel and Ben Johnson were the most attractive names this time around. Okay, well, also, Sean Payton was the third choice for the Broncos, and that's worked out pretty damn well. That's not to say that Pete can't work out right there, but also, Andy, as we've been talking about, they got to solve the quarterback thing, and they have to do it very quickly. They got the number 6 overall pick. Perhaps Shedeur Sanders could be available to them. Maybe they'll have to trade up a couple of spots. We know the quarterback value always gets elevated. Shedeur is an extremely accurate quarterback. He can throw from all the arm angles. He can throw on the move. Yes, he's got to correct the hanging on of the ball too long thing that he does sometimes. But if he can get good coaching, I think Shedeur Sanders has a chance to be a fine NFL quarterback. But that's just one kind of box they needed to check. Outside of Brock Bowers, their offense has nothing. Quite frankly, it's a little bit similar to Denver. Like, they have to get considerably better at the other skill positions, but it's not going to do a damn thing until they solve the quarterback thing. As I sit here right now, it's hard to convince me otherwise that the Raiders won't be at the bottom of the AFC West again next year.
Probably, but I think they'll be a tougher team to play than they are right now.
Very good. They're going to be a well-coached team.
I mean, again, I just
Pete's
go back.
teams always are.
I go back to the John Fox. How many John Fox? And I'm finding out all over the place and I remember things the way that I think I did. But it feels like John Fox, his teams at least competed better. They weren't getting their doors blown off.
Right.
Like that Raiders team, that was just a guaranteed W last year.
Yeah.
For most part.
They had a 10-0 lead on the Broncos, and then Gardner
Then they
Minshew
didn't.
handed it back to Patrick Surtain.
God, could Pete do something with Minshew? Because Minshew's still there, right? Remember, he got a little stuff done with Geno Smith.
They're a better team with Pete Carroll walking through the door. There's no doubt about that. Much like Denver was a better team with Sean Payton walk through the door.
Do you worry at all? Could Carroll be the wild card and ruin the Bronco to Bronco dream of Gente becoming a Bronco?
Could be.
Because he loves a running offense.
He sure does.
Like most defensive coaches do.
Oh, and Ashton Genty walks through the door.
Your starter.
Without a doubt. And one of the best players on your team the moment he walks through the door. Matt Miller ranked him number 6 on his top 50 right now. Maybe that's inflated for a running back, but that's a damn good player.
High five. You mentioned Shedeur Sanders right there. He's playing in the East-West Shrine Bowl, and today Tennessee Titans brass was on hand at Shrine Bowl practice to spend time with Shedeur Sanders. That included Titans head coach Brian Callahan. And Brian Callahan talked with Jim Wyatt of TennesseeTitans.com. And Brian Callahan said, quote, on Shedeur Sanders, "You can tell he's been raised right.
He's mature. He has a really good poised way about him, and he seems like a really good kid. I enjoyed talking to him, and you could tell he's a guy who's been in the spotlight. He knows how to handle himself. He's been paid money, so he has financial perspective.
There's a lot of truth to what he said right there. Shedeur, and that's one of the things that struck people about Shedeur Sanders from the moment he got on campus at CU coming from Jackson State was this guy carries himself like a professional quarterback. Shedeur has that part of it. He has that maturity. He knows how to lead a team. I think that part of the job, Shedeur is going to be able to do very well right from the jump.
Yeah, but again, this is what I wonder about. Look, let me make my position clear. I would love to give Shedeur a shot on my football team from what I witnessed up there the 2 years at CU, okay?
Yeah.
I just would. He's not the perfect quarterback. There are things you got to coach into him. There's things you've got to coach out of him. But when the moment was at the most pressure-filled, he responded.
Yep.
He led a drive. I want to go back, not to rub it at anybody. The 2-yard line for CSU, bringing him back. Which one were we at? The double Hail Marys? What game was
Baylor.
that this past? Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I just watched the guy shine in the moment where other people tend not to.
Right.
And for that reason alone, I would make him a pick. Now, again, the questions are going to be, Cam Newton put it out there today. He doesn't like to be challenged. I tried to challenge him. You know, he was saying on First Take today, I made him who he is. I'm the one that's challenged him. He doesn't want to be challenged. He's played for his dad too often. He hasn't gone and let anybody really coach him. He's only been coached by his dad. All this is going to come up. All this is going to be made a thing, and then it'll be up to the NFL team to decide how much validity they want to put into that over some of what's on the tape. What also is on the tape you and I has covered is he's also a little bit like Caleb Williams, and he holds onto the ball a lot, and he goes for the play that he wants. And NFL teams are going to tell him, we're not going to let you do that here.
If he wants to be great, and hopefully he does, then that kind of crap will go by the wayside. But I could see how it could be a little bit bumpy at the beginning. But I think there's a little something to probably what Cam was talking about.
Yeah, and frankly, Nate, he can't get killed. Dude, he's not going to survive taking the hits he took in college at the NFL level.
Right.
Not going to happen.
No.
I watched that guy limp off a number of times where I thought, no way he's coming back. We're going to get the other guy in.
Yeah.
Nope. He's tough as hell. Don't get me wrong.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Today, the Texans fired their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, after 2 years of being there.
He was like on a fast track to being a head coach, and now he's fired?
Yeah, I don't get this.
Yeah.
I mean,
CJ Stroud took a bit of a step back this year, but also like that happens to NFL quarterbacks in their second year. And really, if you look up at the end of the year, I mean, a part of what CJ Stroud became was almost like a victim of how good he was as a rookie. He was insane. He's one of the greatest rookie quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, and then he was still a pretty good second-year quarterback, but it's like you don't just get to launch off into the trajectory, into the stratosphere. This is what everybody needs to remember about Bo here in Denver is like you don't just immediately take the next big step every year.
The entire class is probably not going to look as good as they did last year, and that includes Jaden Daniels.
Right.
People are going to adjust. Defensive coordinators are going to go to work on you. Promise you, Steve Spagnuolo, I don't know what he would have had for the playoffs. He's going to have something for Bo next year.
Yeah.
Because he caught him off guard a little bit. Bo got him off guard a little bit, I think, this past season.
It's also, and this is one of the things, and I don't know anything here, but this is one of the things you wonder about is DeMeco Ryans is a first-time head coach, okay? And he steps into that role, and he has all that pressure on him, and he starts working with a coordinator for a couple of years. It's also possible there's just personality differences after 2 years of just like, you know what? I don't really like working with this guy that much.
Yeah, well, it was put to me this way by someone I trust. I'm sure they went in to have the normal meeting, and instead it was I'd prefer you did a little less of this.
Right.
Listen, John Fox kind of had a little of that going on, except for him. He didn't want to give up a couple of his coaches. Ultimately, it was Vic Fangio with our guy Scangarello.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that? I'd prefer you don't do some of these, whatever it was bugging Scangarello.
Tight end jet sweeps?
Yeah. And Scangarello apparently said, no, I love me a good tight end jet sweep, and so that's that.
Yeah.
We're not going to work together.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this still caught me off guard. I didn't expect
I was surprised by this because he was such a hot name. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. We have the Eagles and the Commanders in the NFC Championship game on Sunday. Jalen Hurts tweaked his knee in the third quarter of the Eagles' win over the Rams last weekend, and Jalen Hurts anticipates wearing a knee brace in the NFC Championship.
Hold on, you don't have a quote out of here you don't want to give from Saquon Barkley?
Oh, well, he says he's expecting Jalen to be Jalen.
Yeah, he got a little Vance Joseph feel. Jalen's
Jalen.
Huh?
He's been shaky in the playoffs since he's returned from the concussion. He's only thrown for 259 in 2 playoff games. Jaden Daniels has been over that total so far in both of his playoff games. He got sacked 7 times. He took a safety in that game against the Rams, and now you're dealing with a knee injury right there. There is cause for concern right there. I keep going back to what Legwald talked about, though. The run game is so damn good. They played Washington twice this year. They ran for 228 when they beat them in Philly. They ran for 211 when they lost to them in Washington. I mean, Saquon has rushed for damn near 300 yards over 2 games this season against the Manders. Honestly, this is my concern for this game, and I think Dan Quinn's a very good coach, and I love what Jaden Daniels is doing. I don't know if Washington can line up and stop what Philly wants to do, which is just swing the hammer all day.
Probably.
But God,
let's be honest about
I want Jaden to win. I do. It's more fun.
Let's be honest. Jalen Hurts looks a little like Russell Wilson. Just throws he doesn't want to make that he should be making.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious to see what the off season does no matter what. Well, hobbled or healthy.
Yeah.
Remember, he was healthy even going into when the Commanders beat him at the end of the year, he was healthy to start that game, and still they were talking about it. Why won't he make the throws that he was making? What's going on with the guy?
And then Kenny Pickett went in there.
And Kenny Pickett went in there. I'm to the point now, I would root for Josh Allen to get there because I want the Bills fans to quit suffering. But I would love Jaden Daniels to win it. I think it'd be cool to see a rookie win it. Let's just get rid of that thing.
Jaden Daniels, by the way, Andy, no rookie quarterback has ever won a conference championship game. Daniels is the 5th to do it. Can you name, or 6th to do it? Can you name the other 5?
Roethlisberger got one, right?
0-4 in Pittsburgh, yep.
Marino?
No, actually.
He went there in his second year, didn't he?
First rookie to go to a conference championship game. Former Kreckman and Lindahl guest Sean King.
Really?
99 in Tampa Bay. Uh-huh. Yeah. We didn't keep doing those interviews. Ben Roethlisberger, Joe Flacco, 08 in Baltimore. Mark Sanchez, 09 with the Jets. Happy with Mark. And Brock Purdy a couple of years ago in the game where he hurt his elbow.
Oh,
yeah.
I did not. Man, I did not even think about Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have got any of the rest of them anyway. I didn't realize Flacco won one as a rookie either.
Got to one. Yeah, got to a championship game. Did not win it. Yeah, no one's ever done it before. Jaden Daniels has a chance to be able to do it. And finally, Spring.
High five.
For the Chiefs and the Bills will be without one of their starting safeties, Taylor Rapp. He has back and hip injuries, so rookie Cole Bishop will start at safety alongside DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah.
Great, fine, fantastic.
Taylor Rapp had the pick last week against Lamar Jackson, so that is going to hurt for them not to be able to have him. By the way, Mahomes, Andy, has gone 8 straight games without throwing an interception, though he did throw 2 at Buffalo back on November 17th. That was the last time that he threw a pick. By the way, I just want to also add the Chiefs have won 16 consecutive games that have been decided by 1 possession. Isn't that crazy?
Jeez.
This is cool, Carl. This is what I'm telling you. The Bills are better. I think Allen is playing the best football of his life, and I'm picking the Chiefs to win.
Yeah, because I just don't know how big a deal. Jeff said it perfectly. The Chiefs are going to have the more relaxed team.
They will. And
if you spaz out early, how do you not feel like, uh-oh? I don't care how many times the Bills have beat him in the regular season.
Right.
It's the playoffs that matter. This is the dragon you have to slay.
Bills have lost 7 straight road playoff games. And they're 0-3 against Kansas City in the postseason. Yeah, I want them to win. I want a Washington-Buffalo Super Bowl, and it's not the game that I'm picking. So that's
okay. If we don't want the Chiefs to raise another trophy, which I know you ultimately really don't care about, I want you to tell me before the end of the show what matchup gets it done.
I think it's this week. It's
This is it.
It has.
You don't like either NFC teams. I got to tell you, the Eagles with the way Hurts is playing.
Right.
I don't know.
It has to be Buffalo. The Bills have to do it. The Bills, to me, the Bills are the best team left in the field. They're the one that has to do it. Yeah.
I don't trust them. I'm just going to tell you right now.
Kansas City wins on Sunday, Mahomes is getting his fourth.
You make me angry.
It's Craigman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's still that New Year time. It's not the end of January just yet. Let's not be losing those New Year's resolutions you set. And if the New Year's resolution was to get rid of your AED or finally go face this, get some answers, talk to somebody that knows a little something about how to help you, that little somebody should be the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You don't have to continue to live with the embarrassment that erectile dysfunction can cause. It's important you go and get the help with the right people. And I'm telling you, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are the right people. They've successfully served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have you feeling better, if it's not working in the office, if the Evan root isn't cranking, the old visit's free there. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock in the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yes, it is. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindell. Checkers and scooters and pork pie hats and all that good stuff. It's Ska Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets will be in action tomorrow at 1 o'clock on the road in Minnesota. By the way, Avalanche will be playing as well. They'll play the Bruins in Boston at 11 a.m. So matinee sports tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Do you
like
day games for your teams?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
I mean, I'm used to it with football, obviously, but
totally. Yeah, nice matinee.
I don't know that I like the afternoon. Basketball feels really weird to me. I don't know why. Especially the 11 a.m. Like, you start getting around 2 or 3, I guess I can live with that. There's something about the lunchtime hockey and basketball that it's kind of weird for me.
What sports?
I don't know.
Do you want to be watching?
I don't watch those. I guess like
lunchtime?
during the day, I'll seek out some football, I suppose. Or
Okay.
you know me, I'll catch the 4-hour rerun of The Departed, which made its way to Paramount Network recently.
What's the appropriate start time for a basketball game for you?
6.
6? You need 6 or later.
Give me 6 or later.
Okay.
Let me hit my blue hair special for some dinner and get home and settle.
The
in.
early bird?
You know what it is? I feel like they don't play as well.
In the afternoon?
Well, let me offer you Monday.
Okay.
As an example.
I see.
Can I offer you Monday as an example? You all right with that? See where I'm going?
That one was
And
no
isn't
good.
it? Come on, you can't tell me when you get the 11 a.m. Knicks Nuggets tip off that isn't weird.
I don't mind it.
That's because you get up at like 5 a.m. for soccer.
I do. I every Saturday I'm watching my Bundesliga at 7:30 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm locked in.
So you're like the Irish pub guy. You got your scarf, you got your EPL or your World Cup.
I love morning sports. Like I really when I moved initially to Colorado, I was like, college football starts at 10 a.m. on Saturday. This rules. Hell yeah. Like
really?
Oh yeah, this is great. I'm jealous of my friends in Vegas. Like they wake up and they go to the sportsbook at 9 in the morning and just start watching college football. That's awesome.
Have you ever done like your whatever Mountain West trip to Hawaii? Because I was in Hawaii on a vacation and caught some NFL action, and that was super weird.
Well, yeah.
That's like, well, I guess now at the London game's not the same, but at that time, 9 a.m. football or whatever, I was like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's 4 hours behind us. That's all sorts of weird.
You like the London games?
Oh, I do. Yeah, the London or the Germany games, and you wake up and there's just a Jaguars game on at 7 in the morning. Hell yeah, I do. That's a good. Honestly, like. Mornings have become. This is one of the signs of middle age. Is like I'll watch a movie in the morning. I'll put like a show on in the morning. You know, like I feel like especially during COVID, and my daughter was like just barely older than 1, and so like I feel like I was always like up with her at like 4 in the morning, and then just be like, well, I'm not going back to bed, like. Here we go. I'm going to watch a whole season of The Mandalorian right now and just nerd out. Mornings have kind of become a sanctuary for me. I've never been a morning person, and now here I am.
You struck me right there.
All right.
At 4 a.m., you ain't trying to get back to sleep?
I'm up. Brew some coffee. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
Listen, Farmer Jim. My daughter was awesome. She would go back to sleep. Little Dora, 30 minutes of Dora, and we're all ready to go back to bed.
There you go.
My son is like you.
Yeah. Just let's go. Let's do it. I've become morning guy, I suppose. Maybe that's what we learned in this discussion. I am now morning guy.
You put on a pot of coffee or pot of tea? What you potting it up?
Pot of coffee. Yeah. Just start brewing it up. Let's go, man.
You ever pot of play it?
I have. I've done other things with pots too. Let me tell you.
That's how you got the old butterscotch hand or whatever.
That's right.
Squash hand.
Damn squash hands over here. Let's enjoy.
Let's go into the good news. Do you think Nicola likes an 11 a.m. start?
Of
course, it's never 11 a.m. where you're at.
No,
That's
no.
1 p.m. in the East.
So the Nuggets game's at 1 o'clock Mountain, so they'll be 2 o'clock Central Time there in Minnesota.
Yeah, see, I'm already on to the Knicks. You said the Knicks were coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting they're in Minnesota tomorrow. Aren't the Avs playing tomorrow too?
The Avalanche are in Boston at 11.
Oh, that's right.
And the Nuggets are in Minnesota at 1.
I do not want an 11 o'clock Avs game. I just don't feel like that's going to go well. Wake
Really
up,
stoked.
boys.
Let's listen to Chris Marlowe last night.
You want to play some highlights?
End of the third quarter. Let's enjoy. Let's rate the calls. Here we go. Marlowe, end of the third quarter last night.
No, Fox hits.
Julian cheated way in.
Jokic going to throw it up from way. Got it! Oh my! Nikola Jokic! All the way from Sombor!
All the way from Sombor.
Knowing Scotty like we do, did they ever? I don't think they showed it. I want to see the camera on him. What was he? Oh my! Like, did he just get up and take the headset off and leave or something?
Scotty was like in midpoint, and this is where you know Hastings is such a pro. As soon as he saw Jokic let it fly, he stepped aside.
Drop out.
Which really, like, if a colored guy wants to just yak through the end of quarter heave, 99.9% of the time, you run no risk. But Scott Hastings not about to do that. That guy is too good. Let's listen to Kaz's call of the Joker full court heave from last night.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow!
By the way,
I like that he almost cussed right there.
He went 78 feet, and if you watch it, Joker let that thing fly basically just above free throw line extended. I think Kaz was right on that 78, man. Like, 94 minus 16, boom, you got it. I think 78 feet.
Jeez, why is everybody jumping in on this?
Is more accurate than the 66 that the official NBA play-by-play tracking gave
Our
us.
guy Tom Green, now I'm going to lose a tweet. He was going in on it too.
Yeah.
So what they say it was 66.
66.
He said it's at least 10 foot more, which would be 76.
He basically was just above the opposite free throw line.
Help me out again. Did I miss? Is this supposed to be the longest shot in history ever made? Is
No.
that why we're worried about it?
No, it's just...
it was cool. Can we
was
just
cool.
leave it that it's cool? Why'd it have to be dead on and how cool it was? From what point it was cool?
It's the internet's fault, Andy.
This is all due to your damn baseball, because everyone's trying to guess how far the ball flew. Nobody knows, Nate. Nobody's measuring that thing from home plate till the dead place that it stopped.
And yet I need to know, what was the exit velocity when he let go of the ball?
How would you figure that out? That was more, you know what? I bet you wouldn't be as high as you thought, because that was one of those sweets kind of,
What was the launch angle of Jokic's full court heave? I
Text
need
Hyatt
to know these things.
Text Hyatt.
Mark Jones was on the call for Sacramento. Mark Jones he's Sacktown's hometown guy. In addition to doing games on ESPN. Plus, isn't he doing Nuggets T-Wolves tomorrow? Yeah. I love Mark Jones. He's fun. We've had him on the show. He's great. His phone worked. Mark Jones.
Wow, you're kind of angry about that. How's a guy supposed to know the hotel sucks?
I almost cussed right there.
Didn't know you were so Team Legler. Mark Jones' call of Nikola Jokic's full court heave from last night.
Fox for three with 1.7 to go. The Iron with 14. Well, we began the third quarter.
Well, he made your mistake.
He did it.
He made your mistake.
He was done.
He saw the heave and disregarded it.
He was heading to break.
And then swish.
Yeah, he was heading. All
what
right.
a great sound of the fans there. That was the best crowd mic going.
That one sounded good. Yeah, give this to me. Give that to me one more time right there. He's mid-toss to break. He's on his way out, Andy. He's ready to sit back, have a handful of pretzels, and get ready to call the fourth quarter. Check that stat sheet one more time, and then Joker shut him right up.
The Iron with 14. Well, we began the third quarter.
Well, that's a great. Well, suppose I should have described the action there for a moment. The great Mark Jones. right there in Sacramento last night. Nikola Jokic talking to Katie Wingy postgame. How'd they hang on to get that one? Here we go.
I mean, they're playing amazing. Last 10, 15 games, they're 10-1 or something like that. They're scoring a lot. They're pushing the pace, and I think we controlled the game the most part. Only in the fourth quarter, we kind of lost the rhythm. They were 15-1 or 2 or 3 run, but we handled business, and that's the most important.
Yeah, handled business. Took care of it. They got back into it. You had it, though. Katie asked him if he felt like he needed to take over for his team last night. Jokic, as per usual, doesn't subscribe to that notion.
I mean, I don't know, did I take it over? I was just playing the game, and CP on the bench told me you had a really good first quarter, so I think I'm just playing the game the right way.
Just play the game the right way, but playing the game the right way used to always typically mean I will defer as a scorer, which doesn't happen anymore. Now he's more than happy as a guy, as a 30-point-a-night guy, or I suppose 30-point-a-day guy. He can still just know exactly what my team needs on this night.
Not if I'm commissioner. Anyway, although it's the NHL, it's apparently going to have the opening. Real quick, can I just get something out of my craw?
Wait, is Bettman? Is he leaving?
Here's the deal. I get a breaking news alert.
Okay.
That says the NHL is preparing for Bettman's retirement in 2 years. That's not breaking news. Nothing's breaking right now. Breaking suggests in this moment we have something to tell you about.
This is literally the Athletic headline.
2 years out.
Breaking: NHL has begun preparation for Gary Bettman retirement in couple years.
Why? That ain't breaking, man. It drives me nuts when we get something like first thing in the morning. Mike Shanahan fired at 9 a.m. and they're still going, breaking news. Mike Shanahan out at coach. It's 4 p.m. We all know it's not breaking anymore. It's broke. Anyway, sorry.
That's another friend of the program, Gary Bettman.
You were awesome, though. We all loved it that day.
He loves us.
There's sometimes where I'm like, Nate, please don't anger this guy not to come back on that one. I was like, whatever. No, seriously. You and I think, had the same reaction as you pointed out as you started to set up the question. Again, Katie's just trying to ask, what's it like when you're in the zone? What lead? Because we all want to know. Yeah. What's the difference in your decision-making from I'm going to score all the time to I'm going to set everybody else up? But the minute she put it as take over the game, we all knew now he's not going to like that because he really is the ultimate team guy. But you got to ask it, right? Like, I knew what she was getting at.
Sure. It's and again, this is why you go back to this is why he's playing the best basketball of his life, because it's not. I don't feel like anymore we have nights where you're like, oh, it's distributor Jokic night. Oh, it's scorer Jokic night. No, now it's just every ingredient is in the stew nightly, and from possession to possession, he's exactly what his team needs him to be. That's how he's playing the best basketball of his life. It's the condition that he's in, there's possessions that are not taken off anymore. It's funny because he said last night, I'm in shape, the ball is going in, I feel good, I think I can influence the game on different levels. Influence is a perfect word to use what he's doing on every single possession. He is exactly whatever influence the team needs to get the best possession every single time out.
If we felt like it, we could have played the long soliloquy, the diatribe, the praise from ESPN last night talking about Nikola Jokic. Mm-hmm. Why have they finally come around?
There's no denying it anymore. That's just what it is. Because this is how it works, and this is not unique to Nikola Jokic. You get to the top of the mountain, and in Jokic's case, it was winning his first MVP award, but it didn't match the eye test. Fat, schlubby, slow, white Serbian. Why is this guy winning the MVP award. What is going on right here? I don't believe what my eyes are telling me right now. Something is wrong with this. Oh, yeah, you're citing all the VORPs and effective field goals and all these other advanced analytics that we didn't have when I was a kid. That wasn't on the back of my 90-91 NBA hoops cards, so I don't need to take that seriously. Give me my counting stats, okay? Who won the scoring title? Then he wins another MVP award. Then because they don't want to give him the three-peat, because LeBron never did it. Or, Larry Bird was the only one to have done it. Jordan never did it. They didn't want to give him the three-peat, so they had to give it to Embiid. Okay, we got to find someone else to give this award to. And then what did Joker do? He went out and showed the world I'm the best damn player, and he wins the NBA championship, and he wins the Finals MVP. And then he comes back the year after that, and he wins another MVP. And now somehow he's playing even better. And again, like all of these, and this is where I think this town deserves a ton of credit of like, the more that we kept pushing back and just saying, yeah, but he's doing things that have never been done before. And then he pulls last night, the first 35, 20, and 15 games since Wilt in 1968. And it's like all these dudes finally have seen enough of him that it's like there's no denying it. There's enough, Andy, we chuckle all the time at the podcast that the players do, right? And how silly they are. And yet, how much audio have we played on our show over the years of these guys just being like, yeah, that dude is the absolute best, and let me tell you why he's so good. There's no counter argument to his brilliance anymore. He has squashed all of them.
See, I felt that's the smart Nate Kreckman answer. I was like, is it just because he's scoring a lot now, so now they notice? Because they're not used to him scoring. But now every night, how often, haven't we had a few already where it's like the most points he's scored in a triple-double or whatever?
He's averaging a 30-point triple-double right now, which has only been done 3 times in the history of the NBA.
See, I don't know, whatever. Keep hating ESPN. Just keep doing it.
Oh, there is none.
I know, there's no reason to.
It's so funny today because, like, for example, today I did actually watch some of that show, and, it's Windhorst and Danny Green and Malika, and they're talking about it, and, like, when they talk about Nikola, again, there's no yeah, but with him anymore.
Because you can't.
You can't.
Well, it used to be because there was another player that you wanted to try to, pit him against.
Right.
And obviously Embiid's gone. They don't have that anymore. And he and Shea are just different players.
In the field of sports debate and discourse, which is a cottage industry all in and of it's a $1 billion industry in and of itself. Like Lamar Jackson, I am on the big one. Josh Allen, yeah, but you haven't slayed the dragon. Like, he's got a chance to be able to do it on Sunday, but you haven't done it quite yet. Like, Mahomes, there's no doubting Mahomes. 7 consecutive AFC championship games, like 3 Super Bowls. There's no denying that, but everybody else, they still have the knock against him. There's no box left for Jokic to check. Maybe the one is gold medal, maybe, but, like, he was so incredible in those Olympics, and he was the best player in that tournament. As good as Steph played for Team USA, Jokic was still the best player in that tournament and put that team on his back, and there's simply no room for denial left. There might be a couple of jagoffs in Philadelphia that still think that there's something to that argument, but I don't know if it exists. He's better today than he has ever been.
I did kind of want to tweet at Spike Eskin the other night. Hey, pal, you still on that side? Nick Wright. Get Nick Wright. You still feeling this way?
Yeah.
You still feeling good about the boat you're in?
Right. I don't know how they do. I don't know. There's one more cut I want to hit right here. Jokic was voted as an All-Star game starter by the
I love this.
By the fans.
I love this.
Katie wanted to, lob the hey, say something nice about the paying customers. And here's how Jokic answered it last night on Altitude.
It was also announced today, Nikola, 7-time All-Star. I bet a lot of these Nuggets fans in here voted for you to make it there. What do you have to say to them?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for sending me and making me not having rest. Thank you, guys. Thank
you. Dude, I thought to myself as she was asking, I'm like, gosh, I bet she doesn't even want to go. He probably wants to go hit Cancun. Then he slipped that in.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm watching with my family as usual. My daughter's like, why did he say that? And I go, because he literally doesn't want to go play in this game anymore.
He doesn't.
He would much rather be on a warm beach like all of us at this point.
He wants a week. That's all that he wants. Now he has to go to the All-Star
Should
game.
we make a campaign, don't send him next year, let the man get his vacation in?
Stop voting for Joker. He'll still go, but stop voting for him.
Last thing, real quick, don't you think when he had the answer about the shot, I knew it was going in, and everybody just kind of laughed? I don't think he was kidding.
No,
because when you heard the answer after in the post-game presser, he basically said, why take it if you don't think you're going to make it?
Well, there's that, and his feel is so good. The moment he let it go, he knew.
And for those of you that haven't seen it, it wasn't like the classic baseball heave. He shot that like a jumper.
Yeah.
He even had a little follow-through at the wrist.
No, he as soon as he let it go, he knew. He's just that in tuned. It is so the feel of the game of basketball is it's not second nature, it's just nature with that guy.
Logo.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Great stuff right there on Nikola Jokic. Sorry, Mark Jones. Couldn't toss to break quite yet. Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Do you have a truck or 4x4 enthusiast in your life? Do you have somebody that's maybe been looking for accessories for their truck or 4x4? Colorado Off-Road is the place, whether it's bed covers, step rails, those KC lights, the tow packages, maybe some upfitting for contractors. They got it all. They can do it over at Colorado Off-Road. This is a good Colorado business. These are folks you're going to feel comfortable and want to do business with. I know this because I've been working with them for 5 years now, coming up almost to 6 years. We're at the 5.5-year mark right now. First time I went in there, I got my Ford F-150 and needed some aftermarket accessories for it. And Jerry and his wife, Wendy, they've done it all for me. And I'm glad I found these people, and so will you. It's Colorado Off-Road. You want to go by the old showroom? Again, I've been recommending this time of year, remote starts. It's a game changer. Got to have it. Get that car warm before you get out there. Colorado Off-Road showrooms are located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them right behind ACC. Give them a call at 303-761-1264 or find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You're going to text that to me.
303-504-0925. The Champ Mazda text line.
You're going to pick up a phone and text that.
Champ Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour.
It's time
I mean, I just try to play football at the end of the day.
for the NFL Conference Championship Fantasy Draft.
The referees are doing their best to call the game as fair and as proper as they possibly can.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 39.
Come on. It's the Chiefs and the refs versus the Bills.
You know, even back when I was in Denver playing Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs and Travis Kelce, Andy Reid and all those guys, you don't need any extra sauce on it. Let's just go out here and play this game, take it one play at a time.
And the Eagles versus the Manders.
Oh, we got extra sauce all over it. Conference championship game. We're going fantasy draft style. We suggest you do it with your buddies as well. 2 games starting at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Manders, Eagles, and then the headliner on CBS, Buffalo and Kansas City in the afternoon. Let's rip through this thing in the closing minutes. Andy, you're going to have the number 1 overall pick. I will go 2. Spring will go 3. We'll snake this sucker for 3 rounds, drafting up fantasy rosters going into championship weekend. Andy, who's it
Crap,
going to
I
be?
wasn't ready for this. Do we have any weather details? Any idea what the game weather? Are we talking snow tomorrow? You know what, the hell with it. I want to go with somebody. This is what's hard. I got to go with a quarterback. We all need a quarterback. I know you probably want Allen because you love the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The smart pick's probably Mahomes, but I got me some Jaden Daniels crush going on, and
There
I'm
you
taking
go.
Jaden Daniels anyway. Probably a suicide move to take a rookie in his first start in an NFC Championship game, but I don't care. I don't want to root for Mahomes. I'm going to let you have your boy Allen, and I'm going to take a risk.
I'm surprised you went with Jaden Daniels at number 1 overall. I, in fact, am going to take the highest scoring fantasy player thus far in the postseason. With my first round pick, number 2 overall, I will take Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles. Can't believe he was on the board for me. Thank you. Go ahead, Spring. You've got back-to-back third pick of the first round. Go.
Okay, I guess give me Travis Kelce because Taylor Swift's going to be there. Freaking Caitlin Clark is going to be there. Give me Travis Kelce.
They were hanging last week, and it seemed to work out. Interesting, going with Travis Kelce. Of the players remaining, only the 9th highest scoring player in terms of fantasy points left in the postseason, and Spring takes him in the first round. The Taylor Swift factor. Oh, man, my guy's coloring outside the lines. On to the second round. What do you got for us, Spring?
Give me James Cook. He's a
Okay.
good running back.
That's
He's had a
right.
good playoffs.
James Cook is available to you right there. He's had a very good playoffs. He's gone up against 2 excellent run defenses, and they have not been able to stop him thus far. I'm just going to stick to my board. It continues to fall the way that I needed to. I will take the 3rd highest scoring fantasy player thus far in the postseason. I will take Josh Allen.
Oh, I would have
Josh
done 2
Allen.
quarterbacks had you not.
Yeah.
Had you not done that, that would have been where we were going.
Could have been, but it wouldn't have been. I got Saquon and Josh Allen. I'm feeling pretty good about my squad. Andy, who are you taking 6th overall, final pick of the second round?
No, I'm just kidding. Sam Martin, I do not want him.
You're not taking a punter?
Not taking the punter. Now, it is supposed to be nice in both locations. I don't know who the top target is the problem for your guy Mahomes. And again, they've been just kind of okay.
Kelsey's his top target, but he has been taken off the board.
I know, but besides, see, I had Kelsey in regular football.
Uh-huh.
It didn't work.
He didn't score a lot of touchdowns
He
this
did
year.
not score a lot of touchdowns. You know what? Give me Scary Terry. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket, and this could be the biggest. I may regret the hell out of this, but give me a little Scary Terry.
That's a good pick right there. Terry McLaurin has had a very good postseason as well. That dude is pretty damn good at being able to just catch a bubble screen and go. He is a weapon out there. Terry McLaurin is off the board. He got 2 Manders. I like it, Andy. Here we go. This is on to the 3rd round, 7th overall pick. This will round out your squad, Andy. Who you got?
You know, I don't know about this because they haven't had the special sauce, but hopefully they get it. I'm going to go ahead and go with Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper of the Buffalo Bills. I believe in terms of a pass catcher,
it's just been very hit or miss.
Yeah.
I was thinking about some Dawson Knox, but
Actually, Buffalo's two highest scoring non-quarterback or kickers have been Cook and then Ty Johnson.